January 12th, 1975. As the new year approached, the train heading to the northwest was crowded, with no empty seats. The noise and various smells made Lin and Ann feel dizzy, and she sensed that her body was weaker than it had been just a couple of days ago. She raised her hand to wipe a small clear spot on the train window and looked out at the passing scenery, which was covered in white snow and felt quite cold. Just as she was lost in thought, someone behind her bumped into her hard while placing their luggage. Lin and Ann felt as if her bones might break and started to cough. Hey, Ann. Lin's mother, who had just gone to get some water, turned around and saw her daughter had been bumped. She shouted, "What's wrong with you? Can't you see? If you hurt my daughter, I'll report you to the police." Her loud voice drew the attention of everyone around, and the plump woman who had bumped into Lin and Ann frowned. "Oh, look at you. I was just putting down my luggage, and you think I could hurt your daughter? Is she made of paper?" After saying that, she glared at the coughing Lin and Ann. The others also turned to look at her. The young girl appeared to be in her early 20s, tall and wrapped in a military green coat that covered her completely except for her head. A thick braid hung over her left shoulder, and although she had a lot of hair, it was a dull yellow, clearly indicating her poor health. But she had a beautiful face, with delicate eyebrows and gentle eyes, her presence as pure as winter snow on tree branches, easily blown away by the wind. Just one glance at her made everyone instinctively breathe more softly. What a pity! Such a beautiful girl, yet so frail. "Mom, it's fine." As she spoke, a wave of palpitations hit her, and Lin and Ann instinctively tightened her collar. Her hands, pale as jade, looked fragile as she gripped tightly, making her skin appear thin and delicate, looking quite pitiful. "Ann, my dear." Lin's mother hurried over to comfort her, feeling very worried. The plump woman scoffed. "What's a sickly person doing out here causing a scene? You think I'm scared of you? Even if I did hurt her, I wouldn't be afraid." As the woman continued to complain, Lin and Ann looked up at her and froze for a moment when she noticed a red birthmark on the woman's lower jaw. Quickly, she reached out to grab her mother's arm, signaling her not to react impulsively. "Auntie, it's just that I'm not well, and it has nothing to do with you. My mom is just straightforward and worried about me, so please don't take it personally. I'm really sorry." She turned her head and politely apologized to the plump woman. Lin's mother was upset. Why should her daughter apologize to such an ill-mannered woman? Lin and Ann shook her head at her mother. "Mom, please rub my back again. I feel uncomfortable." Then she started coughing again. The plump woman found her behavior annoying and couldn't help but criticize. "Stop pretending, and don't cough in my direction. I don't want to catch anything from you." People often sympathize with the weak. It's human nature. They also love to criticize others from a moral high ground, showing off their kindness, which is also human nature. Lin's mother and Lin and Ann didn't need to say anything. The onlookers couldn't hold back and began to scold the plump woman. "Hey, lady, that's enough. The girl is hurt because of you, and you still have the nerve to complain? Exactly. Look at yourself. How can that young girl handle being treated like this? No apology, and now you're playing the victim. With a figure like that, she must have plenty of bad habits. I doubt she's a good person." One person after another spoke up, making the plump woman furious. "You. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know who my son is? He's from the Northwest." Her shouting was eventually drowned out by the crowd. Lin's mother was a bit dazed, looking around at everyone. Lin and Ann squeezed her hand. "Mom, let everyone go. It's uncomfortable to be stuck here." Lin's mother nodded absent-mindedly. Okay. In Sioux City, Lin's mother was known for being tough. She always believed in being the loudest and the fiercest. This situation left her feeling confused. They didn't even need to argue, and they received comfort and encouragement from several people. Lin and Ann found her mother's reaction amusing, smiled, and settled back comfortably, breathing softly. She felt terrible after a whole week of adjusting. She still wasn't used to this body, which felt so weak. It was the kind of frailty that could lead to disaster at any moment. But living, even in the difficult times of the 1970s, was better than dying. That's right, Lin Enen had entered a story. She was in a novel called In the 70s. The widow is a bit spicy, absolutely not remarrying, becoming a minor character with the same name, the short-lived ex-wife of the male lead. So unfortunate, each fate worse than the last. The original character was also named Lin Enen, 22 years old, from Sioux City. The husband is a soldier named Chu Mingzhou, who is 3 years older than her. He is said to be a young officer in the Northwest Military District, which shows he has some skills. However, the two have been married for 4 years without ever meeting. Their marriage was purely for mutual benefit and to fulfill a promise made by their grandfathers, lacking any emotional connection. Coincidentally, Chu Mingzhou needed a wife as one of the requirements for his military ranking, as the army believes married individuals are more stable and certain tasks must be assigned to those with a married status. As for Lin Enen, she aimed to attend a university for workers, farmers, and soldiers, and being a military spouse would give her priority. With her father, the captain, pushing for it, her wishes came true. In reality, they had no feelings for each other, and Lin Enen's impression of Chu Mingzhou was only based on a black-and-white photo. They were like strangers, and even if they divorced later, it wouldn't cause any hurt. But the problem arose with Lin Enen's untimely death. With a protective father, a strong-willed mother, a love-struck younger brother, and her own frail health, the real Lin Enen passed away a week ago due to illness. According to the story, when Lin Enen died, her parents were heartbroken and both collapsed. Her younger brother, Lin Zihua, only 18, mourned his sister by holding onto her manuscripts and diary, reminiscing with his childhood friend, Jiang Tong, who would become the next wife of Chu Mingzhou. Lin Enen was a talented young woman. Despite her poor health, she excelled in many areas: good looks, a supportive family, and great talent. She had written 3 books at a young age, but sadly died before they could be published. What was most scarce in the 1970s? It was well-educated individuals from solid backgrounds, especially those from worker, farmer, and soldier families. Lin Zihua didn't understand this, but Jiang Tong did. With just one glance, she recognized the value of these manuscripts. Since Lin Enen was already gone, if she could use these works, she might have a chance to become a great author. When Jiang Tong saw the photo tucked in the diary, her heart raced. The man was tall and handsome, with striking features, even better looking than movie stars in promotional posters. Jiang Tong quickly began to cry louder than Lin Zihua, expressing how unfair it was for her sister and how she wanted more people to recognize Lin Enen's talent and see her works, hoping to leave a greater mark on the world. Thus, she took all of Lin Enen's manuscripts and the photo of Chu Mingzhou from Lin Zihua. She even took the initiative to give up her position at the town's textile factory and tried to persuade Lin Zihua to convince her father to help her transfer to the clothing factory under the Northwest Military District. 2 years later, Jiang Tong became a well-known author in China, thanks to her published books, and she married Chu Mingzhou as she had hoped. Unfortunately, her luck was not good. On their wedding day, Chu Mingzhou was called away on a mission, and when he returned, it was only in the form of ashes. Jiang Tong was not an ordinary person. Even after Chu Mingzhou's death, she refused to remarry. She kept her substantial savings and pension, taking care of Chu Mingzhou's younger siblings. She became a model of bravery and virtue, truly embodying the role of a caring sister. If she hadn't turned back to get involved with Lin Zihua, making him work for her all his life, ultimately sacrificing himself. If she hadn't deceived and exploited the Lin family again. If she hadn't acted against Lin's parents. Perhaps there wouldn't be Lin Enen setting off for the Northwest now. She wanted to change the story, to use the military's medical resources to survive, and to alter the fate of the Lin family. This could be seen as repaying the original owner of this body. Clang, 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 clang. The train took 3 full days to reach the Northwest. Such a long journey, sitting the whole time, was unbearable for anyone in good health, let alone Lin Enen, who was frail. When she got off the train, she was in such poor condition that her mother had to help her down. Her lips were pale from exhaustion, and her beautiful face looked worn out and tired. Compared to the southern city of Suzhou, the northwest was much colder. The wind felt like it was cutting her face. "Where is that Xiao Lu? Your dad clearly arranged for him to pick us up at the military compound." Lin's mother looked around under the flagpole, but despite the many people coming and going, she couldn't find Xiao Lu. Lin Enan sighed inwardly. In this era of poor communication, finding someone was a big hassle. "Is the military compound far from here? Should we just go there directly?" Lin's mother shook her head, unsure, only knowing it was a bit of a distance from the train station. Seeing that it was already nearly 4 in the afternoon, waiting around was not a good option. "Mom, you go into that small hall to wait, and I'll look for a vehicle. There are too many people here. We mustn't wander off. Do you think I can go anywhere looking like this?" Lin Enan replied softly, with a hint of self-deprecating humor. Lin's mother looked at her with concern. "Oh, my child, don't say such things." Lin Enan nodded and was helped into the small hall to sit. "Just wait here for Mom, okay?" "I will." As soon as Lin's mother left, Lin Enan glanced around, trying to distract herself. Every breath felt painful, cold, and sharp. People from the northwest usually have strong features, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. They're taller than those from Sioux City and mostly wear blue, green, or gray, with few bright colors. While looking around, she noticed a sneaky man reaching for an old man's bag with a knife. "Is he a thief?" Lin Enan froze. She felt anxious, which made it hard to breathe, and soon she started coughing violently. She wanted to help, but with her weak condition, it was difficult. Suddenly, a few figures in military green passed by, different from ordinary uniforms. Without thinking, she gently grabbed the corner of one soldier's uniform and said, "Comrade, there's a thief." Cough, cough, cough. She used all her strength, but to the tall man, it felt like a feather brushing past. Her voice was barely louder than her cough. Fortunately, soldiers have sharp hearing, and Mingzhou heard her. He followed the direction of her finger and spotted the man stealing money. In an instant, Lin Enan saw a soldier rush forward. More soldiers quickly followed, moving with agility. Lin Enan blinked in surprise as the soldier kicked the knife away and apprehended the thief in one smooth motion, like a scene from an action movie. Impressive! What a good comrade for the people. Just as Lin Enan felt relieved, chaos erupted nearby. The old man was shouting, claiming he was wronged and that the thief was his son. He was hitting and scratching at the soldiers, crying out that they were hurting him and bullying the common people. The thief was also shouting for his mother and struggling. Lin Enan was confused. Is it really that dramatic? But a thief is a thief, regardless of their background, right? The commotion attracted a crowd, but since it was soldiers apprehending the thief, no one dared to intervene or get too close. The crowd blocked Lin Enan's view. Just then, her mother hurried back, asking what happened. She wanted to see the excitement, but seeing her daughter's pale face, she quickly helped her leave. "I found the car. I ran into a fellow villager who lives near the military compound and said he could give us a ride. You must be exhausted, right? There are too many people here, so let's not get involved. Let's go." Lin Enan glanced at the crowd and nodded. "Okay, it's just a soldier catching a thief. There's nothing interesting to see." "I see." Lin's mother helped the person up and supported them as they walked out. Inside the small hall of the train station, the station police arrived quickly and took the thief away. But this thief and his mother were not easy to deal with. They caused a scene, claiming that soldiers were bullying civilians and threatened to report them to the military. Mingzhou wanted to find witnesses, but Lin Enan was nowhere to be found. The mother and son, realizing they couldn't find any witnesses, became even more aggressive. Though the incident was minor, it was quite bothersome for Mingzhou and his team. Mingzhou remembered the pale little face and clenched his fist. At that moment, Lin Enan was already on a farmer's cart, bumping along toward the military compound. She was completely unaware that her good intentions had led to trouble. "Enan, you should just focus on your treatment here. Why do you want your brother to join the military? The Northwest Military Region is the toughest in the country. With his inability to carry or lift, what can he do in the army? It would be better for him to study at home. With some money and connections, he might even get into a university for workers and farmers just like you. Lin's mother took out a large quilt she had brought and wrapped Lin in tightly, like holding a baby. Despite the cold wind whipping around them, which turned her face a strange shade of red, she didn't complain about the cold at all. Lin Enin felt a stir of emotions. This overwhelming motherly love was something she had never experienced before. Growing up in an orphanage, she was used to the indifference of people. Later, when her biological parents found her, she thought she finally had a home and a family. But unexpectedly, she became a kidney donor for her younger sister and lost her life on the operating table. Was she regretful? Of course, she was deeply regretful and utterly disappointed. Why should she endure such a fate after trying so hard to live? Lin Enin leaned slightly against her mother's embrace, interrupting her thoughts. Based on my brother's grades and abilities, he wouldn't be able to get into a workers' and farmers' university. He needs to join the military first to gain experience, and then he might have a chance through their recommendations. Lin's mother's eyes brightened. So that's your plan? I thought you wouldn't want him to go. Lin Enin lowered her gaze and didn't respond. She was just making it up. Having her love-struck little brother stay close to her had other motives. The original owner didn't want him to suffer. Lin Enin is different. She believes in a tough love approach. Catch them first and then talk. Being overly submissive leads nowhere. As for her health, she wants to use her military family status to access the military hospital's resources to take care of her ailing body and live a bit longer. Your brother should be leaving in a day or two, and he hasn't even greeted Mingzhou. Can he really take care of your brother? This is their first meeting. I'm worried he might get upset. Mom, he's your son-in-law. If the mother-in-law speaks up, everything will be fine. Lin's mother tightened her grip nervously. Well, you're right. After all, I'm her mother-in-law. The ox cart took them to the entrance of the Northwest Military District. They politely said goodbye to the local villager. Outside the military district, there was a tall, sturdy wall painted in plain gray, covered with some snow, adding to the stern atmosphere. The gate was a heavy iron door, with armed guards standing watch, looking quite imposing. Then you wait here. They were naturally stopped. Before the soldier could say anything, Lin's mother took out the marriage certificate of Lin Enin and Mingzhou, along with a letter of introduction and military proof. I am Mingzhou's mother-in-law, and this is his wife. We came to accompany her. After verifying everything, they were led to Mingzhou's residence. The soldier, noticing Lin Enin's weak appearance, kindly took their bags, showing a warm attitude. Aunt, why didn't you come back with Captain Chu? Didn't he go to the train station early this morning? The soldier asked. Lin's mother blinked, taking a moment to respond. She wanted to say that Mingzhou had no idea about this, but quickly stopped herself. Well, we just didn't run into him. We happened to meet a local villager, who brought us along. Oh, I see. Lin Enin didn't join in their conversation. Instead, she carefully observed her surroundings, feeling a mix of curiosity and admiration. The Northwest Military District truly deserves its title as the largest military district in Huagua. It looks impressive even for the 1970s. Inside the district, a wide main road stretched straight ahead, lined with neatly arranged single-story houses, and occasionally, there were 2- or 3-story buildings. Most of the houses had gray-white walls, with thick snow covering the roofs, revealing patches of red tiles. After walking for about 4 or 5 minutes, the soldier pointed to a small house on the far left with smoke coming from the chimney. That's it. Finally, we made it. It was dinner time, and many people noticed Lin Enin, curious about who she was. Seeing her stop in front of Mingzhou's house, everyone found it strange. Lon Mayor, your sister-in-law is here. This shout from the little soldier was loud enough for not only those inside the house to hear, but also the curious neighbors. Who? Lon Mayor's sister-in-law? Isn't that Mingzhou's wife? This stirred up quite a commotion. Not only was Minglan confused, but everyone else in the courtyard was taken aback. This girl who seemed to float when she walked is really Captain Chu's wife. Didn't Captain Chu just submit his divorce application? Wasn't his ungrateful wife making a fuss about divorce since she graduated from college? What is she doing here now? As soon as Chu Minglan opened the door, Lin Mu helped Lin Anin inside, and they went straight to the main hall to sit down. Lin Anin smiled at the stunned girl and gently patted her chest to ease her discomfort. The weather in the northwest was not only cold but also very dry, making even a breath feel scratchy in the throat. But out of politeness, Lin Anin held back her cough. You must be Xiaolan, right? You're such a pretty girl. Do you have any hot water at home? Quickly pour a cup for your sister-in-law.
Huh?
Lin Mu was very familiar, politely sending the little soldier away while stuffing a handful of milk candies into his arms. There were at least 10. The little soldier didn't want them, but she insisted he take them. Chu Minglan received a handful too, with no time to feel scared. Are you making dinner? Xiaolan is really capable. Auntie will help. You just go pour a cup of hot water for your sister-in-law. She's not feeling well, so keep an eye on her. By the way, when will Mingzhou be back? Chu Minglan had never seen such a scene before. She opened her mouth, feeling a bit flustered, and hurried to pour a cup of hot water, softly replying, My brother will be back soon. When she turned back and met Lin Anin's gaze, she felt even more timid. She placed the water on the table, gently pushed it toward her, and couldn't help but sneak a peek. She was really beautiful, but she wasn't a good person. She was very bad, especially bad. The wariness in Chu Minglan's eyes did not escape Lin Anin's notice. What could an 11-year-old girl hide? Her likes and dislikes were written all over her face. Thank you. Lin Anin didn't care about her thoughts. She only knew that her head felt dizzy, probably from exhaustion, and she felt a bit short of breath, plus her stomach was very hungry. She took a few sips of the warm water, and it felt much better as it went down her throat. What are you here for? After hesitating for a long time, Chu Minglan gathered her courage and quietly asked, Lin Anin lifted her eyelids slightly and said, I'm here to find my man. Of course I want to live with him. What else would I do? Chu Minglan's eyes widened, as if she had heard something extremely outrageous.
But
aren't you and my brother getting a divorce? Why are you here now? You can't be so unreasonable. Unreasonable? Lin Anin frowned and thought for a moment. It seemed there was some truth to that. The original owner had sent a letter to Chu Mingzhou 6 months ago, saying that after graduating from university, she wanted to pursue freedom and wanted a divorce. She had asked Lin Zihua to mail it for her. It seemed it had been delivered. Chu Minglan was confronting Lin Anin when their mother hurried in, grabbed a bag to take to the kitchen, and casually handed a can of fruit to the girl, saying, Oh, there's a leftover can, Xiaolan. Take it and try it. Dinner will be ready soon. Her loud voice drowned out the sound of the gate opening. Chu Minglan glanced nervously at Lin Anin, her courage seeming to fade away with the can. In the past, when I mentioned divorce, it was for a reason. My relationship with your brother is one of friendship. With someone as outstanding as him, I wouldn't want to truly part ways, Lin Anin said nonchalantly, then continued to drink water. The sky was painted gold and red by the sunset when Chu Mingzhou stepped in, his tall figure perfectly blocking the view of the little person sitting there. Lin Anin felt the light dim suddenly and looked up to meet a pair of strikingly cold, deep eyes. Chu Mingzhou looked even better than described in the original story, with a face that seemed carefully sculpted, excellent bone structure, handsome features, and deep-set eyes that seemed to see through everything. His nose was high, and his lips had a strong line. He was very tall, around 190 centimeters, with a long and fit build, almost perfect proportions. His bronze skin radiated a healthy glow, complemented by neatly cropped hair, giving him a sharp and masculine aura that was hard to criticize. Brother. Seeing her older brother return, Chu Minglan quickly ran to hide behind him, feeling a great sense of relief. But when she looked down at the can and candy in her hands, she felt very awkward. Lin Anin paused for a moment and took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Chu Mingzhou. I am your wife, Lin Anin. Chu Mingzhou's expression clearly froze. Chu Minglan was also stunned. Before he could react, Lin Enin started coughing, her face turning pale in an instant. Chu Mingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing who was in front of him. In the train station, the woman who asked for help ended up running faster than a rabbit. His wife, Lin Enin? Chu Mingzhou suddenly thought of something, and his expression darkened. His thin lips pressed tightly together, and even his jawline was tense. Lin Enin noticed his cold glance, which was not friendly at all. But she didn't have time to pay attention to him. She felt so unwell, like her spirit was floating away. Cough, 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 I need warm water. Perhaps it was really the change of environment. Her sick body felt worse, with palpitations, chest tightness, a scratchy throat, and pain all over. When Lin's mother entered with the dishes, she was taken aback. She saw her son-in-law carefully serving her daughter water. Chu Mingzhou met Lin's mother's gaze, but showed no reaction. He quickly stepped back a couple of paces. Lin's mother smiled and hurriedly placed the dishes on the table. Mingzhou, you're back. Come, eat first. I brought some dried vegetables and soy sauce meat, along with fermented tofu and pickled vegetables, all authentic flavors from Sioux City. For dishes and a soup were served, not only delicious but also plentiful. There was stewed soy sauce meat with dried vegetables, stir-fried tofu, braised cabbage with potatoes, stir-fried bean sprouts, winter melon soup, and 2 small bowls of egg custard. Seeing the steaming dishes, Chu Minglan couldn't take her eyes off them and instinctively swallowed several times. However, the polite girl, despite her cravings, helped serve rice for everyone before sitting down herself. It's no wonder she looked so eager. Chu Mingzhou's parents had passed away 8 years ago, sacrificing their lives for the country. Both were martyrs. At that time, he was just a teenager, shouldering the entire family and raising his younger siblings through difficulties. But no matter how caring he was, he couldn't provide the same warmth as a mother, nor could he cook such a delicious spread. The Chu siblings were well taken care of by the organization, but losing their parents left a void that was hard to fill. Lin's mother's intense warmth and care were something that even Chu Minglan, the young girl, found overwhelming. Even Chu Mingzhou was touched. Moreover, Lin's mother was an excellent cook, well known in Sioux City. Everyone knew the captain's wife had skilled hands, and her dishes were tastier than those from state-run restaurants. How could that not be impressive? Once everyone was seated, Lin's mother pushed a bowl of egg custard in front of Chu Minglan. Xiaolan, you eat this bowl. Your sister-in-law has been so tired these days. I saw there were about 10 eggs left in the kitchen, so I steamed 2. After speaking, she dripped some soy sauce into another bowl, pretending to feed Lin Enin. The Chu siblings stared in surprise. How could someone in their 20s still need to be fed? This was a bit awkward for Lin Enin too, so she took a small bite and naturally took the spoon, saying, Mom, I can do it myself. You must be tired, so please eat. All right, just be careful not to burn your mouth. Xiaolan, you should eat too. This steamed egg is very tender. Mingzhou, you should eat more. You're a grown man, so you must have a big appetite. Mom made enough for you, so go ahead. This soy sauce pork was specially brought by your dad. It should suit your taste, and there's plenty more. Chu Mingzhou replied, feeling a bit uncomfortable with Lin's mother calling her mom. But he didn't slow down with his chopsticks. His appetite was indeed impressive. Lin's mother didn't treat him like an outsider and spoke freely. Her questions seemed casual, but were actually probing for details. She occasionally served them more dishes. The warmth was hard to resist, especially for Chu Minglan, who couldn't handle it at all. From being timid at first, Chu Minglan ended up eating heartily, her little mouth covered in grease. Eventually, she started calling Lin's mother Auntie more sweetly. Lin Enin smiled, thinking how genuine people were in this era. The young girl's open affection and dislike were straightforward and pure. Chu Mingzhou showed little reaction on his face, maintaining a stable demeanor that made it hard to read his feelings. He accepted food from Lin's mother and thanked her. When she asked questions, he answered selectively, politely stopping when it was uncomfortable to continue. They had sorghum rice, which was a bit rough for Lin Enin's throat. After finishing the steamed egg, she felt nearly full, so she picked at a few dishes and put down her chopsticks. Throughout the meal, most of Lin Nin's attention was on Mingzhou. He truly was the male lead from the original story, with high quality, good looks, great physique, and decent manners. He seemed aloof but was actually very considerate. Unfortunately, the original story was a non-CP one, so such a good male lead was just a fleeting character, appearing only for formality. To put it bluntly, both Lin Nen and Mingzhou were merely tools created for Jiang Tong. What a pity! After the meal, it was completely dark outside. Lin's mother cleared the table and planned to wash the dishes in the kitchen, while Minglan insisted on helping. Only Lin Nen and Mingzhou remained in the living room. Their eyes met, and they exchanged silence. Mingzhou glanced at the heavy snow outside and finally broke the silence. "What are you doing here?" Lin Nen raised an eyebrow, thinking how similar they were as siblings, asking the same questions. "I'm here to live a good life with you, just like a chicken follows a chicken and a dog follows a dog." Mingzhou's handsome face suddenly darkened, appearing even more serious under the bright lights. Seeing his expression, Lin Nen couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her unexpected smile caught Mingzhou off guard, and his expression grew even more serious. "I've already filed for divorce. It might take until after the new year for approval." "Oh, that's perfect. You should withdraw it because I definitely won't be getting a divorce." Mingzhou looked at her, his eyes filled with scrutiny. He didn't understand what this woman meant. Her letters had been so resolute, each one more intense than the last, insisting on the divorce. Now she had quietly come to the Northwest. What did she want? Mingzhou stared at her for a moment, feeling uncertain. The marriage between the Chu and Lin families was arranged because of a past favor. Chu's grandfather had nearly lost his life while helping in the countryside and was saved by Lin's grandfather, which created a bond between the families. With that history, Mingzhou wouldn't make things difficult for Lin Nen. If she wanted a divorce, so be it. They had no real feelings for each other anyway. Noticing his gaze, Lin Nen blinked innocently and slightly changed what she had said to Minglan, repeating, "When I mentioned divorce before, it was for a reason. A man as outstanding as you is rare. I've thought it through and decided to stay." After her words, a hint of surprise flashed across Mingzhou's handsome face. He quickly averted his gaze, stood up, and paced a few steps, his brows furrowed tightly. "What do you really want?"
Ah.
Lin Nen thought he might be moved or say something dramatic, but instead, it shifted from "what are you doing here?" to "what do you really want?" She quickly decided to resolve things, knowing she wouldn't leave until her health improved. Whether in life or medical matters, she needed this man. She couldn't offend him and had to get along well. As she focused, her discomfort returned, and she raised her hand to pat her chest a few times to ease the feeling. Her voice softened, taking on a delicate tone. "Listen to me." Seeing her in distress, Mingzhou immediately poured her a glass of water. After pouring, he realized he had acted on instinct. Lin Nen didn't hold back, not even saying thank you, just nodded at him, pressing her small hands against her chest. After drinking the warm water, she felt a bit better. "Did I not express myself clearly? I know you don't have feelings for me, but we have been married for 4 years, so there is some bond between us. I mentioned divorce because I worry that my poor health might burden you, and I don't want you to dislike me, especially since you have your own struggles." Her voice was sad, and her eyes were red, looking very pitiful. Mingzhou was taken aback, seeing her about to cry, and felt a bit flustered. "I don't dislike you." "Really?" Lin Nen quickly responded, not giving him a chance to react. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes full of surprise and hope. In the Northwest, where the people are tough, Mingzhou was used to being around soldiers in the army and had never seen a woman like her. No wonder they say women from Jiangnan are gentle and delicate. It seemed to be true. Mingzhou's lips moved slightly, his muscles tensed, and finally, he gave a soft hearing you say that makes my journey worthwhile. You know my health is poor, so just reaching here is a blessing. Mingzhou understood her meaning. For an ordinary person coming from Sioux City, wouldn't be a big deal. But for her, with her frail health, making this trip could have been very taxing. It was indeed not easy. Sending her away now would be like cutting off her lifeline. You and your aunt can stay in Yuji's room for now. Chu Mingzhou finally relented. Chu Mingyu was recovering from a leg injury at his great aunt's house, so the room was empty. Okay. If you need anything, just let me know. Lin Yinen's eyes lit up.
Well,
Mingzhou, I suffered a lot on this long journey and feel really unwell. I need to see the best hospital you have. Is that okay? Her weakly calling him Mingzhou left Chu Mingzhou, a tough man, unsure of how to respond. Is that okay? Lin Yinen pressed on. She couldn't see his expression since he turned away, but his ears and neck were interestingly flushed, turning red and then bright red again. I'll take you tomorrow afternoon. Just when Lin Yinen thought he would refuse, Chu Mingzhou nodded in agreement.
great.
Thank you, Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou softly acknowledged and quickly left, his footsteps swift. He briefly encountered Lin Mu and Chu Minglan on his way back. Go heat up the Kong in Yuji's room. I'll get the new cotton quilt.
Oh,
I understand, brother. Lin Mu shot a questioning glance at Lin Yinen. Lin Yinen nodded calmly. Lin Mu immediately smiled. Xiaolon, show your aunt the way. Which room is it? I'll go tidy up. Since we need to heat the Kong anyway, we might as well heat some water too. I still need to help your sister-in-law clean up. I see your hair isn't very clean. Let's wash it well. Chu Minglan's shyness and politeness crumbled in front of Lin Mu, and she had no choice but to obediently follow the instructions. Chu Mingzhou brought out the remaining 3 large cotton quilts from home, all new and made from good quality cotton from the army. Now, they all became Lin Yinen's bedding. Yinen is just a bit spoiled, like a cotton doll. She can't sleep on something hard. I worry she might hurt herself. Mingzhou, please don't mind. The next day, after the heavy snowfall last night, a rare sunny day arrived. Sunlight streamed through the window, adding a touch of warmth to the room. It wasn't until noon that Lin Yinen slowly woke up, stretched lazily, and adjusted to the light in the room. Yinen, are you up? Hurry, your clothes are warmed up, right at the end of the Kong. A few people have already come by this morning. According to Xiaolon, they're all neighbors from the courtyard. You need to tidy up well. You can't let anyone look down on you. Lin Mu had come to check several times and, seeing her daughter sleeping soundly, couldn't bear to disturb her. Lin Yinen indeed slept well last night. The fire pit was warm, and the thick quilt didn't feel hard at all. Lin Yinen looked at the coat in front of her and was taken aback. It was a large, earth-toned plaid coat, very fashionable for this era. This was Lin Yinen's best piece of clothing, which she usually didn't dare to wear. Lin Yinen glanced at Lin Mu suspiciously. You don't understand. This is your first time as a new bride. Although Mingzhou doesn't have elders, he is still an officer. With neighbors coming and going, you need to leave a good impression. It's also for your husband's sake. Lin Yinen. Listen to your mom.
okay.
Lin Yinen didn't mind. She would wear whatever was given to her since it was just clothing. As for how it looked, with her good looks, even if she were sick, she would still be a stunning beauty. Brushing her teeth and washing her face at the enamel basin, Lin Yinen let her mother help her with her hair. Once she was tidy, she came out. As she looked up, she saw a middle-aged woman leaning at the kitchen door, talking to Chu Minglan. Chu Minglan was busy preparing lunch, her small figure looking a bit delicate in front of the stove. Hearing footsteps, both women turned around.
Wow.
Upon seeing Lin Yinen, the middle-aged woman instinctively gasped. Chu Minglan looked at Lin Yinen with a slightly embarrassed expression, remembering her mother's instructions, and gently called out, "Sister-in-law." By calling her that, Chu Minglan confirmed Lin Yinen's status. The middle-aged woman clicked her tongue and approached. Is this really Chu Mingzhou's ungrateful daughter-in-law? Thinking this, she casually asked, "Are you Mingzhou's wife?" The middle-aged woman crossed her arms, wearing a polite smile, but her eyes were full of critical scrutiny, scanning Lin Yinen from head to toe. She had heard Lin's mother bragging all morning about how Lin Yinen was a college student, talented and very pretty. All of it was unappealing to her, and she had a poor impression of the two women. "Hello, Auntie." Lin Enin replied confidently, nodding at her, and walked straight to the main hall. She took a seat at the main position. Though her body was slender, her attitude and composure showed she was not someone to be easily underestimated. The middle-aged woman chuckled awkwardly and followed her, saying, "I'm your neighbor. My last name is Wang. I watched Mingzhou and his siblings grow up, so I'm like a half-elder to them. My son, Wang Hu, is Mingzhou's comrade and also a company commander." Lin Enin smiled faintly, nodding to indicate she understood. Lin's mother brought over a bowl of porridge, and Aunt Wang casually glanced at it. "Oh, there's meat and vegetables, and is that wild ginseng?"
Ah.
Aunt Wang opened her mouth, but was momentarily speechless. "Why is the food so good? What's going on? Aunt Wang, you're here again? Minen has a weak constitution and can't go hungry, so let her eat a bit first." Lin's mother pretended to feed her, but Linen reached out to refuse, asking, "Mom, have you eaten?"
I have.
"I had pancakes with Xiaolon this morning, so I'm full." "That's good." Lin Enin began to drink her porridge, and the main hall fell silent. Aunt Wang was known in the neighborhood for being well-informed. Wherever there was excitement, she would be the first to know. Upon hearing about Lin Enin yesterday, she had already come over 3 times this morning. Seeing the main person made Aunt Wang hesitant to speak loudly. She was critical, but Lin Enin's weak appearance was quite unsettling, making her afraid that saying the wrong thing might upset the girl. Yet, if she didn't say something, she felt uneasy. Aunt Wang didn't think Lin Enin was a loss. Instead, she felt sorry for Chu Mingzhou, wondering how he would manage with such a wife. What good was beauty if she couldn't even have a child? Lin Enin noticed her expression and, after finishing a bowl of porridge, gently set the bowl down. Lin's mother then started a chat with Aunt Wang, saying, "My daughter has been busy with her studies these past few years. It's not easy for the young couple to be apart so often. From now on, Enin will be with the army, so we'll need your guidance and care." Of course. But honestly, you really care for your daughter," Aunt Wang replied. Lin's mother was taken aback, not understanding her meaning. "Of course. She's my precious daughter, and Enin is very promising. If I don't care for her, who will?" Aunt Wang raised an eyebrow and asked suspiciously, "Don't you have a son?"
What are you talking about?
"My youngest son is almost 18, Lin's mother replied. Aunt Wang was momentarily speechless. In families with sons, daughters aren't usually seen as treasures. Even without a son, there are nephews and nieces, right? It seemed odd to focus so much on a daughter. Thinking Lin's mother was a bit strange, Aunt Wang decided to change the subject. Lin's mother, completely unaware of her thoughts, continued to praise Lin Enin, as if Chu Mingzhou was incredibly lucky to have her as a wife. Aunt Wang discreetly rolled her eyes and said, "I heard that Mingzhou's wife is unwell and needs to go to the hospital for a checkup today." Lin's mother sighed. "Yes, we wanted to take her to the capital for a checkup, but Enin insisted on coming to this remote area because of Mingzhou. As parents, we had no choice but to bring her safely here." Aunt Wang didn't really need to ask. Just looking at Lin Enin's frail state made it clear she was genuinely ill. Clearing her throat, Aunt Wang lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "By the way, are you going to the hospital this afternoon?" "Yes, Mingzhou is worried about Enin's health and arranged it quickly." "Oh, I just remembered something. You need to be careful." Lin's mother immediately became alert and lowered her voice as she leaned in. "What's wrong? We just arrived. Could it be something related to us?" Aunt Wang raised her eyebrows with a hint of mischief, eager for gossip. "This matter. You mustn't say I told you. Don't worry, I can keep a secret." Watching their interaction, Lin Enin couldn't help but smile and was curious about the news, so she leaned in to listen. "Aren't we all aware that Mingzhou just filed for divorce?" Aunt Wang started, glancing at Lin's mother. Lin's mother widened her eyes slightly.
What?
"A divorce application? That can't be true." Seeing her reaction, Aunt Wang felt a surge of satisfaction and patted Lin's mother's arm. "Oh, dear. Mingzhou has always been a good man. He's not only handsome but also very capable. My husband says he has a bright future. You should hold on to such a good son-in-law and not let him slip away." "What do you mean?" Noticing Lin's mother getting anxious, Aunt Wang leaned in closer. You probably don't know, but on the same day Mingzhou filed for divorce, it seems he confirmed a relationship with another woman. Lin's mother slammed her hand down, her anger rising, and her face turned red. Stop talking nonsense. Come on, don't get angry. It's only natural. Now that he's divorced, you can't keep holding on to Mingzhou, can you? Holding on? He is my daughter's husband. Their marriage was arranged by the older generation. How can you say holding on? Mingzhou is our Lin family's son-in-law. Lin's mother was so furious she could hardly contain herself. Aunt Wang, feeling smug, replied, That's true. But your daughter is the one who wanted the divorce.
Who said that?
Listening to the conversation, Lin's expression darkened, looking grayer than the snowy day outside.
Aunt.
As she began to speak, she quickly raised her hand to her chest, taking a deep breath. It wasn't that she was being dramatic. She genuinely felt unwell. Lin's voice was soft, but her words were pointed. Aunt, you shouldn't spread rumors about things that aren't true. Mingzhou and I are fine. Please don't believe those rumors. No matter what the truth was, she and Chu Mingzhou were married, and they both understood the principle of shared fortunes and misfortunes. Moreover, Chu Mingzhou was a soldier, and there could be no flaws in his reputation. Aunt Wang was taken aback by her words, then pouted. I only heard this from others. Many people in the courtyard know about it. Lin's mother scoffed. So you believe everything you hear? Aunt Wang, at your age, you should have some judgment of your own, right? Don't spread those ridiculous rumors around, or you'll just make yourself look foolish. Seeing the attitude of Lin and her mother, Aunt Wang felt a bit bored. Fine, if you don't believe me, that's up to you. I'm just trying to remind you not to be caught off guard and end up with nothing. After saying that, she turned to leave but hesitated halfway, chatting with Chu Minglan in the kitchen for a while and taking a few pancakes with her. Lin naturally wouldn't stop her and didn't have the energy to deal with her. Once Aunt Wang left, she pulled her mother close and said comforting words. Mom, please don't be angry. It's not worth it if it affects her health. Lin's mother looked at her daughter, filled with concern and a bit helpless. If Mingzhou really... Lin's mother thought differently from Lin. She was an ordinary woman from the 1970s, able to shout slogans about the new China, but deep down, she held on to traditional beliefs. She never considered that her daughter could get a divorce and didn't think women should divorce. Supporting her daughter through college and allowing her to be apart from her husband for 4 years was already her limit. In her view, a divorced woman was like being abandoned, with no way forward. Not only would she face judgment from others, but it could also affect the whole family. She loved her daughter, but life still had to go on. Even if her husband quit his job as a captain, what about her son? He might not even find a wife in the future. Besides, how can couples hold grudges overnight? Feelings can be nurtured over time. Why let a good man go for someone else? Isn't it better to live a stable life? Lin's smile remained gentle, but after talking so much, her chest felt heavy. She took a few sips of water to calm herself down. Mom, we should judge people by their actions, not by hearsay. Lin's mother was momentarily stunned. She was suddenly awakened. You're right, Anan. We're new here, and there's no need to argue with others. People like Aunt Wang are quick-tempered. If you say anything she doesn't like, it could easily be twisted. It's better to keep our distance. She wouldn't dare. Lin's mother spoke firmly, but in her heart, she was already starting to understand. She had spent her life dealing with gossiping neighbors, so she knew what to expect. Aunt Wang was just that kind of talkative person. Don't take it to heart. She's just talking nonsense. Mingzhou is a good kid, and I don't believe he would betray us. When he comes back, I'll ask him properly. You just focus on taking care of yourself.
Okay.
Lin had considered the original owner's illness. The symptoms resembled tuberculosis but were not contagious. It was most likely chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD. This condition was identified around 1960 by an expert from Country M and has only recently come into medical focus. It remains relatively rare worldwide, with no known cases of complete recovery. However, Lin Enin found out that there is an expert in this field at the General Hospital of the Northwest Military District in China with a surname Liang. This was her only hope, and Lin Enin had to give it a try. At 1 p.m., Mingzhou returned in a military jeep, with a middle-aged man in military uniform sitting in the passenger seat. The man's expression was more serious than Mingzhou's, looking troubled. Lin Enin was bundled up tightly as she left, with her mother protecting her like a precious chick, reluctant to let go. The middle-aged man nodded to them as a greeting. During the drive, Lin's mother didn't dare to ask too many questions with someone else present. Mingzhou remained calm, occasionally glancing in the rear-view mirror at Lin Enin. Upon arriving at the hospital, the middle-aged man quickly said goodbye to Mingzhou. "You don't need to return to the base this afternoon. Just stay with your wife. I need to go in first. There's been quite a problem with the Xinhua news agency and the art troupe here."
Understood, Commander Su, Mingzhou Ziplit.
He expertly guided Lin Enin through the registration and waiting process. The hospital was bustling with people, filled with various sounds, and the smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. Lin Enin wrinkled her nose slightly. Due to her past experiences, she disliked the smell of hospitals. Here, as she sat in the waiting area, she looked up and was met with a pair of long legs. A thought crossed her mind. This man's legs are so long. They probably outlast my life. Mingzhou handed her a mask, his voice cool. "Put this on." Lin Enin was momentarily taken aback, but took it. "Okay. Thank you." She didn't say much more. Mingzhou's cold expression clearly showed he was not in a good mood. The mask in her hand was made of gauze, slightly stiff, not very white but clean. Once she put the mask on, she felt much more comfortable. Mingzhou sat down next to her, leaving an empty seat between them. Professor Liang is usually very busy, and this appointment was arranged quite suddenly, so we might have to wait a bit longer. Lin Enin's mouth opened slightly in surprise, and her eyes widened. "Are you saying you scheduled me with that respiratory specialist?"
Yes.
Lin Enin confirmed again, and the answer was positive. She felt overjoyed. What a lucky turn of events. After waiting for about 40 minutes, it was finally Lin Enin's turn to see the doctor. Professor Liang was a refined man in his 50s, not very tall and slim, wearing a pair of rimless glasses, kind and polite. As Lin Enin had expected, Professor Liang was indeed one of the top respiratory specialists in the country, with excellent skills. After a careful examination, he diagnosed Lin Enin's condition. "You have a condition called chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, abbreviated as COPD. Coincidentally, my team is currently working on this condition. Your case is very rare and is genetically inherited." Once Professor Liang finished speaking, Lin's mother was already filled with tears. She excitedly stepped forward and asked, "Doctor, are you saying my daughter's condition can be treated?" Professor Liang nodded. "Yes, it can be treated, but I will need to consult with my team. This type of case is extremely rare. Lin is the first case we've encountered at the Northwest Military Hospital, so the treatment plan must be very careful." This was the first time someone had identified Lin Enin's condition, telling her it could be treated, and that it was not tuberculosis or a complication from congenital deficiencies. How could she not be excited? Lin's mother wiped her tears, feeling a bit unreal. "Really? It can be treated?" Professor Liang smiled and glanced at Mingzhou. "Lin is the partner of Captain Chu, so we will definitely do our best." Professor Liang took out a prescription pad and began to write, giving instructions. "In daily life, try to avoid exposure to secondhand smoke, dust, and irritating gases, as they can affect the respiratory system and worsen the condition. Be sure to take precautions against colds and avoid getting chilled. You should not eat spicy foods or engage in intense exercise." Lin's mother struggled to contain her emotions, her whole body trembling slightly. Lin Enin kept her eyes on the tip of Professor Liang's pen, paying close attention to every. She instinctively reached out to hold her mother's hand, wanting to comfort her and share the joy. But she didn't grab her mother's hand. Instead, she touched Mingzhou. When their fingertips met, Mingzhou stiffened slightly and looked down to see a delicate, fair hand holding onto 2 of his fingers. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly pulled his fingers away. Lin Anin turned around and met his icy gaze. Oh no, I've got the wrong person. Lin Anin opened her mouth to explain, but Chu Mingzhou had already looked away and stepped back 2 or 3 paces, standing far from her. Suddenly, the air felt very awkward. Lin Anin turned her head uncomfortably and saw his expression. There was no need to explain. The misunderstanding was serious. Chu Mingzhou pressed his lips together, his thoughts a bit complicated. It wasn't that he disliked her, but he was cautious about being too close to strangers. That was the nature of a soldier. His hand still seemed to hold the cold, soft sensation. Chu Mingzhou's gaze lingered on Lin Anin for a moment. From his angle, he could see her profile clearly, the light highlighting the lower half of her face. Her nose was small and delicate, and her lips were pale, like the first snow in winter. White and cold, but her lip shape was particularly attractive. Chu Mingzhou looked away and took a couple of steps toward the door. The clinic suddenly fell silent, until Professor Liang put down his pen, breaking the silence. Go get your medicine first, and be sure to take it on time. It will help with your symptoms. Come back for a follow-up next Thursday, and we will confirm the next treatment plan then. Thank you, Professor Liang. I appreciate your help with the future treatment, Lin Anin said sincerely. Professor Liang smiled and waved his hand. No need to be so polite. It's what I should do. Chu Mingzhou nodded to Professor Liang. Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. It's within my capabilities. Lin Anin's mother cautiously stepped forward to take the prescription, as if she were holding her daughter's life. We must express our gratitude. Once Anin recovers, I will bring a banner to thank you and the hospital. In this era, a banner held significant value. Unlike in the future, it required a formal application and was considered the highest form of gratitude. Lin Anin's mother bowed deeply, her posture very humble, her tone almost overflowing with gratitude. Until they left the hospital, Lin Anin's mother felt like she was dreaming. After getting in the car, she pinched herself. Ouch. Mom, what are you doing? Nothing, I'm just happy. She leaned forward a bit. Mingzhou, we really owe you this time. Otherwise, Anin's illness. Chu Mingzhou glanced at Lin Anin through the rear-view mirror. It's nothing, just a small effort. Lin Anin's mother settled back in her seat, sighing with a mix of relief and emotion. Anin is just held back by her health. If she recovers, she will surely live a wonderful life with you. She graduated from a university for workers and farmers, is knowledgeable, well-educated, and has many talents. And she's pretty too. You two should have a few more kids later on. Lin's mother was already imagining a bright future for her daughter after recovery. Lin Anin was completely stunned. She quickly interrupted, Mom, please stop talking nonsense. Lin's mother glanced at her, looking as if she understood. What's there to be shy about? I'm your mom, and that's your partner, Lin Anin. She looked at Chu Mingzhou and saw his profile was flushed red. Once they got home, Lin's mother took Chu Minglan to the supply and marketing cooperative, saying she wanted to buy some meat to celebrate properly. The excitement was as if Lin Anin had already fully recovered. Lin's mother, if she could just be patient, was truly a great socializer. She could chat with anyone and make them feel comfortable in just a few words. People in this era were simple and friendly, especially in a military compound. Anyone who met Lin's mother responded politely and had a good impression of her. The military compound had strict rules, but there were many military families from all over, with varying cultural backgrounds, so casual conversations were common. In the midst of all this, Lin's mother heard some big news. The military cafeteria has been closed due to food safety issues and is currently under inspection. It probably won't reopen until next year after new staff are hired. Now, every household can only eat at home. It just happened a few days ago. I heard that a reporter from Xinhua News Agency who came to interview the troops got food poisoning. Yes, even the musicians from the art troupe ended up in the hospital. The poisoning was serious and nearly cost someone their life. Lin's mother recalled that the officer in her son-in-law's car seemed to have gone to the hospital for this reason. She didn't say much, just listened. When others asked, she didn't share her opinions on the matter. While Lin's mother was listening intently, a young woman nearby suddenly spoke up. "Auntie, you came at just the right time. Captain Chu can finally have a warm meal. He's usually so busy and needs someone to take care of him, especially since we're all family now. And Lon is still so young." What she said seemed reasonable, but it was actually a complaint about Linen. After all, taking care of a man is the wife's responsibility, not the mother-in-law's. Lin's mother glanced at her and noticed her slightly raised chin and a hint of pride on her face. She was dressed decently, which gave her some confidence to say this. Lin's mother looked down, feeling a bit unhappy, but didn't show it. "Yes, you're right. My daughter isn't in great health. However, she is already receiving treatment. Mingzhou took her to see a specialist right away. I can only help them a little and can't stay long. Once she gets better, she will surely have a good life. I will have her learn from you, as there aren't many capable and kind children like you. I really like you." Her words left the young wife speechless, unsure of how to respond. Lin's mother didn't want to argue further and smiled as she said goodbye. "I've bought enough groceries, so I'll take Xiaolan home now. You all should come over to visit sometime." Chu Minglan kept her head down, tightly holding onto the peanut candy Lin's mother had just bought, and quickly followed her. When they got home, Lin Anan was sitting by the fire chatting with Chu Mingzhou. After their experience at the hospital, their relationship had strangely grown closer, at least enough to have a conversation. Chu Mingzhou looked at her with a bit more warmth and patience than before. They were discussing Lin Zihua joining the military in the Northwest. Lin Anan was trying to test Chu Mingzhou's thoughts on the matter, but progress was slow. He seemed unresponsive. No matter what she said, Chu Mingzhou barely reacted, hardly even lifting his eyelids. This was quite sudden. "I asked my brother to join the military in the Northwest. It just happened to be the end of the year, and there were 3 spots available in Sioux City. Not many people were willing to come at this time, which is why he managed to get in," he said, frowning slightly and giving a soft HM. "It's good that he's here. With you as his brother-in-law, he will have a better sense of ambition," Lin Anan said. When she called him brother-in-law, Chu Mingzhou finally reacted, looking at her seriously and saying, "I can't help him much and won't give him special treatment." Lin Anan quickly waved her hands. No, I know the Northwest Military District is the largest and toughest in our country. If he's coming, he must have thought it through." Lin's mother overheard their conversation and felt her mouth twitch. She knew her son well. He had no real plan. When he found out he was selected, he was still crying for help. Lin's mother was worried that he might end up as a deserter, facing punishment and possibly jail time. And in his right, since Zihua is here, it shows he is determined. No matter how tough it gets, he has to endure. With Mingzhou as a role model to encourage him, he will definitely improve. Lin's mother said this, and Chu Mingzhou couldn't argue back, so he stood up and nodded. "Mingzhou, please sit down. You've worked hard all afternoon. You must be hungry. Let me have a sip of water, and I'll cook for you right away." Lin's mother treated Chu Mingzhou with the same warmth as she did with Linen. Her kindness was genuine. As the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law sees her son-in-law, the more she likes him. That was how Lin's mother felt about Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou had a naturally cold personality and didn't say many sweet words, making him a bit intimidating to those who weren't familiar with him. But Lin's mother could sense his warm heart beneath his cool exterior, and she was sure he was a good kid. "Thank you for your hard work." Chu Mingzhou's sudden expression of gratitude made Lin's mother pause with her cup in hand. "Oh, it's no trouble at all. As long as you enjoy the food, I'm happy. Just let me know what you like and I'll make it for you." After her long speech, Chu Mingzhou's expression softened a bit, and he nodded in agreement. Before Lin's mother could finish speaking, there was a knock at the door. It was getting late, and families were starting to prepare dinner, so anyone arriving at this hour must have urgent business. Chu Mingzhou went straight to open the door. The visitor was Commander Su, who had met Lin's mother and daughter earlier. He wasn't alone. A young man wearing glasses followed him. "Mingzhou, this is Chen Huamao, a reporter from Xinhua News Agency. This is my subordinate, Captain Chu Mingzhou. Reporter Chen politely stepped forward to shake hands. I apologize. The heavy snow yesterday blocked the mountains, and the trains were halted, which caused the delay. I'm sorry that Comrade Chu had to make a trip for nothing. Not a big deal, Chu Mingzhou replied, leading them into the main hall. Seeing two guests arrive at this hour, Lin's mother figured they must be staying for dinner. She thought she needed to cook more rice and add a couple of extra dishes. Commander Su noticed Lin's mother standing at the kitchen door and slowed his steps, pulling out some tickets and cash from his pocket. Sister, we came in a hurry and didn't bring any food. We need to share a meal with you tonight. I apologize for the trouble. Lin's mother quickly waved her hands. No, it's fine. I bought extra food, so it's just one meal. No need to be polite. Commander Su insisted on giving her something. In the end, it was Chu Mingzhou who spoke up and encouraged her to accept it. Only then did Lin's mother nervously take it, determined to prepare a good meal. Lin's mother may not understand many things, but she knows that the commander is higher in rank than the battalion leader. This person is the boss of her son-in-law, so she must treat him well. In the main hall, only Lin Anin was present. She had been lazily leaning back, but now she sat up straight, her small frame upright, with her hands resting on her thighs, looking very obedient. Commander Su nodded at her and sat down across from her. After a few people were seated, Lin Anin politely stood up and found an excuse to return to her room. She certainly wouldn't interrupt their serious discussion. As she reached the door, she vaguely heard them talking about translations, languages, and urgent documents. Translations? Lin Anin was proficient in 6 languages: English, French, Russian, Chinese, Japanese, and Spanish. When it came to foreign languages, she was quite professional. If Chu Mingzhou needed help, she would be happy to assist him. But then she thought about it. Since he was in the military, even if there was a need, the organization would surely assign someone, and they wouldn't require her unconventional skills. Lin Anin pursed her lips, didn't think much more about it, and continued back to her room. After a whole afternoon of various checks, she was indeed a bit tired and wanted to take a short break to recharge. In the hall, Commander Su looked serious. Mingzhou, you need to be mentally prepared. I know you've been waiting for this opportunity for 2 years. But right now, the colleagues from Xinhua News Agency are still in the intensive care unit and cannot complete their work. The English translation will be handled by reporter Xiao Chun, but the Japanese translation. He was referring to a report about the Special Operations Battalion of the Northwest Army, which needed to be accurately sent abroad. Its importance was immeasurable, and there could not be any mistakes, as it directly concerned the reputation of the country. If the translation was not up to standard, not only would they fail to promote the strength of Chinese soldiers, but they could also make things worse. But right now, they had to act quickly. Where could they find a Japanese translator in such a short time? Reporter Chen looked worried. We do have other Japanese translators at the Xinhua headquarters, but it would be impossible for them to arrive from Kyoto in time. If it were just written translation, it would be fine, but this also requires recording, which has very high demands for spoken language. Chu Mingzhou furrowed his brow, feeling frustrated. He knew that in the Northwest Military District, it would be impossible to find someone. Everyone here would rather avoid anything related to the island nation, so who would want to learn Japanese? I'll go to Lin City tomorrow to see if I can find someone. Captain Su sighed deeply. All right, don't worry too much. If this doesn't work out, we'll aim for next year. Chu Mingzhou clenched his fist, feeling unwilling to accept the situation. As the commander of the Special Forces Battalion, he understood how rare this opportunity was. With so many military districts in Huagua, chances for the Northwest Military District were few. Dinner was prepared lavishly, with 6 dishes and a soup. There were braised pork, spicy fish pieces, scallion omelet, stir-fried shredded radish with soy sauce pork, stewed cabbage, stir-fried bean sprouts, and angelica chicken soup. As soon as the dishes were served, they not only looked good but also smelled wonderful, lifting the spirits of the 3 who were deep in thought. Please have a seat, leader. Chen, please sit as well. These are just some home-cooked dishes. I hope they suit your taste. Lin's mother politely invited everyone to sit and served rice. Captain Su looked around, but didn't see Lin. No need to be formal. Where is Mingzhou's wife? Tell her to come eat quickly, and you all sit down together. After saying this, he personally welcomed Chu Minglan. Lan, may please sit. Chu Minglan glanced at her older brother and, seeing him nod, carefully took a seat at the end of the table. Her eyes sparkled. She had contributed to this feast, and her aunt had taught her how to cook. She felt quite proud, thinking she was now a great chef. Linen was helped out by Lin's mother, still looking a bit sleepy and not very energetic. Captain Su glanced at her, paused for a moment, and didn't say anything, but felt a bit regretful. He had a deep friendship with Chu Mingzhou's father, and he had raised Chu Mingzhou himself, knowing well the boy's strengths. As an elder, he hoped Mingzhou could lead a good life and have a real home. When he learned that Chu Mingzhou's fiancée was chosen by his late teacher, a kind family he met while helping farmers, Captain Su wholeheartedly approved. Country girls are great. They are capable and honest, down to earth. But Linen clearly doesn't seem like someone who can manage a household. Just look at her. Mingzhou will have to take care of her. She is obviously a burden. Captain Su was straightforward, his feelings clear on his face. He was polite, but not very warm towards Linen. Reporter Chen, however, was quite talkative and had a good conversation with. He was polite, but not very warm towards Linen. Reporter Chen, however, was quite talkative and had a good conversation with Lin's mother. 3 days ago, he and his colleague split up to go to Lin County for an interview, which caused him to miss the food poisoning incident. His colleague was hospitalized due to the poisoning, leading to a significant reporting error, leaving him overwhelmed. He hadn't eaten properly for 2 days. Now, facing a table full of delicious appetite, does that mean you will work abroad? Wow, Xiao Chun, you're impressive. Aren't you still under 30? That's quite an achievement. Lin's mother was amazed as she listened to Chun talk about some interesting stories from abroad. Chun felt a bit shy from the compliment and smiled. Yes, I am 28 this year. Thank you for the praise, but this is just my job. However, the place I'm going to is quite far, on the other side of the earth, haha. Lin's mother thought for a moment. She had spent her whole life in Sioux City and had only traveled nearby with her husband. The farthest she had been was to the northwest. She had no concept of the other side of the earth. Not knowing how to respond, she turned her daughter, Arnon graduated from university. She had no concept of the other side of the earth. Not knowing how to respond, she turned her daughter, Arnon graduated from university for workers and farmers, and she knows a lot. She should know where the other side of the earth is. Linen had just finished eating and wiped her mouth with a napkin, smiling as she nodded. Yes, if I remember correctly, it's in the southeastern part of South America, facing the Atlantic Ocean. Comrade Lin, you really know. I read about it. That area should be country A, seeing that the young girl Cierto means correct. Linen raised her eyebrows slightly, suddenly interested. Mr. Chun is impressive. You can speak Spanish. She spoke in Spanish even more fluently than he did. The room fell silent. Chen's eyes widened, and the others exchanged glances. Comrade Lin, you can actually speak Spanish? Lin paused her smile but quickly returned to normal. Yes, I was fortunate to learn a bit while studying. You learned a bit? Your language talent is remarkable. Not only is your pronunciation standard, but it's also very authentic. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were a professional. Lin chuckled a little, then quickly composed herself. Some things shouldn't be shown off too much. Lin's mother couldn't understand all this, but felt very proud. She thought her daughter only spoke English, but she didn't know she could speak Spanish too. Feeling pleased, Lin's mother praised her daughter again. Arnon is amazing. She can speak English too. Her university teachers praise her, saying her English is even better than theirs. It's not easy for kids today to learn foreign languages, right? Isn't my daughter quite impressive? Lin's mother looked proud and hopeful, wanting others to agree with her. Especially in front of her son-in-law, she wanted everyone to see how capable her daughter was. Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin with a slight smile, seeming to agree. Reporter Chen had a face full of admiration, Yes, Comrade Lin is amazing. Truly a highly educated person.
Right.
Lin's mother gently nudged Lin, say a few words. Lin felt a bit awkward, like a child being forced to show off their talent during the new year. With so many people watching, she didn't want to disappoint and casually shared a few everyday thoughts. Her perfect London accent left everyone a bit stunned. Others were confused because they couldn't understand her. Reporter Chen was surprised. Comrade Lin, your accent is so perfect. Better than my spoken English. No wonder you were praised by university teachers. He gave her a thumbs up. Lin smiled shyly and changed the subject to some polite conversation. However, her polite words reflected the original owner's true feelings, simple and sincere. I don't have grand ambitions, nor have I seen much of the world, but I am in awe of it and curious. I only know that studying more is the way to truly go out into the world, to serve my country, and give back to society. Unfortunately, I've had health issues since I was young. Everyone paused again, looking at the small girl in front of them, delicate yet incredibly strong. Her core beliefs were highly insightful, far beyond the average person. She truly was a remarkable young woman. What a pity, indeed. Reporter Chen sighed. It's embarrassing to say, but we came to the Northwest Military District for a big event. He paused, avoiding the details. There was supposed to be a celebration, but unfortunately my colleague was hospitalized due to food poisoning. Otherwise, I would have introduced you to her. She is also a talented young woman, fluent in both English and Japanese, truly a knowledgeable person from the working class. Lin replied warmly and sincerely, I'm sure she will recover safely, and there will be a chance to meet in the future. Mentioning the reporter made Captain Su and Chu Mingzhou's expressions darken again, serious and anxious, looking quite troubled. Lin's mother noticed their expressions and asked with concern, Mingzhou, is there something troubling you? Why do you look so serious? Chu Mingzhou shook his head, it's nothing. Captain Su also didn't want to discuss the matter further. The meal was finished, and he stood up, ready to leave. Lin's mother hurriedly got up to help send them off. Lin finished eating and felt it was impolite to just sit there, so she quietly got up and followed. Mingzhou, do your best tomorrow. It's not easy to find a Japanese translator. Remember, don't get too stuck on one thing.
Commander Su instruct.
Chu Mingzhou nodded politely as he saw the two off. As he turned around, his expression was stern, even colder than the icy snow. His tightly furrowed brows showed his worries. A Japanese translator? A cold wind blew in, making Lin shiver. Cough, 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 hey, what are you doing out here?
Go back.
The doctor said you can't catch a chill. You don't need to send them off. Can you just stay put? Lin's mother hurried Lin back inside like a mother hen. Lin. Xiaolon has warmed up the bed for you. Go lie down and rest. You're not needed here. Lin glanced at Chu Mingzhou, wanting to ask him about the Japanese translation, but she was coughing too much to ask, so she had to head back to her room first. The nights in the Northwest are long. The next day, when Lin woke up, it was still not fully light outside, and the world was wrapped in a quiet grayish hue. The thick snow looked like a giant blanket covering the military compound. Through the window, the outlines of the mountains appeared hazy in the morning light, and the trees on the mountains had long lost their leaves, leaving only bare branches like black silhouettes. Lin's mother got up even earlier than Lin. Smoke was rising from the kitchen chimney, adding a warm touch to the cold morning. When Lin came out, Chu Mingzhou was just opening his door. Lin paused for a moment. Her first thought was that he was really tall and handsome. Even the heavy military coat looked great on him. He had his hands casually in the pockets, standing tall like a pine tree. The morning light hit his profile, making his features more defined, giving off a clean, stern, and sharp impression. This man was like a leopard. Anan and Mingzhou are up? Mom made sweet steamed buns and big meat buns. Hurry up and eat. Lin's mother had already prepared breakfast, and Chu Minglan was munching on a big meat bun, with oil at the corners of her mouth. Seeing both of them looking at her, she shyly retreated to the kitchen. Brother, sister-in-law, I also helped Aunt make porridge. It goes really well with the meat buns.
Thank you, Xiaolan.
My sister-in-law will be here to eat soon. Lin Enin greeted Chu Minglan and nodded at Chu Mingzhou. She adjusted her scarf to block the wind and snow and headed outside, saying, I'll go to the restroom first.
Hey.
Isn't there a chamber pot in the room? You can use it there. Mom will clean it later, and it's so cold outside. Lin's mother had work to do, and seeing her daughter had already left, she could only shake her head in resignation. The public restroom wasn't very far from home, just 2 turns, and she would be there. Lin Enin felt it was a hassle, but there was no other choice. The public restroom in the military compound was much better than those outside. At least it was built properly, with separate facilities for men and women, and the stalls had partitions, which was quite decent. Lin Enin felt helpless. If she could hold it, she wouldn't want to go out in this cold. But no one had a bathroom at home, so everyone had to use the public restroom. Every time she used that chamber pot, it felt like a punishment, awkward and uncomfortable. Lin Enin thought about the restroom for the umpteenth time. She really wanted one. Since coming to the 1970s, the thing she wanted most was a bathroom at home, one where she could shower and use the toilet. Hey, have you heard? There's going to be big news from the Special Operations Camp. It seems the report showcasing their achievements can't be done. As soon as Lin Enin squatted down, 2 other women came in, linking arms. The restroom was the perfect place for gossip. I know, what a pity. The soldiers from the Special Operations Camp were supposed to be in the newspaper. I think it must be that ungrateful wife of Captain Chu causing trouble. Lin Enin. Hey, be careful with that superstitious talk, or you might get reported to the authorities. What's wrong with that? Everyone says it privately. You haven't seen that girl, have you? Oh, she looks so sickly. She could fall over with a gust of wind. It's definitely her bad luck and illness. Really? I heard they are getting a divorce. Yes, Captain Chu is really fed up with her. He submitted the divorce application, but it won't be approved until after the new year. I hope it doesn't end badly for Captain Chu's family before they finalize it. I mean, how can such a good guy like Captain Chu be so unlucky? Lin Enin couldn't help but laugh in anger. She was getting dragged into this gossip? Strangers were wishing her ill? She stood up, tidied her clothes, and walked past the 2 women. As she made a little noise, they fell silent. When they saw her face, the loudest woman, Aunt Hu, was left with her mouth agape. Good morning, Auntie. Just remember to wipe your mouth after using the restroom. Lin Enin smiled sweetly at her and waved. Aunt Hu was taken aback. It wasn't until the person walked away that she reacted. What does she mean? Is she saying my mouth is dirty?
Ugh.
That short-lived girl. Another aunt, trying to hold back a smile, quickly pulled up her pants and stood up. Oh, don't be angry. You were the one who joked first. Hurry up, my bottom is freezing. I need to head back. Lin Enin hummed a little tune, enjoying the snowy scenery, and didn't take those words to heart. As soon as she got home, she ran into the hurried Chu Mingzhou. One frowned as he walked out, while the other smiled as she walked in. He was moving so fast that he didn't give anyone a chance to react, and they bumped into each other. Chu Mingzhou instinctively raised his arm to block, but, upon seeing Lin Enin, quickly changed it to support her. He pulled her back with great speed and steadied her. Are you okay? Lin Enin stumbled, her cotton shoes sinking deep into the snow beside her, making her pale with fright. That scare left her breathless. Cough, 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 a loud coughing fit erupted. Chu Mingzhou pressed his lips together tightly, gripping her hand and guiding her inside. Lin's mother heard the commotion and rushed out, taking Lin Enin from his hands. I told you it's cold outside. Why are you so stubborn? If you get sick, what will we do? Chu Mingzhou glanced at the time, then at Lin Enin, his eyes flashing with urgency and a hint of worry he didn't even realize he had. When Lin Enin looked up, she met his gaze. Putting the pieces together, she understood what he was worried about. She wanted to say she could speak Japanese and ask if he needed help, but she was coughing too much to speak. Mingzhou, don't you have something urgent to attend to? You should go ahead. Anin has this old issue. It's nothing serious. Mingzhou nodded and helped her to the main room before quickly leaving again. Lin Anin watched him go and thought it was fine. As long as he could find what he needed, that was enough. Although she wanted to return the favor, she wouldn't push it. This was just a small incident, but it caught Aunt Hu's attention as she walked back. What she saw seemed to confirm her thoughts. Indeed, this sickly girl has a dark heart, a sharp tongue, and poor health. Captain Chu is not just annoyed with her. They are practically strangers. Look, the person is so sick, yet Captain Chu doesn't even take a look and just walks away. Because of this, Lin Anin's reputation took a big hit just from her connection with Aunt Hu. When this news reached Aunt Wang, she couldn't stop smiling. Aunt Wang, feeling pleased, started spreading rumors and even discussed when Lin Anin would be kicked out. They came here during the new year just to enjoy the holiday, knowing our military compound has good conditions. At the end of the year, we get rice, flour, pork, lamb, fish. And they probably want Captain Chu to spend money on her medical care. TSK, I've heard she's a college student. With her behavior, she doesn't show any integrity of an educated person. Those young workers have a better understanding, at least they know about going to the countryside. Aunt Wang spat out the sunflower seed shell. She's a farmer's child. But look at her. Does she even look like one? With her attitude, she probably can't earn a single work point in the countryside. As for Mingzhou finding a Japanese translator, he naturally couldn't find one. There were none in the Northwest Military District, nor in the nearby big cities like Lan City, Shi City, or Bai City. The Special Operations team sent out over 30 people, but they found nothing. The main issue was that the language was rare and the request was too sudden. Mingzhou returned home after midnight, having run around all day. He wasn't physically tired, but he felt very heavy-hearted and tense. He intended to go straight to his room, but noticed the door next door was gently opened. Lin's mother came out wearing a cotton coat, rubbing her eyes. Mingzhou, you're back? Why are you so busy this late? It's so cold. Go sit in the living room, and I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Mingzhou paused, his deep eyes flickering. No need. I'm not hungry. You should rest. You're not eating? Have something. Anin is hungry, and it's the same to cook one bowl. It turned out Lin Anin wanted a late-night snack. Mingzhou wanted to refuse, but his stomach protested. He had only eaten 2 meat buns all day and hadn't even tasted them properly because he was lost in thought. Well, you've worked hard. It's not hard. It's just something I do. At that moment, Lin Anin was checking the warmth of her cotton coat with her foot. She wanted to make sure it was warm before putting it on. Lin Anin didn't know why, but her stomach kept growling, making Lin's mother get up to prepare a late-night snack. She was really, really hungry. It must be the medicine that has caused this body to have a poor appetite. The only change has been taking the medicine prescribed by Professor Liang. Ever since she started taking it, she gets hungry very quickly, almost wanting to eat 6 meals a day. This made Lin's mother very happy. She doesn't mind cooking at all. As long as her daughter is willing to eat, she would gladly make 10 meals. When Lin Anin was about to eat noodles, she noticed Mingzhou sitting up straight. Where have you been? Why are you back so late? There's a strong wind and snow outside. You need to be careful. Lin Anin had already taken a nap and felt lazy, her voice soft like a feather brushing against the heart, very gentle. She wasn't really concerned about Mingzhou. They were just sitting face to face, so she casually asked. However, Mingzhou's heart raced a bit at her concern. He frowned and shifted slightly to the left, using the dim light to hide his slightly flushed cheeks. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, I went to Lin City for some business.
Huh?
Lin Anin suddenly looked up, remembering he mentioned looking for a translator today. You didn't go looking for a Japanese translator, did you? Didn't the organization assign anyone? Coming back so late means you probably didn't find anyone, right? After asking, Lin Anin realized she'd spoken out of turn because his gaze towards her seemed a bit fierce. In this era, it's not wise to inquire about military matters, especially sensitive translation issues. It could lead to serious consequences, even being accused of espionage. I just heard about it and was worried about you, so I asked, Lin Anan said, swallowing hard, her heart racing. Come, it's late. Eat something light. Mom made you scallion and egg noodles. Lin's mother came in just then with 2 bowls of noodles, breaking the awkward atmosphere between them. Mingzhou looked at Lin Anan deeply before standing up to take a bowl. Thank you, this is great. You should try it and see if you like it. If it's too bland, I can add some soy sauce, Lin's mother said, placing a bowl in front of Lin Anan. Lin Anan glanced at Mingzhou, bit her lip, and picked up her chopsticks to take small bites. Mingzhou, on the other hand, ate quickly, finishing half a bowl in just a few bites. However, he had good table manners. Lin's mother was very tired. I'm going to sleep now. I have to get up early tomorrow. Just leave the bowls when you're done. Lin Anan felt guilty that her mother was so tired, yet still made them a late-night snack. Mom, you should go to bed. I'll finish and then come back. Mingzhou nodded in agreement, feeling a warm sensation inside, something unfamiliar. This also scattered the inquiries about Lin Anan. After Lin's mother left, Lin Anan noticed that the person's expression grew colder. I just want to help. I can speak Japanese, and if you need it, I can assist you. After Mingzhou finished his noodles and put down his chopsticks, Lin Anan quickly swallowed a mouthful of noodles and mentioned that she could speak Japanese. What did you say? Mingzhou frowned, seeming a bit confused. I can speak Japanese. You can speak Japanese?
Yes.
Mingzhou looked at her seriously for a moment, then focused on her bowl. No need, just eat. He wanted her to finish quickly, so he could wash the bowl. Having seen Lin Anan speak English and Spanish yesterday, he knew she had a talent for languages. But she was still so young, it was unlikely she could master 3 languages. Even if she understood some, it wouldn't be enough to work as an international translator. Since it wasn't possible, there was no need to discuss it. This was a crucial matter that couldn't be taken lightly. If it didn't work out, it could be illegal. Her health was poor, and he couldn't let her take risks for him. Lin Anan had no idea what Mingzhou was thinking and felt a bit lost. Did he find another translator since he rejected her so decisively? Have you found someone? I speak Japanese very well and can communicate with the locals fluently. You say you can communicate with people from the islands in Japanese? Lin Anan nodded. Mingzhou instinctively tapped his fingers on the table, and after a while, as if testing the waters, he asked, How good is your Japanese? Fluent and proficient, just like how we're talking now. Mingzhou fell silent, his brow furrowing deeper as he began to consider the possibilities. Comrade Lin Anan. His tone was serious, almost like he was addressing a party member. Lin Anan felt inexplicably nervous and sat up straight. Yes. Are you sure you can translate Japanese reports and express them in fluent, accurate Japanese? Mingzhou stared at her, his expression more serious than ever. Lin Anan quickly adjusted her demeanor and nodded. Yes, no problem at all. I'm very capable, trust me.
Mingzhou.
Lin Anan was serious, and her expression was sincere, but there was a hint of pride in her eyes. Calling him husband made the usually serious Mingzhou's ears turn red. Okay, I understand. I'll contact you again tomorrow. Hearing this official statement, Lin Anan almost laughed but managed to hold it in. Okay, Captain Chu. Eat quickly, or it will get cold. Yes. Someone across from her was watching her eat, which made Lin Anan feel a bit awkward. But she was hungry, so she thought, let them watch. I look good anyway. After she finished her noodles, someone took her bowl away and quickly cleaned the table. Only then did Lin Anan realize why he was sitting across from her. He was waiting for the bowl. Indeed, Captain Chu's hardworking spirit was commendable. Lin Anan straightened up, mimicking a leader's serious demeanor, put her hands behind her back, and walked away with a leader's stride. When Mingzhou looked up, he saw this scene and smiled slightly, finding it oddly cute. However, the smile faded as soon as he realized his thoughts, returning to his usual cold and serious expression. Lin Anan was full and ready for bed. But she ate too much and couldn't sleep at all that night. The consequence of staying up late was that she couldn't get up the next day. This led to Mingzhou and the other leaders sitting in the main hall, waiting for her to wake up and freshen up. When Lin Anan finally sat in the main hall, she faced 5 older leaders, some smiling and others observing her. The fact that Mingzhou could bring her home showed that the situation was urgent. He believed Lin Anan's words from the night before. "This is Comrade Lin Anan," Mingzhou introduced her first. Commander Su whispered something to an older man beside him, then turned to Lin Anan with a serious expression. "Comrade Lin, as a military spouse, you should understand the weight of your responsibilities. I hope you can uphold principles more than others. Our discussion here needs to be kept confidential." Lin Anan instinctively sat up straight and nodded seriously.
Yes.
Seeing her obedient demeanor, the older man smiled and patted Commander Su's arm. "No need to be so serious. You might scare her." Lin Anan met the older man's smile but felt no relaxation, staying fully alert. It felt like they were about to undertake a very important revolutionary task. The weight of responsibility was heavy. The older man glanced at the middle-aged man next to him, who immediately opened a notebook and began to ask questions, while the others fell silent, all ears on Lin Anan. "Comrade Lin, Captain Chu reported to the higher-ups that you are fluent in Japanese and can provide one-on-one accurate translation. Is this true?"
Yes.
"This translation is an international report and the content is complex. Are you sure you can handle it?" "Yes, I can. This report needs to be translated completely and recorded for broadcast. Are you certain you can do it? It will be shared with the whole world." Lin Anan confidently replied, "I can." The middle-aged man tightened his grip on the pen and asked one last question. "This report is nearly 5,000 words long, and you only have 1 day to prepare. Is that okay?" Lin Anan paused for a moment, but showed no hesitation as she nodded again, "No problem. A 5,000-word report will take about 3.5 hours. Leaders, please rest assured, I will complete the work seriously and responsibly." The others noticed Lin Anan's calm demeanor and confident tone, and their eyes brightened. The elder quietly asked Mingzhou, "Captain Chu, this is very important. Are you sure she can handle it?" For some reason, Mingzhou felt no doubt and replied, "I am willing to vouch for Comrade Lin. I hope the organization gives her this opportunity." Seeing his attitude, the elder smiled warmly. "Good. Then let Comrade Lin Anan go to the translation office to finalize this. Inform the Xinhua news agency reporter that everything will proceed as usual." "Yes, General Zheng." Lin Anan's throat moved slightly, and she fidgeted with her hands on her thighs, feeling a bit nervous, but sitting up straight. She's made it. She's connected with the general now. Once the decision was made, another person took over to hand things off to Lin Anan, asking about her education and language learning experiences. When they learned that Lin Anan was a student from a workers' and peasants' university, they smiled in satisfaction. When they found out that she had self-taught Japanese, they were taken aback. In the end, Lin Anan showcased a bit of English that they could understand, impressing them. "Rest assured, my Japanese is better than my English. Due to personal health reasons, I don't have many opportunities to contribute to the country. I'm really happy to have this chance, so I will definitely do my best." She then glanced at Mingzhou. "I won't let Captain Chu or the Northwest Military Region down." After saying this, everyone turned their eyes to Lin Anan. Mingzhou felt a bit flustered, cleared his throat awkwardly, stood up, and left with Captain Su. Seeing the door open and Mingzhou come out, Lin's mother guessed that the discussion was likely over. Lin's mother wisely brought out hot tea, saying, "This is Longjing tea from our Jiangnan region, grown in our village. It's not expensive, but it tastes good." As Lin Anan passed by, she was handed a small pill and was signaled to hold it in her mouth. There was no choice. Lin's mother was most worried about her daughter getting sick in front of so many important people. Professor Liang said the pill was for soothing the throat and could help stop coughing if held in the mouth. By the time everything was settled, it was already past lunchtime. The leaders came and went quickly, leaving only team leader Su and Mingzhou behind. Lin Anan felt extremely hungry. When Lin's mother brought out the dishes, Everyone started eating, and she was more eager than anyone else. It was more sorghum rice, which scratched her throat. What Lin Anin thought was a focused effort to eat quickly appeared to Mingzhou as slow and delicate eating. He was particularly meticulous, almost too delicate. Once they had eaten enough, team leader Su glanced at the time. Reporter Chen should have arrived by now. We should head over. Mingzhou's concern was more evident than yesterday. Are you okay? Do you feel unwell?
Me?
I'm fine. A few hours of work is no problem.
Good.
Lin Anin put on her earthy-colored plaid coat, with a thick braid hanging down her left chest. Most of her small face was wrapped in a knitted scarf, and her bright eyes were scanning the surroundings. She was taken to the military translation office of the Northwest Military Region. The building looked plain, with gray concrete walls showing signs of age. The office door was a heavy wooden one with some paint peeling off. Inside, there were several wooden desks neatly arranged with paper, pens, dictionaries, and various documents. Tall wooden bookshelves lined the walls, filled with military books and materials in different languages. The cement floor was clean, though there were some signs of wear. Several people were already waiting, including Reporter Chen. Captain Chu, Comrade Lin. Hello, Reporter Chen. Reporter Chen greeted both Mingzhou and Lin Anin. I really didn't expect Comrade Lin to understand Japanese. You are quite talented. Besides Reporter Chen, there were a few others in military uniforms, clearly from the army. Their presence at this time suggested they were also involved in translation work. Shall we begin? Lin Anin and Reporter Chen were assigned to adjacent seats. The report had been refined by the poison reporter, and Chen had polished it further, so Lin Anin only needed to translate it accurately. Comrade Lin, you can look at these photos to get a sense of the text.
Okay.
Mingzhou stood quietly not far from the door, occasionally glancing at Lin Anin's small face, watching her serious expression. She was so small, yet seemed to be full of energy. Energy? Mingzhou frowned, feeling that this word might not be right. But at that moment, Lin Anin was shining. Her face radiated confidence, and her gentle voice flowed smoothly in a foreign language. She was truly dazzling. Lin Anin handled the translation easily. It felt as simple as eating to her, with no difficulty at all. She occasionally glanced at the photos in her hands. The pictures showed soldiers from the Special Operations Camp, all carefully selected elite troops with excellent physical conditions, each standing tall like pine trees, their eyes sharp. In formation, their movements were synchronized, each step steady and strong, their arms swinging powerfully like a precise machine in operation, without any mistakes. They looked impeccable and impressive. Among them, Mingzhou stood out the most. In one close-up, he was climbing a rope, leaping down from a height, his muscles taut, displaying great strength, moving gracefully like a leopard. Lin Anin's hand brushed over his face, her heart racing. This man certainly had a certain charm in uniform. He was so manly. Reporter Chen's English was quite good, but his spoken language was rather standard, lacking vivid expression. But Lin Anin was different. Her fluent London accent was remarkable. In no time, she lifted the atmosphere in the military translation office, encouraging everyone to communicate with her in English. She even got the shy comrades to speak confidently. Comrade Lin, your English is really good. I think you could be my teacher. Although I don't understand Japanese, Comrade Lin's Japanese must be very standard. Comrade Lin is amazing. She translates Japanese while talking to us, perfectly multitasking. When the translation work ended, everyone's gaze towards Lin Anin had changed. From initial curiosity to friendly admiration, mixed with appreciation and respect. By the way, Reporter Chen, is the filming tomorrow morning? Will Comrade Lin be on camera?
Well, I'm not sure about that.
Reporter Chen turned his gaze to the quietly standing Mingzhou nearby. Tomorrow was the final recording, and once it was done, everything would be over. Opportunities to be on camera are indeed rare, but Lin Anin is not part of the military or Xinhua news agency. Mingzhou frowned slightly and nodded to Reporter Chen. I'll verify it right away. Everyone approached Lin and In with a mindset of giving it a try, and this trust was placed in Mingzhou. No one really considered whether she would be on camera tomorrow. In fact, most people doubted she could finish her work in one afternoon. I'll have someone take you home first. Okay, cough, cough, cough. As soon as they stepped outside, a cold wind hit Lin and In, making her cough hard. Inside, it was warm, and she had focused entirely on work in the afternoon, so she had barely coughed at all. Now that she relaxed, the cold air irritated her throat, making her feel very uncomfortable. Mingzhou pressed his lips together and gently pulled her back. Sit down and take a moment. Have some water. Reporter Chen also paused. Comrade Lin, are you okay? Lin and In waved her hand and quickly took the cup of water, sipping it with Mingzhou's help. Her cough echoed loudly in the hallway. In the northwest, it gets dark quickly. By the time she had a sip of water, the sun had already set. There was a soldier waiting at the door for Mingzhou, glancing inside from time to time. You can go ahead and work. I'm fine. I can go back by myself. Lin and In understood the seriousness of the situation and insisted she could return on her own, urging him to focus on his important tasks. Reporter Chen nodded in agreement. I'll take Comrade Lin back. Captain Chu, you should verify the important matters. Mingzhou paused. Okay. He looked at Lin and In again and continued to Reporter Chen. Why don't you come over for dinner? Wait for me a moment, and I'll come back to confirm the results with you. Huh, that sounds great. I'm still thinking about your aunt's cooking. Reporter Chen was not shy about it, patting his pocket for money, and left with the two of them. Mingzhou remained worried about Lin and In's health. It would take at least 20 minutes to walk home, and given her fragile state, he feared the wind might her away halfway.
Wait.
Before long, Mingzhou had a bicycle brought over, signaling for Lin and In to ride it back. Reporter Chen was very considerate, immediately helping Lin and In onto the back seat of the bike. He didn't ride but pushed the bike instead. It's dark and the road is slippery. It's safer this way. Captain Chu, you can go ahead. I will ensure Comrade Lin gets home safely. Okay, thank you. The last bit of twilight was swallowed by the dusk, and the sky turned dark. A sense of tranquility filled the darkening road. Lin and In looked unwell, her face pale as snow, and she seemed very weak. She leaned slightly forward, as if she might fall off the bicycle at any moment. Comrade Lin, sit tight. I'll go a bit faster. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. The wheels rolled on the ground, making a faint squeaking sound. Reporter Chen occasionally glanced back to check on Lin and In's condition, gripping the bicycle handlebars tightly, afraid that even a slight bump would make her feel worse. What was just a normal farewell caught the attention of Aunt Wang and Aunt Hu. When they saw Reporter Chen pushing Lin and In home, they quickly hid and quietly followed for a while. Isn't that Lin and In? What's going on with her? That young man looks unfamiliar. Is he a new recruit? I've never seen him before. I haven't seen him either. Lin and In just got here a few days ago, and she's already so bold? How embarrassing. This not only ruins the atmosphere in our community, but is also quite inappropriate. Aunt Wang noticed Aunt Hu getting more worked up and quickly pulled her back. They exchanged a glance and changed direction, hurrying away. By the time Lin and In got home, she felt almost frozen. Sister, you're back? The one who opened the door was Chu Minglan. The girl had been helping Lin's mother lately and seemed much livelier. Her attitude towards Lin and In had also changed, becoming polite yet a bit more familiar. She glanced behind Lin and In, saw Reporter Chen, but not her brother. Hello, Brother Chen. Hey, Minglan, you're really well-behaved. Chu Minglan smiled shyly and then asked, Is my brother not back yet? Aunt has made dinner and is just waiting for you both. Lin and In gently rubbed her chest and gathered her strength to walk inside. He has some work to finish up, he'll be back soon. While she didn't feel tired at work, once she got home and sat down, the exhaustion hit her hard. Seeing her daughter return, Lin's mother quickly started serving the dishes. Reporter Chen greeted Lin's mother warmly. Auntie, let me help you. You know, Comrade Lin has really made you proud. Lin's mother initially wanted to refuse, thinking it was just a few dishes and she didn't need help. But hearing him say that, Her curiosity got the better of her, and she nervously wiped her hands on her apron. Really? Minun has always been smart. She's the most capable child in our family. She didn't hold you back today, did she? Of course not. Comrade Lin is truly exceptional.
Oh, really?
That's impressive. One praises, and the other believes. Lin Nin's eyes sparkled with joy as she listened to reporter Chen's compliments. Not only was Lin's mother delighted, but even Chu Minglin's eyes shone brightly, as if holding countless little secrets, glancing at Lin and In from time to time. Is she really that amazing? Sister-in-law is truly impressive. Lin's mother set aside some food for Chu Mingzhou, and the group sat down to eat. The atmosphere at the dinner table was surprisingly good. When the topic of tomorrow's filming and broadcasting came up, Lin's mother became even more excited. Reporter Chen, are you saying, if this gets filmed, Minun could be in international newspapers, broadcasts, radio, and even on TV? Lin's mother gasped, and for the first time, her gaze towards Lin and In showed a hint of doubt. This seems a bit too impressive. Even she felt uncertain. Yes, but we need to wait for news from Commander Chu, so don't rush, Aunt. If it doesn't work out, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, Comrade Lin is not in the military or with our Xinhua news agency. But her translation and broadcasting work is still quite remarkable internationally. Reporter Chen wanted to prevent any misunderstandings. Lin's mother had the good sense to understand. Instead of feeling upset, she eagerly nodded along. Yes, it is impressive. This is a great opportunity to bring glory to our country. I'll send a telegram to her father tomorrow to share the news with friends and family. As they chatted and ate, their relationships naturally grew closer. It would be great if Comrade Lin were in Kyoto. With her abilities, she might even join our Xinhua news agency, Reporter Chen remarked. Lin's mother took this to heart, already thinking about what kind of job her daughter could do with the same level as Xinhua reporters once she recovered. Brother. Chu Mingzhou returned, covered in snow. He quickly took off his coat and hat and looked at Lin and In with a hint of worry in his eyes. You're back, Mingzhou?
Sit down.
Yes, I'm back. Lin's mother brought out the food she had saved for him. Lin and In handed him a bowl of soup. Fig and lean meat soup, it's delicious. Chu Mingzhou paused for a moment, looking at the soup bowl. The meal was hearty and abundant, something the Chu siblings hadn't experienced in years. Not that they couldn't afford it, but no one had been able to prepare such a feast. Chu Mingzhou started eating, and no one asked questions at first. Tomorrow, Lin and In will follow the filming, but she cannot appear on camera. When this answer was received, the most disappointed was Reporter Chen, while Lin and In and her mother had no special reaction. Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin and In, his gaze serious yet unknowingly comforting. The original Japanese translation was by Xinhua reporter He Jia. Suddenly changing to an unfamiliar face might not be appropriate. So, the leaders arranged for you to follow the filming, with the focus on showcasing the Special Operations Unit. What do you think? I have no problem with that, of course. Later, the report will note the name of the Japanese translator at the bottom. Lin and In's eyes flickered. Okay. Yes, the organization will also provide you with appropriate compensation and rewards.
All right.
I'll follow the organization, and the organization is in my heart. No problem. Lin and In nodded and made an okay gesture. Lin and In was genuinely satisfied and had no other thoughts. Since it was a report on the Special Operations Unit, it was right to give the spotlight to them. Plus, her current sickly appearance wasn't suitable for the camera. To put it nicely, she looked unenergetic, and to put it bluntly, it could harm the country's image. Who would want a sick person on camera? Seeing Reporter Chen sigh, Lin and In immediately poured him some tea. Having Brother Chen in front is enough. I'll support you from behind. Ha ha ha, Comrade Lin, you really are. You stop being cheeky. After finishing the meal and sending him off, Lin and In was made to take a long bath by her mother. From head to toe, she used 3 big pots of hot water. Take all this medicine with you. You can't afford to mess up at a critical moment. Wear this outfit tomorrow, add a coat, and tie your red headband. Lin's mother neatly folded the clothes while softly chattering. Lin and In fell asleep to her mother's murmurs. The next morning, Mingzhou left first, but before he went out, Lin's mother stuffed a large bamboo basket into his hands, the kind with a deep body. The basket was lined with thick cotton cloth, and when opened layer by layer, it was filled with warm meat buns. Xiaolan said you like mushroom and meat filling, so I made some for you. Make sure to eat plenty and share the rest with your comrades. No need to hold back. Mingzhou was momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting a wave of surprise. Isn't the cafeteria closed? You need to prepare early today. Those kids probably haven't eaten, so hurry. Mingzhou looked at her, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Okay, thank you for your hard work. He never managed to call her mom, and it felt awkward to call her aunt like Minglan did, so he ended up using you.
Not too hard, right?
And then leaves at 7 sharp, right? Yes, someone will come to pick her up. Okay, no problem. Mingzhou left in a hurry, and once he was gone, Lin's mother began to tidy up linen. Anin, you need to perform well. You really helped Mingzhou a lot this time. He must be very grateful, and will treat you well in the future. Linen, still sleepy, nodded with her eyes closed. When she finished getting ready and went downstairs, she saw a military vehicle parked at the entrance, with Aunt Wang chatting with someone inside. Coincidentally, the one picking up Lin Anin was Wang Hu, Aunt Wang's eldest son. When Lin Anin came out, Wang Hu quickly got out of the car to open the door for her. Comrade Lin.
Thank you.
Lin Anin nodded at him and got into the back seat without talking to Aunt Wang. Wang Hu looked nothing like his mother. He was tall, thin, and had a rather handsome appearance. Mom, we're leaving now. It's cold outside. If you're fine, you should head home. Wang Hu ignored Aunt Wang's questions and just urged her to go home. Lin Anin waved at her mother, signaling her to hurry back too. As the vehicle started, Aunt Wang continued to quietly complain. Mingzhou really is something. Why does his wife have my son pick her up? Doesn't she worry about what others might say? I hope no one tries to get close to my son. As the vehicle drove further away, Aunt Wang's complaints faded. Lin Anin frowned slightly, feeling annoyed by Aunt Wang's baseless accusations, but she said nothing and just stared out the window. Wang Hu glanced in the rearview mirror, feeling a bit awkward, and cleared his throat. Comrade Lin, don't take it to heart. My mom has a sharp tongue but a kind heart. She means no harm, just talks a lot. Lin Anin simply replied with a soft without further comment. Someone with a sharp tongue can hurt others, so how could they have a kind heart? The two remained silent during the ride, and the atmosphere in the car felt a bit heavy. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the Special Operations Camp of the Northwest Military District. Many people were already busy on site, with various equipment neatly arranged. As Lin Anin got out of the car, she immediately spotted Mingzhou, who stood tall and stood out among the crowd. Comrade Lin, you're here. We need you to help us coordinate today, said Reporter Chen, smiling and waving at Lin Anin. Reporter Chen was dressed formally today, wearing a deep blue thick wool coat that made him look particularly sharp. Lin Anin smiled and nodded, walking towards him. Don't worry, I'll do my best. The recording equipment in this era was still relatively outdated, and film cameras were cumbersome, requiring staff to carry them around. After filming a segment, they had to quickly move to a different spot. Is everyone ready? Since the weather is nice, let's get started. With a command from Captain Su, the soldiers fell silent, standing in formation under Mingzhou's guidance, ready to perform.
Start.
As the recording began, Lin Anin immediately focused on her work. In front of her stood Reporter Chen and his colleague, one responsible for explaining in Mandarin and the other for English translation, while Lin Anin handled the Japanese translation. Each of them had to be very careful because any mistake meant they had to re-record, which was time-consuming and disrupted everyone's progress. As the recording continued, the atmosphere became increasingly tense and lively. Fortunately, 80% of the shots were done in one take, and the team worked well together. Our soldiers in Huagua not only possess excellent military skills, but also have noble character and values. They love their country, are loyal to the people, and selflessly dedicate themselves to the peace of the nation and the happiness of its people. They are role models of our time and the backbone of the Huaxia nation. Stop. As Lin Enin finished her last line, the cameraman called for a stop. Everyone smiled, their expressions filled with excitement, giving thumbs up to the group. Lin Enin instinctively glanced towards Chu Mingzhou, and their eyes met for a moment. She blushed slightly and quickly looked away to appear natural. The recording is complete, and our task has been successfully finished. Reporter Chen whispered to a few colleagues for a moment, then clapped his hands to announce the end. Lin Enin let out a sigh of relief, took a short break, and prepared to leave. She didn't have much to pack, just chatted a bit with her colleagues at the military translation office. Tired? You did great today. Seeing Chu Mingzhou approach, Lin Enin smiled slightly. Of course. Did you see how impressive I am? Chu Mingzhou paused for a moment, then smiled back. Yes, very impressive. They exchanged glances again, and the atmosphere became a bit delicate. Chu Mingzhou wanted to say something more but hesitated. In the end, he simply nodded gently. Let me walk you home. Sure, my mom is probably waiting for us to have dinner. On the way, Lin Enin's light coughs didn't stop. Chu Mingzhou occasionally glanced at her, his eyes filled with worry. Is it because of your voice? The translation had to be continuous, as if Lin Enin had spoken all morning. She was already weak and couldn't train in the cold wind like the soldiers. Yes, my respiratory system is a bit sensitive and the weather here is cold and dry, so my throat feels itchy, Lin Enin said, patting her chest and coughing twice. It's not a big problem, thanks to the medicine Professor Liang prescribed. It works great for my cough, so I didn't embarrass myself on camera, otherwise it would have delayed everything. Lin Enin hadn't had any issues all morning. Her voice was steady and smooth, just like anyone else, thanks to the medicine. Chu Mingzhou's lips moved slightly, wanting to say thank you. But Lin Enin didn't give him the chance. Hey Mingzhou, are you really moved? I went all out for you, Chu Mingzhou. Meeting his surprised gaze, Lin Enin blinked at him. We're a couple, so no need to be polite. If you really want to thank me, could you help me pick up Lin Zihua from the train station tomorrow? Lin Zihua? Your brother? Yes. He really admires you as a military brother-in-law. If you go to pick him up, he will be super happy and feel proud in front of his future comrades.
Chu Mingzhou.
I'm serious. Chu Mingzhou couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. He's here to contribute to the country. Serving in the military is an honorable badge, not to show off as a military brother-in-law. I know, but mainly because you're handsome. There's also a guy coming with him, the son of our sugar factory manager, who used to say he was interested in me. Really? Yep, Lin Enin's eyes sparkled with joy. When they got home, Lin's mother was sitting in the living room with a stern face. Chu Minglan sat nearby, biting her lip, looking timid. Mom, we're back. It should have been a joyful occasion, but Lin's mother was not in a good mood. She kept her head down and didn't respond when Lin Enin called her, holding back tears. Chu Mingzhou, who had a slight smile before, lost at the moment he saw Lin's mother. What happened? He was asking Chu Minglan.
Chu Minglan pouted.
Brother, someone said sister-in-law.
Me?
Lin Enin pointed to herself, surprised. Chu Mingzhou furrowed his brows, looking serious. What did they say? She said that sister-in-law is a bad person. The little girl talked for a long time, but couldn't bring herself to say the words bad reputation. In the end, she shifted the focus, saying, It's what Sister Lihua said.
Dai Lihua?
Yes, today I went to the supply and marketing cooperative with my aunt, and I ran into Sister Lihua. They got into an argument. Lin Enin lowered her gaze and thought for a moment.
Dai Lihua?
It seems there was a character like that in the original story, but she couldn't recall much at the moment. Lin Enin wanted to comfort her mother, but unexpectedly, Chu Mingzhou was quicker than her. He poured a glass of water and handed it to Lin's mother, saying, Please don't be upset. I'll handle this matter, and I won't let Lin Enin be wronged. Lin's mother let out a light huff, turning her head away without answering. She was very upset. This wasn't something that could be resolved with just a few words. There must be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? That woman said RNN is causing trouble in the military compound. Do you think that's a misunderstanding? She claimed she is family and can take charge of your household. Is that also a misunderstanding? Chu Mingzhou's expression suddenly froze. He glanced at Chu Minglan. Chu Minglan pressed her lips together and nodded immediately. Lin Anan remembered. Dai Lihua was a well-known military doctor, and both she and her husband, Song Jianmin, were childhood friends of Chu Mingzhou. The three shared a deep bond. When she claimed she could take charge of Chu Mingzhou's household, it wasn't entirely untrue. Putting feelings aside, Dai Lihua's husband was severely injured while saving Chu Mingzhou and had to retire. Chu Mingzhou owed him a huge favor. Whenever this couple asked for help, Chu Mingzhou would never refuse, and he always listened to their advice. With Lin's mother reporting the situation, it was easy to imagine the dilemma Chu Mingzhou felt. Lin Anan raised her eyebrows slightly and began to mediate. She sat down next to her mother and gently patted her hand, saying, "Mom, please don't be angry. It's not good for your health. I believe what Mingzhou said. If he says there's a misunderstanding, then there definitely is.
He will handle it well."
Seeing her daughter say this made Lin's mother feel even more wronged. She wiped her eyes and said, "Anan, you mustn't suffer this injustice or be falsely accused." "Mom, I understand. Please don't worry." Chu Mingzhou looked at Chu Minglan. "Please explain what happened in detail." Chu Minglan, holding back tears, nodded and began to recount the events at the supply and marketing cooperative. It turned out they had run into Dai Lihua at the cooperative, and she was chatting happily with Aunt Wang. When Lin's mother finished shopping and tried to leave, she was stopped by Dai Lihua. The next scene is easy to imagine. A disagreement almost leads to a fight. Dai Lihua, although a military doctor, is known for her fiery temper and straightforwardness. She can't stand any nonsense. After hearing this, Chu Mingzhou frowned even more. He paused for a moment and said, "Li Jie is very honest. There must be a misunderstanding. I will talk to her." Lin Anan stopped him, saying, "What are you going to talk about now? Let's eat first. Nothing is more important than eating." Lin's mother felt wronged. Seeing her daughter acting as if nothing was wrong only made her heart feel heavier. With such little experience, she didn't even realize she was being taken advantage of, and her health was still so poor.
Let us eat.
When Lin Anan stood up to serve everyone, Chu Minglan quickly took over, politely serving the dishes. The dining table was quiet, even more so than before Lin's family arrived. "Mom, Mingzhou is picking up Zihua tomorrow. Do you want to go with him?" Mentioning her son brought Lin's mother back to life. "Right, Zihua is arriving tomorrow. Yes, I will go with Mingzhou." But then her smile faded again. "However, we need to resolve this issue first. Mayanan is innocent and such a good child. She shouldn't be wrongly accused." She glanced at Chu Mingzhou and muttered, "Anan is your wife. She has been sick because of you, and she worked as your translator for 2 whole days without complaining. Don't forget, she just took a train for 3 days." Amid Lin's mother's complaints, Chu Mingzhou quickly finished his meal. He said, "I'll handle it right away. Don't be upset," and left. Lin's mother huffed, "I was planning to send a telegram to your dad after picking up your brother, but now I'm so upset, I forgot about him." Lin Anan laughed at her words. "Mom, maybe that sister Dai is just like you, only recognizing people by ear. There's no need to be angry." Lin's mother paused. A hint of confusion crossed her eyes, then a spark of anger rose. "I thought so. How could a good woman suddenly insult someone? It must be that Aunt Wang's spreading rumors." Mom, you're getting worked up again." Lin's mother stood up, and Lin Anan quickly reached out to gently pull her back. "You're just too soft-hearted. How can I feel at ease leaving you like this? The new year is coming soon, and once your brother is settled, I need to return to Sioux City. Don't expect your brother to protect you." Though her temper was fierce, every word she spoke to her daughter was filled with care. Lin Anan felt warm inside as she held her mother's hand and said, "Mom, don't worry about me. I will take care of myself, and besides, there's Mingzhou." Lin's mother sighed. "Mingzhou is a good boy, but he is still a man and he might not think of everything. You need to learn to protect yourself and not be so soft. I understand, Mom, Linanen nodded. Linanen was usually calm. She didn't take the noise seriously. Who says women can only act out? Who says being gentle makes you weak? After chatting a bit longer, Linanen was helped by her mother to take a nap. Meanwhile, Mingzhou had arrived at the Song family's home. The Song family was not far from the military district, near the supply and marketing cooperative, consisting of several bungalows. In the yard, a man with a limp was shoveling snow with a shovel. Song Jianmin looked surprised to see Mingzhou. Mingzhou, what brings you here? Mingzhou's expression softened upon seeing Song Jianmin. Busy? I'm looking for Sister Li about something. Song Jianmin observed Mingzhou's serious demeanor and felt a bit suspicious. She's inside. The little girl caught a cold and took the day off to take care of her. If you have something to discuss, go inside. Okay. With that, Song Jianmin leaned on the shovel and limped toward the house. Mingzhou followed behind, his gaze still on his leg, pursing his lips. The room was small but very tidy. Soon, Dai Lihua came out from the back room. She was momentarily surprised to see Mingzhou, then her face showed a hint of discomfort. Mingzhou, you're here. Mingzhou looked at her and nodded slightly, waiting for everyone to sit down before speaking. Sister Li, I wanted to talk about today's matter at the supply and marketing cooperative. Dai Lihua frowned slightly at this. What? Did your mother-in-law complain to you? This is really a case of bad influence. Lihua, what are you talking about? Song Jianmin interrupted, looking confused at Mingzhou. Mingzhou's expression darkened as he moved his hands that were resting on his knees. Did you hear some gossip? Do we need to say it? Don't you know her background? Mingzhou, don't be confused. If she's coming now, she might have bad intentions. You've already submitted the divorce application. You mustn't get caught up in this. Dai Lihua rubbed her hands together, feeling uneasy. No, I'll go stay with you for a few days to keep an eye on her and prevent her from causing trouble and ruining your reputation. Mingzhou interrupted her, saying, I don't know what rumors you've heard, but Linanen is not what you think. She has good character, a high level of education, and a strong sense of personal responsibility. Mingzhou. Dai Lihua slammed her thigh and stood up, pacing angrily in front of the two. Look at this. It's only been a few days, and you've been completely enchanted by that ungrateful person. What can she do for you?
Huh?
With her weak condition, can she even work? Or till the land? Mingzhou frowned tightly. If we talk about physical work, Linanen indeed couldn't do it. With her small frame, she could barely walk a few steps without getting tired. But discussing the translation matter couldn't be detailed right now, especially since Song Jianmin had already left the army. Mingzhou sighed helplessly. You are usually a sensible person. Some things shouldn't be taken at face value. I spend time with Linanen, so I see a more genuine side than outsiders do. Outsiders? Dai Lihua's face turned red and pale at Mingzhou's words. Deep down, she knew she had acted impulsively and shouldn't have argued with an elder. In her moment of anger, she hadn't thought it through. Song Jianmin, listening nearby, added, Lihua, Mingzhou is right. We can't just believe everything we hear. We need to clarify things first. After all, Linanen is Mingzhou's wife. Dai Lihua shot her husband a glare and then looked at Mingzhou, her expression a bit frustrated. So, it's all my fault? Who am I worrying about here? Seeing her attitude change, Mingzhou softened his tone. I understand your concerns, but I hope there won't be a next time. Dai Lihua plopped back down in her chair, arms crossed, still upset. I'm just worried you might be deceived, and here you are blaming me. Linanen hasn't shown up for years, and now she's causing a stir about a divorce, trampling on you without care. What can she do now? Enough, Mingzhou said. Dai Lihua looked into Mingzhou's eyes, filled with complexity. Is he really interested in this girl? Not a word could be said. Dai Lihua exchanged glances with Song Jianmin. After years of marriage, he understood her meaning well. After a moment of thought, Song Jianmin advised, Lihua, don't be so stubborn. This is just a misunderstanding. Let's clear it up. You really should work on that temper of yours. Every time you get angry, you act without thinking and end up offending people. Dai Lihua shot her husband a glare. You're the only one who knows how to please. Song Jiamin shook his head with a light smile and patted Chu Mingzhou on the shoulder. How about this? Tomorrow, Lihua and I will visit your home to apologize to your siblings and aunt. What do you think, Mingzhou? Jiamin. Dai Lihua clearly wasn't happy. Song Jiamin gave her a stern look.
Listen to me.
Dai Lihua was silent for a moment, bit her lip, and finally nodded. All right, we'll go tomorrow. But Mingzhou, you need to stay alert. If she does anything to hurt you in the future, I won't support it. Okay. With that settled, a big weight lifted off Chu Mingzhou's shoulders. Sister Lihua, what did Aunt Wang say about Lin Anan? He asked directly, surprising Dai Lihua. Aunt Wang? She didn't say much. Not her? Dai Lihua quickly realized and hesitated for a while. Under Song Jiamin's urging, she finally recounted what had happened. It turned out that the news had spread around the courtyard these past few days, saying that Lin Anan had only been there for a few days and had already gotten close to a young intellectual. The two were seen together, acting intimately behind Chu Mingzhou's back, and their behavior was ruining the atmosphere of the military compound. As if that wasn't enough, Lin Anan also had her sights set on Wang Hu. Fortunately, Wang Hu was firm and rejected her, preventing her from succeeding.
Chu Mingzhou.
Chu Mingzhou left the Song family with a dark expression, even giving Dai Lihua a cold look before he left. The Xinhua news agency's report had come to an end, and reporter Chen and the others were set to leave the Northwest this afternoon. It wasn't really related to Chu Mingzhou, and the farewell arrangements had already been made. But Chu Mingzhou turned around and went back to the army, insisting that Wang Hu accompany him to see them off. He wanted to personally send off reporter Chen. The others were puzzled. My mother-in-law gets along well with reporter Chen, so she prepared some local specialties for him to take along. I can't let her down, Chu Mingzhou explained. Hearing this, reporter Chen was naturally very pleased. He was genuinely tempted by the delicious food made by Lin's mother. That sounds great. Let's go. I'll ride in Captain Chu's car, and you all go to the train station first. I'll take a quick detour and catch up. All right, but don't be late. I won't. When Chu Mingzhou brought reporter Chen home, it was exactly 5 in the afternoon, the time when families were preparing dinner. There was no snow today and the weather was decent, so many people were out and about. Wang Hu, go home and get some pancakes for reporter Chen to take with him, Chu Mingzhou instructed. Wang Hu was surprised. It was the first time the camp leader asked for something personal, especially food. Although he found it strange, he didn't think much of it and agreed to go home. Reporter Chen waved his hand, saying it wasn't necessary, but he couldn't stop him. No need to be polite, let him go get it. You're the ones being polite. I'm feeling a bit embarrassed. When reporter Chen entered, Chu Mingzhou not only left the door open but swung it wide, allowing anyone passing by to see right into the main hall. When Lin's mother saw reporter Chen come to say goodbye, she quickly put down her spatula and approached him. This child is great. He even comes to say hello before leaving. So friendly. Local specialties? Yes, we have plenty. Reporter Chen's smile faltered, feeling quite awkward. Lin's mother clearly didn't know the situation. Chu Mingzhou nodded at him, said nothing more, and got up to help Lin's mother pack.
This.
Xiao Chun, you don't need to be polite. By the way, Anan, write down our address for Xiao Chun.
Ah?
Okay. Reporter Chen and Lin and exchanged confused glances. Xiao Chun, when you write to your family if you want anything, just tell your aunt. She'll send it over. Your uncle has many friends who often go to Kyoto. So that was her plan. It would be a lie to say he wasn't touched. Reporter Chen stopped insisting on delaying and accepted the arrangement. Laughter and cheerful voices came from the Chu family's house, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Aunt Wang had come with Wang Hu. When she saw reporter Chen, her surprise was hard to hide. Wasn't he the man rumored to be involved with Lin Anan? She glanced at Chu Mingzhou and then at reporter Chen. It wasn't until she asked her son that she learned he was a reporter from Kyoto, covering the military district, a big-name journalist. Aunt Wang felt a bit weak and awkwardly greeted him. This was someone important. She couldn't afford to offend him. Seeing how close Lin was to him, it didn't seem like they were involved in any scandal. Knowing she was in the wrong, Aunt Wang didn't linger and quickly made an excuse to leave. Lin and exchanged a glance with Lin's mother, both aware of why Aunt Wang had rushed off, but they were also a bit suspicious. Finally, Lin met Chu Mingzhou's eyes. Suddenly, everything became clear. This man was quite clever. Unbeknownst to him, he had made a subtle warning without causing any conflict. Once reporter Chen made an appearance, his relationship with Lin was almost laid bare. In the military compound, where everyone is connected to the military, it wouldn't take long for people to learn about reporter Chen's identity and the true reason behind the situation. For now, as long as Chu Mingzhou was present, no one dared to speak a word about Lin and reporter Chen. He specifically brought Wang Hu along to reprimand Aunt Wang for her gossip, making her understand the wrongness of her actions and warning her. He wanted her to clearly know that as long as he, Chu Mingzhou, was willing, this matter could be put to rest for Wang Hu's sake. If he wasn't willing, Aunt Wang wouldn't be the only one in trouble. Wang Hu could also be affected. Such a small action, yet the details were intricately connected. How could Aunt Wang not be afraid? Lin chuckled softly, looking at Chu Mingzhou with interest. Aunt, Captain Chu, Comrade Lin, let's stay in touch.
Take care. Goodbye.
They politely saw reporter Chen off. At dinner that night, Lin's mother was also won over by Chu Mingzhou. When she learned that Dai Lihua and her husband were coming to apologize, she hesitated but agreed, saying, Mingzhou, I'm doing this for you. Yeah, they're good comrades, and they will soon realize their mistakes. Your criticism will be beneficial for them. Lin couldn't hide her smile. She found Chu Mingzhou quite amusing. With his serious face, he could also say flattering things. Seeing Lin's mother so happy, not only was her anger gone, but her appetite improved, and she finished 3 bowls of rice. Zihua has already arrived. Let's go pick him up and leave at home. Okay.
And
if your friend really wants to apologize, it will have to be in the evening. We're busy during the day.
Sure.
Lin didn't say much, lost in thoughts about Lin Zihua, mainly about the military branch. Lin Zihua was even more handsome than Lin well, just handsome, often called a pretty boy. He had a beautiful face, was tall, had fair skin, and a slim figure. If it were the future, he would definitely be a popular idol. But in the 1970s, such looks were not appreciated and could even attract disdain. What kind of role would someone like him fit in the military? The Lin family had a high artistic talent. Lin was multi-talented, and so was Lin Zihua. He had loved music since he was little and could play the accordion, harmonica, flute, and other instruments. This guy would be best suited as an artistic soldier. Joining the art troupe could lead to great success. Lin felt conflicted. She wanted Lin Zihua to follow the right path, but she also hoped he could gain real experience and overcome his shy habits to become a strong man. However, she didn't expect Jiang Tong to come along with Lin Zihua to the northwest. The next day, they were brought back home. Are you up? Jiang Tong had been around the Lin family since she was little and was very close to them. She casually hugged Lin's arm, showing a friendly attitude. Lin felt a bit uncomfortable and pulled her hand away. What are you doing here? Before Jiang Tong could answer, Lin Zihua chimed in. Tong is now an employee of the Northwest Bus Company. She'll be assigned as a bus ticket seller. Isn't that impressive? She got the job on her own. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded, glancing over at Chu Mingzhou before her gaze landed back on Lin. Yeah, you know I learned quickly. Getting this job wasn't easy. I spent 2 weeks preparing for it.
Lin felt a headache coming on.
Mom, which room is Tong staying in? I'll take her luggage inside. Before Lin could react further, both of them decided to stay at the Chu family home. Lin's mother hesitated for a moment, then said, How about Tong shares a room with Xiaoan? There's a bed in that room too.
Mom.
Lin pulled her hand away from Jiang Tong and interrupted her mother's suggestion. Jiang Tong looked at her in confusion, not understanding why. Lin's mother, still in a good mood, didn't notice her daughter's discomfort. What's wrong? Can you go cook?
I'm hungry. Oh, okay.
You all chat. I'll go make dinner. Once Lin's mother left, Lin Enin got straight to the point. I don't think there's enough space here. Zihua has to report to the army this afternoon, and Mingzhou has already made arrangements. So, Tong, you should go report to the company first. Once everything is settled, we can get together again. Everyone was taken aback, and Chu Mingzhou looked at her. Lin Enin ignored the others and stood next to Chu Mingzhou. Her movements were a bit stiff, but she still linked her arm with his, discreetly squeezing his wrist to signal for help. Mingzhou said he would bring Siyu back in a couple of days, and there aren't many rooms in the house, so. Her refusal was clear, but it was reasonable and hard to argue against. This was Chu Mingzhou's home, and Lin Enin had just arrived. Plus, a child needed a place to stay. It wouldn't be right to take that from a hurt child, would it? Lin Enin pinched Chu Mingzhou again. Chu Mingzhou lowered his eyes, quietly looking at her small hand, then nodded slightly. She wanted to send people away, and she must have her reasons. Jiang Tong's face instantly turned a bit unhappy. She bit her lip, her voice carrying a hint of grievance. Sister Ainen, we've been on the train for so long, and we're really tired. Plus, I'm not familiar with this place. I just arrived in the northwest. Lin Zihua saw that Jiang Tong was about to cry and immediately became anxious. Sister, what do you mean? We just got here, and you want us to leave? Lin Ainen held onto Chu Mingzhou's hand tightly, wanting to say something more, but Chu Mingzhou spoke first. Lin Zihua, your reporting time is this afternoon. I will personally take you there, so get ready. His official tone calmed Lin Zihua down. Lin Ainen quickly added, Zihua, don't you want to thank your brother-in-law? He's personally taking you, and he'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly. And what do soldiers need? Just the right attitude. If you have such a positive attitude about reporting for duty, then. Just then, Lin's mother came in with tea, overhearing the conversation. She quickly advised, Zihua, listen to your sister and brother-in-law. After giving her instructions, she hurried back to the kitchen. Lin Zihua was straightforward and a bit stubborn, but he understood what was being said. Moreover, Lin's mother and Lin Ainen always cared for him the most. Despite the fuss, he trusted them greatly. I understand. But what about Tong? You have to let her settle in first, right? Once I'm done here, I want to take her around the northwest. Lin Ainen secretly sighed but put on a warm smile. Zihua, don't come up with silly ideas. Tong is now an employee of the bus company. With such a good job, she needs to show a perfect work attitude. And the company will definitely arrange accommodation for her. We can't take on everything ourselves, or it might backfire. There was no way around it. Lin Zihua was completely focused on love, always putting Jiang Tong first. Being tough wouldn't work. Jiang Tong opened her mouth, her eyes immediately showing hurt as she looked at Lin Ainen with a pitiful expression. Sister Ainen, are you trying to send me away? I just got here, and the company isn't in a hurry. I came early just to accompany Zihua. Lin Ainen nodded in understanding. Tong, coming early shows your enthusiasm. You just got the job, and you need to leave a good impression. Plus, look at Zihua. He will soon report to the army. I'm not in a hurry either. I'll just play with Tong for a few days. Lin Zihua immediately retorted. Lin Ainen couldn't hold back any longer. She let go of Chu Mingzhou and slapped Lin Zihua on the back of his head, interrupting his nonsense. What are you playing at? You're here to serve, not to enjoy life. Don't you know how important first impressions are? Am I trying to harm you? Why are you arguing with me?
Hey.
What are you doing? Lin Zihua exclaimed, shocked and confused by the sudden slap. Chu Mingzhou seemed to understand the situation, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Tong. Lin Ainen doesn't like her? Why is that? Aren't they relatives? Finally, Chu Mingzhou interrupted the argument among the three. When doing things, you need to prioritize. Since you are in the northwest, you should follow the local rules. His voice was calm and strong, and as soon as he spoke, Lin Zihua instinctively fell silent. He felt a bit unwilling but didn't dare to argue back. Jiang Tong's face turned pale, and she gently placed her hand on her chest, feeling a bit uneasy. Cough, cough, cough. After a moment of relief, Lin Anan suddenly started coughing hard, making her sway a bit. Seeing this, Mingzhou quickly reached out to support her and help her sit down. Are you okay? At this moment, Lin Zihua forgot about being upset with Lin Anan. Watching her cough until her face turned red, he felt a bit guilty and said softly, "Sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have upset you. I'll listen to you." After a while, Lin Anan finally stopped coughing. She waved her hand weakly and said, "I'm fine, just got a bit worked up. Zihua, I'm doing this for your own good. You're about to start a new life, so you need to focus on what's important." Her words had a deeper meaning, but Lin Zihua didn't understand. "Sister, I get it. Don't be angry. I'll go to the army with my brother-in-law this afternoon." Jiang Tong watched from the side, a fleeting look of displeasure crossing her face, quickly noticed by Mingzhou. "Anan, it's my fault for making you worry. I should leave now and go report to the bus company, so I won't trouble you anymore." With that, she turned to grab her luggage, looking ready to leave. Lin Zihua wanted to stop her, but was held back by a glance from Lin Anan. Lin Anan looked at Jiang Tong, knowing she was just putting on an act, but she didn't call her out. Tong, it's good that you think that way. You're smart and capable, so you'll adapt to the work environment quickly. But you should listen and finish your meal before leaving. My mom is cooking, and she bought a lot of ingredients for this dinner." Jiang Tong stiffened for a moment and forced a smile. "Right, I'll stay and eat with you before I go." Mingzhou ignored this and, seeing that Lin Anan had stopped coughing, poured her a glass of water. Jiang Tong returned to her seat, her expression very unpleasant, changing like a color palette. When her gaze fell on Mingzhou, her obedient demeanor nearly faltered. She didn't understand why, but she was drawn to this man at first sight. He was exactly her type. Tall, handsome, with a proud demeanor and a simple family background. Plus, he was such a young officer, in charge of the best special forces unit. Jiang Tong couldn't comprehend how, in just a few days, Lin Anan had become so affectionate with him. Weren't they supposed to be getting a divorce? Clearly in the letter. Remembering the letters, she realized things had backfired. Mingzhou had received 6 letters from Lin Anan, but only the first one was written by her. The other 5 were written by Jiang Tong and sent by Lin Zihua. Lin Anan had complained multiple times in front of them, clearly expressing her dislike for the marriage and her desire for freedom. When Jiang Tong sent those letters, she genuinely wanted to help. At this moment, she felt a sense of relief.
But
had Mingzhou not received those letters? If he had, how could he not want a divorce? Jiang Tong was puzzled, feeling a mix of emotions swirling inside her. At that moment, Lin's mother came out of the kitchen and said with a smile, "Dinner is almost ready. Don't just stand there." Jiang Tong quickly gathered her thoughts and put on a sweet smile. "Auntie, thank you for your hard work. I'll help serve the dishes." Lin Zihua rolled his eyes, glanced at Mingzhou, and got up to help in the kitchen. Once they were alone in the living room, Mingzhou leaned in slightly and asked in a low voice, "You don't like this relative?" Lin Anan corrected him, "Not a relative, a neighbor." "Got it."
got what?
Lin Anan looked at him curiously. Before long, the table was filled with dishes, colorful and fragrant, and very plentiful. Lin's mother warmly urged everyone, "Let's eat, hurry up." Lin Zihua was the first to dig in, stuffing his mouth with food, and the last bit of sadness faded away. "My mom's cooking is the best. I haven't had it in days. I'm starving." Jiang Tong also picked some dishes and chewed slowly, but her mind was not on the food at all. She occasionally glanced at Mingzhou. Lin Anan noticed Jiang Tong's gaze and secretly smirked, but kept a neutral expression. She warmly served Mingzhou 2 pieces of food, saying, "Mingzhou, you should eat more." Mingzhou was momentarily surprised.
Okay.
Dinner continued in an atmosphere that seemed harmonious, but was filled with hidden thoughts. After the meal, Lin Zihua took the initiative to help clear the dishes. Jiang Tong also stood up to help, but was stopped by Lin's mother.
You all sit and rest.
Xiaolan is helping me, so you don't need to. Xiaolan is really diligent. Having a daughter like her is truly a blessing. Is Xiaolin Mingzhou's sister? Jiang Tong asked. Chu Minglan was not very noticeable, so Lin's mother praising her separately caught Jiang Tong's attention. Yes, she is Mingzhou's sister, named Chu Minglan. As Jiang Tong heard Lin Anan introduce her this way, her attitude immediately changed. Lin Anan saw an unusually kind expression on a girl's face for the first time. It was a bit strange, remembering the original book setting where a sister-in-law is like a mother. Lin Anan tightened her grip and glanced at Chu Mingzhou, feeling worried. What's wrong? Nothing. Lin Anan pointed to Lin Zihua. Zihua, I'll leave it to you. He is very responsible, and he will follow any plans you make. You can take him with you soon. Lin Zihua was stunned. He had just finished eating and was being sent away by his sister? Zihua has a lot of luggage. There's no need to leave anything at home. Just take everything with you. Lin Anan stood up and directed Chu Mingzhou to help load Lin Zihua's luggage onto the military truck. Lin Zihua had just agreed, but then turned back, unwilling. He kept saying he hadn't finished shopping with Jiang Tong yet. Then he complained about being too tired to walk. Finally, he insisted on taking Jiang Tong home first. All his struggles were silenced by Lin Anan's cough. There was still a bond between the siblings. He cared deeply for his sister and was considerate. After sending Lin Zihua off, Lin Anan turned her attention to Jiang Tong. We have guests coming over tonight, Tong, so we won't see you off. As soon as Lin Anan finished her words, Lin's mother interrupted. Tong, let me see you off. Lin's mother quickly picked up Jiang Tong's luggage and also hung a bag on Chu Minglan. I was just about to take Xiaolin to the supply store to buy some things. We are out of rice at home. Although Dai Lihua talks too much, she is a friend of my son-in-law, so I might as well buy some extra vegetables to avoid looking stingy. Jiang Tong pressed her lips together. Seeing that Lin's mother had packed her bags, she awkwardly prepared to leave. Sister Anan, I'll go report to the company first. I'll come see you once I'm settled. At this point, Lin Anan couldn't stop Lin's mother from leaving, so she could only respond with a soft watching Lin's mother and Jiang Tong leave. Lin Anan sighed quietly. One was warm-hearted, and the other was opportunistic. Sending them off might lead to trouble. But now that it had come to this, she could only let them go. Lin Anan turned back into the house, leaning against the wall and rubbing her aching temples. Meanwhile, Chu Mingzhou was leading Lin Zihua to report, drawing quite a bit of attention. Lin Zihua was assigned to the communications unit and became a communications soldier. After registering his identity, receiving supplies, and arranging accommodation, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. Brother-in-law, can you show me around the camp? As soon as Lin Zihua spoke, Chu Mingzhou casually called over someone and pointed to Lin Zihua. This is our new comrade, Lin Zihua. Please help him get familiar with the environment. Lin Zihua was confused. I have things to do. I'm heading back. Hey, brother-in-law. Call me Captain Chu. After saying that, Chu Mingzhou shot him a cold glance and turned to leave with long strides. Lin Zihua was a bit dazed. He had thought he would receive special treatment, but that was not the case. He had expected things to be easy, but that was even less true. During dinner time, Lin Zihua was called to join the evening assembly. He had just been feeling relieved, thinking being a communication soldier was great because he would get to work with high-tech equipment and wouldn't have to train every day. But that night, he was put through a tough training session. He had to run 10 kilometers in the cold wind. He had never run that long in his life. Back in the brigade, he only did paperwork and had never even done farm work. When Chu Mingzhou got home, Song Jianmin and his wife happened to arrive at the door. Dai Lihua was carrying a basket that looked quite heavy. Mingzhou. The door was opened by Lin Anan, who had just had a confrontation with Lin's mother, so it wasn't appropriate for her to greet guests. Comrade Song, Comrade Dai. According to the situation, Lin Anan should address them as brother and sister-in-law, but the relationship is still delicate. Whether due to misunderstandings or biases, Lin Anan chooses not to push for closeness, and just not showing a bad attitude is already a sign of good upbringing. Song Jianmin smiled kindly at Lin Anan and nodded, sister-in-law. Dai Lihua looked a bit stunned. because Lin was completely different from what she had imagined. Although she was thin and her complexion wasn't great, her demeanor was clean and composed. She was calm and gentle even in front of strangers, presenting a lovely image. She was nothing like what Aunt Wang had described, a seductress.
Please come in. Okay.
Dai Lihua's voice was soft, her tone cautious, completely lacking the arrogance she had shown when arguing with Lin's mother. Mingzhou walked over to Lin, intending to say something, but suddenly a large chunk of snow fell from the roof, heading straight for her.
Watch out.
Lin was still thinking about how to communicate with others when her body spun, and she found herself in a firm embrace.
Ouch.
Lin felt pain from the impact. This man's chest was harder than steel. The sound of her inhaling coincided with the snow hitting the ground. Are you okay? Lin's eyelashes fluttered as she felt trapped, a bit confused. When Song Jianmin and his wife turned around, they saw Mingzhou holding the little one protectively, his face full of concern. He was tall enough to shield her completely. Not even a snowflake landed on Lin. It took Lin a moment to regain her senses, and she shook her head slightly. I'm fine, just startled. Not startled by the snow, but by him. Mingzhou then relaxed, looking up at the roof. This snow needs to be cleared. Otherwise, it's too dangerous. Song Jianmin and his wife exchanged glances and cleared their throats before speaking. Comrade Lin, are you alright? Lin struggled slightly, and Mingzhou quickly realized, loosening his hold on her. Thank you. You're welcome. As they sat down, both sides felt a bit tense. Before long, Song Jianmin and his wife discovered Lin's charm. She was very measured in her communication. Every word she spoke was relaxed and to the point, not at all offensive, making everyone feel comfortable. As they chatted, Dai Lihua suddenly asked, what would you do if Mingzhou got injured while on duty? Lin paused at the question. After all, Song Jianmin had retired due to injury, so this question carried weight. Sipping her tea, Lin replied calmly, Mingzhou is a soldier. If he gets injured while serving the country, I would feel proud of him. Of course, I would take care of him and stand by him. Even if he retires, it's not a big deal. He is so talented that he'll continue to shine in a different place. Mingzhou's heart skipped a beat as he looked into Lin's eyes, which sparkled with sincerity. We are not just husband and wife, we are also comrades in arms. He can fully trust me. Was Lin making a statement, or just speaking in front of others? Mingzhou's face gradually turned warm. Lin sensed it was time to shift the conversation and turned to Dai Lihua, saying, I believe anyone would choose the same. Right, Comrade Dai? Dai Lihua looked at the two of them, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Her previous attitude towards Lin had been quite poor, and seeing their affection made her feel guilty. Clearing her throat, she said, Comrade Lin, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have listened to gossip or argued with elders. I will apologize to you later. She was straightforward in her dealings. Lin feigned surprise. What happened before? I'm not very clear on the details. Let my mom talk to you later. You are Mingzhou's friends, so we are all family. There must have been some misunderstanding. No need for such a formal apology. Song Jianmin smiled and gently pressed down on Dai Lihua's hand, quickly agreeing, yes, it's all a misunderstanding. It's good to clear things up. From now on, we are all family. We should communicate well and help each other. Brother Jianmin, Sister Lihua, Minglan said as she brought in the dishes, her eyes full of anticipation, naturally looking forward to the food. However, knowing about the previous conflict, she didn't dare to ask how the dishes turned out. In any case, the poor girl was holding back her feelings. Lin's mother was the last to sit down at the table, wearing a serious expression, silent, and not rushing anyone. However, Lin noticed that her mother had dressed up nicely. She wore a new purple-red cotton coat, looking quite fashionable. Her makeup was done, and her hair was neatly styled. She looked quite attractive. The Lin family has a classic Jiangnan appearance, with soft features and delicate traits. Just by looking at Lin and Lin Zihua, one can imagine what Lin's mother looked like when she was young, a true village beauty. However, people in this era value hard work over appearance and do not focus much on dressing up. But today is different. Lin's mother feels she is giving her daughter and son-in-law face, so she is pulling out all the stops. Auntie, Song Jianmin was the first to break the silence. Lin's mother made a short sound. Lin smiled, pretending to be unaware, and introduced, Mom, this is Comrade Song Jianmin, Mingzhou's old comrade. This is Comrade Dai Lihua, also a friend of Mingzhou. Lin's mother responded with another and though her face was stern, she welcomed them. Since you're all here, don't just sit there. Dig in and see how the dishes turned out today. Song Jianmin smiled and replied, It looks delicious, Auntie. Your cooking is really good. He picked up a piece of food and tasted it, nodding in praise, really tasty. Dai Lihua joined in, but as she sat with Lin and Lin's mother, she realized she was being used and felt increasingly uncomfortable. However, Dai Lihua was quick-witted. She stood up, picked up her teacup, and offered it to Lin's mother. Auntie, I was thoughtless before and spoke without considering your feelings. Please don't take it to heart. I'm here to apologize. Her apology was straightforward and sincere. Lin's mother's expression softened a bit. Since the person was apologizing and was a friend of her son-in-law, she felt it was necessary to accept it. You need to change your temper, young lady. Don't always jump to conclusions. You can't be so impulsive in the future. Dai Lihua nodded eagerly. Yes, Annie, I understand. I won't do it again. Lin watched and smiled, trying to ease the tension. Mom, don't be upset. Oh, this braised pork ribs taste really good. Chu Minglin's eyes lit up. Sister-in-law, is it really that good? Lin nodded and sincerely praised. It's especially delicious. Did you make this, Xiaolan? I thought it tasted like my mom's cooking, but even more tender. Chu Minglan smiled widely, revealing all 8 of her little white teeth. Song Jianmin and his wife were perceptive, each taking a piece and starting to compliment the food. As the meal went on, the atmosphere gradually improved and the argument was put behind them. Dai Lihua is a woman, so she talks much more than Chu Mingzhou, who is quite reserved. Once she starts chatting, she is very talkative. When it comes to Lin's illness, it turns out that Professor Liang is a relative of Dai Lihua's family, and she is the one who made the connection. As soon as Lin's mother found out, she lost her last bit of anger and immediately changed her attitude, becoming very polite. She said it was all a misunderstanding and agreed with the saying that you can't get to know someone without a bit of conflict. Anan and your aunt are spending the new year here, right? With you all here, the house will be lively. When we bring you back, the whole family will be together. Lin's mother quickly waved her hand. I have to leave in a couple of days. Her father is home alone. Anan is not well, and we won't have the treatment planned until tomorrow. Her meaning was clear. She was waiting for the results, and once they came out, she would have to go back. Chu Mingyu is the youngest brother of Chu Mingzhou, only 9 years old. Recently, he broke his leg and is currently staying with his great-aunt to recover. There was no choice. Chu Minglan is still young, and Chu Mingzhou is busy with the army. Little kids need careful attention, which is why he was taken in by his great-aunt. Lin's mother wanted to leave, but with Lin in her current state, it seemed impossible for her to manage the New Year celebrations at home. The smile that had just appeared on Dai Lihua's face faded away. Everyone seemed to be thinking the same thing, and there was a moment of silence in the hall. Lin turned to look at Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou was also frowning at her. Don't worry, I can handle everything except cooking. We can prepare in advance and definitely have a good New Year, Lin said softly, sounding unsure. Before Chu Mingzhou could respond, Chu Minglan raised her hand. It's okay. I can cook. I've learned a lot from my aunt recently. I'll take care of it so you don't have to worry, sister-in-law. Xiaolan is so good. Lin gave her a thumbs up, genuinely praising the little girl, though she felt a bit guilty inside. She is like a mother to her, but for herself. Is she more of a burden? Lin's mother glanced at her daughter awkwardly and cleared her throat. Mingzhou, what do you think about this? Chu Mingzhou thought for a moment and replied, It's fine. I will make arrangements. That's good. Lin Anin raised her eyebrows slightly. So, he is accepting her situation, right? That's a good thing. Aunt, don't worry, Li Hua, and I will help out too. Cooking is easy, and I'm pretty good at it. I'll help Lon, Song Jianmin quickly reassured. Alright, Aranan can be a bit spoiled, so please be understanding.
Thank you all, Auntie.
It's nothing, no need to be polite, we're all family. After dinner, the two families finally made peace. Once the guests left, Lin Anin was pulled back into the room by her mother. Lin Anin watched as her mother turned around in front of her, rubbing her hands and stomping her feet, which was quite cute. You see how you are, and with your brother too. How will you manage this year? I heard Xiaoyu's leg is almost better, but he's just a little kid. He needs proper care when he comes back, or he might have lasting issues. With you like this, how can you take care of anyone? If you don't help, people will talk. Lin Anin reached out and held her mother's hand, shaking her head. Mom, don't worry, I can handle this. Interrupted by her, Lin's mother returned her thoughts. How can I not worry? If it weren't for other matters at home. Another round of advice and reminders followed. Lin's mother was extremely worried. Lin Anin just smiled and listened, using scissors to trim her nails. After finishing her left hand, she couldn't manage her right hand, so she switched to her toenails. Without a proper nail clipper, it didn't look very good. At that moment, Mingzhou knocked on the door. The door wasn't shut tightly, so when he knocked, it opened by itself. When Lin Anin met his gaze, she was sitting with her little foot raised, arching her foot. Mingzhou froze, his eyes landing on her fair little foot, noticing her round, pink toes clearly. Lin Anin's face turned bright red in an instant, quickly pulling her foot back and hurriedly covering herself with the blanket. Why did you come in without knocking? Mingzhou snapped back to reality, his ears turning slightly red. He turned his head away, feeling awkward. I did knock, but the door wasn't closed tightly, so it opened. Lin's mother watched the two in their awkwardness, finding it amusing. All right, Mingzhou, do you need something? Mingzhou replied lightly. Anin has a follow-up appointment tomorrow at 9 in the morning. But I have an urgent matter and can't leave, so I'll arrange for someone to take her. It's fine, I'll go with Anin. We know the way. I've already made arrangements. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside, placed a small stack of money and tickets on the nearby table, and quickly stepped back out. Get some rest. Lin Anin regained her composure after feeling embarrassed, but Mingzhou had already disappeared. Lin's mother wanted to stop him, but he was too fast. How could they accept Mingzhou's money? Even though Lin Anin was his wife, the money shouldn't come from him. Lin's mother picked up the money, counted it, and gasped. This is a stack of bills, $200. Lin Anin was also surprised. She didn't expect Mingzhou to take out so much money at once.
What did he mean by this?
In this era, $200 was a significant amount that could cover a lot of expenses. Underneath the money were tickets, food tickets, fabric tickets, oil tickets, meat tickets, sugar tickets. Had he emptied his savings? Lin Anin felt a mix of emotions and couldn't help but think more deeply. Did he want to distance himself from her, or did he want to create a stronger bond? Recently, Lin's mother had been responsible for buying groceries and cooking, so naturally, she had been handling the money and tickets. Now that Mingzhou had sent so much, was he trying to settle a debt? Or was he genuinely worried about her and wanting to support her living expenses and future medical bills? And we can't accept this money. Even though you are married, it doesn't feel right. Just focus on your treatment. Your dad and I will figure out the medical expenses, so you don't have to worry. Lin Anin pressed her lips together, thought for a moment, and then shifted the conversation. Mom, I understand your concern, but Mingzhou is just being kind. We are family, and if he is willing to give this money, it shows he cares. If we refuse, he might feel bad and think I am distancing myself from him. Lin's mother still felt uneasy, but taking this money means you won't feel equal in front of him anymore. It complicates things. Lin Anin gently held her mother's hand and patiently explained, Mom, we are married. There's no such thing as that. It's only natural for me to use his money. How about this? Let's accept the money for now, and tomorrow we can see if the medical expenses are enough. If they are, you can return it to him. If not, we can use it, and I can pay him back later. After hearing Lin's reasoning, Lin's mother thought it made some sense but was still hesitant. Is that really okay?
Why not?
What if my treatment turns out to be very expensive? Lin's mother considered her savings and felt a bit anxious. It wasn't that she hadn't brought enough money. She just hadn't thought that the treatment could actually work. The daughter suddenly insisted on going to the Northwest, claiming it was for treatment, but deep down, she was just hoping to find her partner. The treatment was just an excuse. Lin's mother sighed and nodded. All right, we must remember this kindness. We can't forget Mingzhou's good deeds. Don't worry, Mom, I remember. Lin thought about it. This man was good, and she shouldn't miss the opportunity. If she wanted to change the outcome, she had to take the initiative and not let her strong bull go to someone else's field. After all, such a prominent female lead had appeared early. The plot could change, and so could the ending. Her presence here was to turn things around, right? Since Mingzhou had extended this goodwill, it confirmed that he cared for her and wanted to look after her, so she needed to deepen that bond. There were no other possibilities, nor did she need any. Lin's mother carefully put away the money and tickets before turning to remind Lin to sleep early and cover herself with a blanket. After saying that, she went off to tidy up. Lin lay in bed, staring at the dark ceiling, still thinking about Mingzhou's actions. As she thought, a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips, filled with a sweetness she didn't even notice, and she slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, and Lin slowly opened her eyes, stretching. She felt refreshed after a good night's sleep. Sitting up, she rubbed her eyes and looked at the familiar room, her thoughts immediately returning to the events of yesterday, especially the figure of Mingzhou that kept appearing in her mind.
Get up.
We need to go to the hospital early today. We can't miss the appointment with Professor Liang. I'm up, Mom, Lin replied. Lin's mother quickly brought in hot water. How did you sleep last night? I was so worried. I don't know if the treatment plan Professor Liang mentioned will work. Lin smiled. I slept well, Mom. Don't worry. I have good fortune on my side. After washing up, she had a quick breakfast when they heard a car horn outside. Lin's mother hurried to the window and saw a military vehicle. Oh, it must be the car sent by Mingzhou. Saying this, they both rushed outside, and indeed it was a military vehicle. A young soldier got out of the car and saluted Lin, saying, "Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Li Hongjun. Captain Chu asked me to take you and your aunt to the hospital. He has some work to finish, but he said he would come to the hospital to find you if he has time after that." Lin smiled, thinking how warm-hearted Mingzhou was, remembering her even when he was busy. Thank you for your hard work, Comrade Li. You're welcome, sister-in-law. The car slowly drove towards the hospital, and the scenery outside blurred by in a white haze. Before long, they arrived at the hospital entrance. Li Hongjun parked the car and quickly got out to help Lin, and her mother opened the doors. We're at the hospital. I'll go in with you to help out. No need, Comrade Li. We're already grateful that you brought us here.
We can go in by ourselves.
Seeing Lin was insistent, Li Hongjun didn't push further. All right then, sister-in-law. I'll wait around here. I'll take you back once you're done. Lin and her mother thanked him and walked into the hospital. When they reached Professor Liang's office, it was only 8:30, so they arrived a bit early. They had just sat down on the waiting bench when Lin spotted a familiar figure.
Mingzhou?
Didn't he say he was too busy to come? Just as a smile appeared on Lin's face, it faded when she noticed someone following him from a distance. Is that Mingzhou? Tong? Mingzhou's gaze swept forward, and when he saw Lin, his expression softened as he walked straight towards her. Jiang Tong noticed Mingzhou quickening his pace and hurried to catch up. When she saw Lin and her mother, her smile froze. What a coincidence to run into Mingzhou here, but Lin was also present. Jiang Tong lowered her head, feeling frustrated. Lin slightly lifted her eyelids and, after a moment, patted her chest to calm herself. Didn't you say you had work in the army and couldn't get away? Chu Mingzhou frowned slightly, stepping closer to Lin. His movements were natural as he gently touched her back. I handed my tasks over to Instructor Qin and came to find you. He then shot a cold glance at Jiang Tong. As for her, I ran into her downstairs. Lin responded with a soft "oh," her lips curving into a smile. You came so quickly to find me. Were you worried about me? Lin's straightforward question caught Chu Mingzhou off guard, and he responded with a slight You child, if the army has something going on, you just focus on that. Lin has her mom here. Chu Mingzhou nodded slightly to Lin's mother. It's just a temporary matter. I'm in and out quickly. Besides, I wouldn't feel at ease if I didn't come to check on her. All right, it's good that you came. Lin must be happy. Lin's eyes curved with a smile as she nodded in agreement. Mingzhou, I am a bit scared. What if even Professor Liang can't help?
Then I.
After saying this, Lin felt goosebumps from her own words. Tea is tea, but this man in front of her seemed to enjoy it. Chu Mingzhou squatted down and looked at her calmly, his gaze firm. Don't be afraid. There will definitely be good news. If not, it's okay.
Huh?
What do you mean, it's okay? Lin leaned in slightly closer to him. Chu Mingzhou's face showed a hint of discomfort, and his ears visibly turned red. Yes, it's okay. I will find you a better doctor. They will definitely help you. What if they can't help? Lin was seeking a promise. Chu Mingzhou's eyes flickered, but he answered firmly, if they can't, it's still okay. I will take care of you. Lin smiled. With so many people around, if they were alone, she would really want to hug him tightly. Thank you, Mingzhou, you're so kind. No need to thank me. Chu Mingzhou was serious. He truly didn't mind her. Even if they couldn't find a solution, he would just work harder to take care of her. Jiang Tong watched the affectionate interaction between Lin and Chu Mingzhou, her hands unconsciously tightening, her nails almost digging into her palms, but she still forced a gentle and obedient expression. She bit her lip, stepped forward, and said with a hint of grievance, Mingzhou, you and Lin have such a good relationship.
It's so enviable.
Unlike me, I've always had to endure my illnesses alone. Lin is much happier than I am, with uncles and aunts at home taking care of her, and here she is looking out for her. Listen to that. Lin's mother, listening nearby, furrowed her brow slightly, feeling something was off. Her impression of Jiang Tong gradually worsened, thinking this girl seemed different since coming to the Northwest.
Tong, why do you say that?
You have us too. Since you were little, we've always helped you. Not just with your illnesses, but we've never neglected your needs. Taking care of you is no less than for Zihua. If you have any difficulties, we've never turned you away. We just think it's not easy for you.
You.
Saying that in front of Mingzhou really hurts my feelings, Lin's mother said sadly. Jiang Tong panicked and quickly tried to explain, Andy, you misunderstood me.
I didn't mean it that way.
I was just saying that Mingzhou takes good care of my sister, and I'm happy for her. I'm not good with words, so please don't take it to heart. The Lin family and the Jiang family lived next door to each other, and were close. Jiang's father and Lin's father were good friends and grew up together. Unfortunately, Jiang's father passed away early. Later, Jiang's mother remarried a local doctor and started a new family, showing little care for her daughter, Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong often said that no one looked after her at home, which was true. However, she had grown up with the Lin family, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was raised on their kindness. Whenever she had a little illness, Lin's parents would rush her to the hospital, never neglecting her care. Taking care of multiple children was not easy, but the Lin family truly invested both money and affection. With such a bond, it was hard to believe she could cause the Lin family so much harm, showing her malicious intentions and lack of gratitude. Lin understood Jiang Tong's motives, but didn't confront her. Instead, she deliberately got close to Chu Mingzhou, leaning against him and smiling at Jiang Tong, saying, Tong, thank you for your concern, but you should think before you speak next time to avoid misunderstandings. By the way, are you feeling unwell?
You should get that checked out.
Jiang Tong was left speechless. At that moment, the door to Professor Liang's office opened, and 3 people came out, a plump woman and a couple. "Is that you?" The plump woman and Lin's mother exclaimed simultaneously. Lin Enin recognized her. She was the woman from the train who had argued with them. "Wenba, what are you doing here?" Jiang Tong blurted out upon seeing the young man next to the plump woman. What a coincidence. Even from so far away, they ran into someone they knew. "Xiao Tong? What are you doing at the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? Who are these people?" Su Wenba, a leader at the Northwest Bus Company, was quite a notable figure, managing 3 large areas at a young age. Yesterday, when Jiang Tong reported to the company, he happened to be the one who welcomed her since the HR staff were unavailable, and they became friends. Their close relationship was evident from how they addressed each other. The plump woman frowned and spoke sharply. "Son, do you know them?" Su Wenba glanced at a few people, focusing on Lin Enin's face and the military coat worn by Mingzhou. He didn't even look at Lin's mother. "Mom, this is our new employee from the bus company, Jiang Tong. These people, I assume they are Tong's relatives, but I don't know them." Before Jiang Tong could introduce herself, the plump aunt clicked her tongue. "So, they're your employee's family? I thought something was off." Chu Mingzhou's expression grew colder. He clearly had no intention of talking to them. He stepped in front of Lin Enin to shield her, saying, "Let's go inside. We shouldn't keep Professor Liang waiting." "Okay." Lin's mother glared at the group and quickly followed. Nothing was more important than her daughter's health. She wasn't in the mood to argue.
Mingzhou.
Jiang Tong stepped forward, wanting to join, but Lin's mother had already closed the consultation room door with a loud right in front of her. "Son, did you see that? Those people have no manners. Remember when I told you about that sick person I met on the train and that old woman?" The plump aunt brought up the train incident again, adding her own flair to the story. "So it was them." "Exactly. What bad luck to run into them again so early in the morning."
Ugh.
Su Wenba's wife gently tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to stop talking. She softly advised the plump aunt, "Mom, let's not talk about this here. We're still in the hospital. Let's go home." Upon hearing this, the plump aunt shot her a sharp look.
What are you talking about?
"It's just me speaking. You should worry about yourself. You might struggle to breathe and end up in trouble." The woman's face turned pale, and tears filled her eyes. Knowing she had asthma, her mother-in-law still chose to say such hurtful things. She looked at Su Wenba, but he didn't give her any attention. Instead, he walked over to Jiang Tong. "Xiao Tong, why are you at the hospital?" "Brother Wenba, I'm feeling unwell due to the change in environment, so I came to check it out." "Did you finish your appointment?" "Not yet. I was about to register when I ran into a neighbor from my hometown. She's been seriously ill for a long time, so I wanted to check on her, but
she ended up mocking me."
"Oh, so she's just a neighbor? People like that have such low quality. You're now an employee of our bus company. You need to be mindful of your social interactions and protect your reputation. I have some free time this morning. I'll accompany you just to help out a new employee." The two began to chat casually. The plump aunt didn't say anything more, but her attitude towards her daughter-in-law remained very poor. The woman finally shook hands, gave her husband a deep look, straightened her back, and walked away. No one stopped her, and even as she walked far away, they could still hear the mother-in-law's sarcasm. Lin Enin and the others were unaware of all this. Inside the consultation room, there was joy. Lin Enin's treatment plan was ready. Professor Liang held a stack of documents, opened a few pages, and explained to them, "This is a genetic chronic illness, and the treatment will take a long time. You need to be mentally prepared. Comrade Lin is very lucky to have the special medicine available. However, this is an aerosol medication that needs to be used with an aerosol machine. Currently, there are only 2 machines in the entire Northwest, one in our hospital's inpatient department and one in the health unit of the Northwest Military District." Professor Liang could prescribe the medicine for Lin Enin, but using the hospital's aerosol machine required an application, which was not only expensive, but also had a waiting list, and getting an appointment once a week was not guaranteed. So, He discussed with Chu Mingzhou to see if he could apply to use the military's machine, which should have more idle time. Comrade Lin is a military spouse, so she should have the right to apply, Chu Mingzhou said, frowning in thought before nodding. All right, I'll apply to the military as soon as I get back. No matter what, I will make sure she can use that aerosol machine. Lin felt warm inside. Thank you. If it's too difficult, we can think of other ways. Chu Mingzhou looked at her and shook his head, signaling her not to say more. He understood. Lin's mother patted Lin to make her quiet. Mingzhou, thank you for your hard work. Our family is counting on Nen to recover quickly. Her health is the most important thing. If the military's machine is available, please give it a try. The cost is not an issue. Chu Mingzhou replied, Don't worry, I will do my best. You don't need to worry about the costs. After confirming the follow-up medication and precautions for the aerosol machine, he left the consultation room and headed to the pharmacy. Indeed, Lin's illness was not only rare and difficult to treat, but also very expensive. Most of the medications used were imported, and not many families could afford them these days. 52 yuan. When the prescription was handed over, even Lin's mother was taken aback. Lin looked at the prescription, which included weekly aerosol treatments and weekly injections, making up the bulk of the costs, along with 3 other medications. It was surprisingly expensive. 52 yuan is just the cost of 2 weeks' medicine. So, it will be over 100 yuan for a month? In an era when the average monthly salary is only 20 or 30 yuan, what kind of family can afford such expensive medical bills? Even someone like Captain Chu Mingzhou earns only 80 yuan a month. Lin's mother was a bit silent, and only after leaving the hospital did she hold Lin's hand and comfort her, saying, just focus on getting better. Your dad and I will send you money every month. Don't worry about the medical expenses. Mom, I'm not worried. Good, that's good. Although Lin said she wasn't worried, how could she not care deep down? She understood the family situation, and her parents worked hard for their money. The high medical costs felt like a heavy burden on her heart. Chu Mingzhou seemed to sense her thoughts, saying, Don't think too much. I'll take care of the money. Lin was taken aback, looking up at him with her eyes suddenly moist. Applying for a nebulizer is already complicated. I can find a way to manage the costs myself. Chu Mingzhou furrowed his brows slightly, instinctively reaching out to touch the corner of her eye, softly saying, Don't say that. When his fingertip brushed her skin, he was momentarily stunned. Lin's mother opened her mouth and turned away. Captain. Li Hongjun drove over from a distance, awkwardly saluting the two. Ahem. Chu Mingzhou cleared his throat, quickly withdrawing his hand and putting it behind his back. Let's go. Yes, Captain. Li Hongjun then realized he might have interrupted the captain's moment and scratched his head. Lin felt her face flush with embarrassment at the sudden scene, her heart racing like a little rabbit. Lin's mother chuckled, Oh, don't just stand there. Hurry and get in the car. The vehicle slowly started, heading toward the military compound. Chu Mingzhou looked out the window, seemingly admiring the scenery, but his mind was still lingering on the soft, cool touch from earlier, leaving him in a daze. After dropping Lin and her mother at home, Chu Mingzhou went straight back to the army. The matter of the nebulizer was urgent. He needed to quickly submit the application as the year-end was approaching, worried it might delay things. Lin rested her chin on her hand in the living room, thinking about the money. Including the nebulizer's usage fee, it would cost over 100 yuan for the month, adding up to over 1,000 yuan for the year. Now is not the time to start a business. Private trading could lead to serious trouble. She had an education, so even with job placement, she could get a decent position. But her physical condition does not allow it. She has to work without any rest. Besides, what job can earn around $100 a month? And then, Mom is taking Xiaolan to buy groceries. Okay, be careful. I made some sweet pear soup for you. You can drink it later.
All right.
Lin sat for a while, remembering the books the original owner had written. She hurried to the room and found a large stack of manuscripts in the cabinet. Sitting at the table, Lin carefully flipped through them, gently smoothing the pages with her fingers. She discovered that the original owner wrote very well. The story ideas were clever, and the plots were engaging. If she could organize these manuscripts and submit them to a publisher, it would be a great choice. As she read, she roughly categorized them by different types and styles. She spent quite some time sorting the stories into several categories. There was a type of literature about youth, depicting the lives of young people sent to the countryside, showcasing their pursuits and dreams during a special time, which felt very realistic and relatable. Another category focused on historical and social changes, exploring contemporary societal transformations and major historical events through personal or group narratives, allowing readers to feel the pulse of history and reflecting the changes in society. The writing was strong, expressing a rare sense of sentiment. There was also an inspirational growth story about a couple's struggles, reflecting the efforts of ordinary people amidst the massive changes of the 1970s, infused with a strong romantic element, directly addressing the theme of revolutionary friendship. The descriptions were bold, and for people of this time, it was definitely valuable content. No wonder Jiang Tong became famous with these manuscripts and became a well-known writer in the country. Lin Anan pondered for a moment and then got up to find paper and a pen. I need to find time to buy some proper supplies. This is too inadequate. She searched the whole house and found only a small piece of pencil, and the tip was already dull. She picked one of the stories, reading and thinking about where it needed revisions to make it better and more appealing to current readers and publishers. If Jiang Tong could reach the level of a famous author with the original drafts, then after Lin Anan, a top student from the 21st century, revises them, the potential of these works would be immeasurable. She took the dull pencil and made some notes, improving areas that could be enhanced, such as making certain plot transitions smoother or adding more depth to the characters' emotions. Though conditions were limited, her thoughts were clear. While deeply focused, Lin's mother and Chu Minglan returned from grocery shopping. Seeing Lin Anan sitting at the table writing, Lin's mother quietly closed the door and went to cook. Writing by hand is really challenging. It's not convenient and requires a lot of effort. Not only is there no good paper and pen, but there isn't even a proper desk. And it's time to eat. Coming. Lin Anan put down her pen and stood up to stretch her stiff body. The dining table was already set with several steaming dishes, and Chu Mingzhou had also returned. Sister-in-law, come and sit. Chu Minglan served Lin Anan a bowl of soup, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It was clear that she had made it. Thank you, Xiaolan, this soup is amazing. Chu Minglan smiled shyly, her face turning a bit red. About the nebulizer, Li Hua has arranged it. If everything goes well, you can use it every Wednesday. Lin Anan's face lit up with joy. Really? That's great. Lin's mother smiled too, praising Li Hua warmly. Li Hua is such a good person. Always so helpful. This arrangement is just in time. Yeah, if you need any further help, just let her know. Lin Anan felt very grateful. Thinking about the issue of publishing her book, Lin Anan asked Chu Mingzhou, is there a Xinhua news agency in the Northwest? Chu Mingzhou paused at her sudden question. Yes, the Northwest Xinhua News Agency used to be the headquarters of the 1st Field Army. It has a long history. Is it far from here? Not far, about a 20-minute bus ride. Why do you ask? Just curious. Also, do we have a Xinhua bookstore here? Or a good bookstore? I want to buy a few books. Publishing a book is a big deal, and Lin Anan wanted to gather information before making any decisions. Chu Mingzhou nodded. Yes, there is a Xinhua bookstore. It just opened recently. I can take you there on Saturday. Hearing that there was a Xinhua bookstore made Lin Anan happy. She smiled and replied, Great, Saturday? That's the day after tomorrow, no problem. Lin's mother calculated the time in her mind. There are 19 days until the new year. I need to go back. Otherwise, we won't be able to celebrate properly. I still have to go back to the village to slaughter pigs, make rice cakes, and prepare for the festival. She counted on her fingers, realizing the list of tasks was growing, making her feel more anxious. There was no choice. For rural people, the new year is the biggest celebration, and every detail matters. This year, Both my son and daughter are not around, which is already hard enough. I still need to prepare for the new year. I can't do that. I'm going to buy a train ticket tomorrow, Lin's mother said firmly. Mingzhou wanted to stop her, but couldn't find the words. Let me handle this. I'll buy the tickets. Which day do you want? Maybe the day after tomorrow or the day after that. Lin's mother hesitated and then added, Mingzhou, since Sihua just joined the army. I don't know if he can come out for dinner. Yes, he can. That's great. Wait a moment. Mom will get you some money, and you can help me buy the tickets. Lin's mother quickly finished her meal and went to get the money, leaving Mingzhou no time to stop her. She not only returned the money he had given her yesterday, but also added money for the train tickets. Mingzhou looked at the pile of money in front of him, his brow furrowed, and his expression was not good. However, Lin's mother didn't mind his reaction at all. She sat down next to him and said seriously, "Take this money back. It's not easy for you to earn it, and you have a whole family to take care of." Seeing that Lin Anin had finished eating, she waved her over. "Anin, come here." Okay. Lin Anin sat down beside her. Lin's mother took Lin Anin's hand and placed it in Mingzhou's. "Mingzhou, I'm entrusting Anin to you. You two have been living apart for a long time, so there might be some distance between you. But you are husband and wife, and you need to live well together in the future. Anin is a good girl, but she can be a bit spoiled. Please be patient and take good care of her." Lin Anin's face turned red immediately. She felt shy and wanted to pull her hand back, but Lin's mother held her hand tightly and pushed it towards Mingzhou. Seeing Lin Anin's flushed face, Mingzhou smiled gently and instinctively held her hand in response to Lin's mother. "Don't worry, I will." Lin's mother lightly patted their joined hands. "I'm very relieved. Anin has always been sensible, but we've spoiled her a lot. If she does anything wrong, just tell me, and I'll talk to her." Lin Anin quickly said, "Mom, please stop saying that." Lin's mother, having been through this herself, could see how the two of them were acting and felt very happy. She reminded them about the New Year preparations and Lin Anin's healthcare tips before standing up. "I'll go clean up the dishes. You two should spend more time together." Minglan bit her lip and chuckled softly, quickly following Lin's mother into the kitchen with the dishes. Once there were only two of them left in the living room, Lin Anin lightly pulled her hand away, but it was an effortless grip for Mingzhou. Lin Anin's small face turned very red, like a white flower blooming with a hint of pink. "My mom just worries too much. Please don't mind what she said earlier."
Mingzhou smiled. Okay.
Lin Anin was actually more confused than shy. Was it happening so fast? She thought about it, knowing that talking about it was easy. But now it seemed they were entering a practical phase. With her mother's meddling, the little bit of tension between them felt like it was igniting into something bigger. Mingzhou stuffed all the money from the table into her hands.
Keep this.
Buy whatever you want. I'll cover your living expenses and medical bills separately every month. Lin Anin. The shyness in Lin Anin's eyes faded, replaced by suspicion. Mingzhou seemed to understand a question in her gaze. "Do you have money?" "I have money. You don't need to worry about that." Lin Anin already had some ideas about making money, but since he was sincere, she thought she should see his intentions. "If you have money, can you buy me a desk and build a bathroom?" "A desk? A bathroom?" Lin Anin carefully examined his face. Seeing her staring, Mingzhou's eyes flickered, and he gently squeezed her hand. "So, you want a desk? And the bathroom you mentioned, is that a toilet?"
Yes.
Lin Anin tried to pull her hand away again, but couldn't. She had to use her other hand to gesture on the table. "Can we add a small bathroom to our house? Just a little one for washing up, showering, and using the toilet." Mingzhou understood and not only didn't object, but found her idea quite advanced. He unexpectedly raised his hand and ruffled her hair. "All right, we can do that." Both of them were surprised by this gesture. Mingzhou quickly withdrew his hand, cleared his throat, and frowned seriously. "Adding a bathroom isn't simple. We need to apply to the military for that. As for the desk, I'll prepare it for you as soon as possible." Lin Anin was pulled back to reality by his words and immediately leaned closer, eager. "Really? That's great. Mingzhou, you're so nice." Chu Mingzhou looked at her fondly and softly replied, but where Lin Enin couldn't see, he smiled again. Lin Enin always sweetens up when she reaches her goals. I'll be waiting for your good news. You and I are the best in the world. Once I succeed, I'll treat you even better. And also, I want a chair that matches my desk, okay? I have a habit of writing.
Sure.
Long live my husband. I love you so much. Chu Mingzhou was surprised by her title and her honest words. What's wrong? Don't you like me calling you that? But you are my husband. Calling you husband means I want to put all my warmth and affection into those two words. In the 1970s, calling someone husband was still a new thing. Most people would refer to each other in more traditional ways. But Lin Enin thought calling him husband was especially sweet. Chu Mingzhou's gaze softened, and when he looked at her again, there was a hint of redness in his eyes. She was very close to him. After a brief hesitation, he pulled her into his arms. He was tall. Even when sitting, he towered over Lin Enin. He gently rested his head on top of hers, his voice a bit muffled. I really like it. Please remember what you said. Lin Enin was frozen by Chu Mingzhou's sudden action. Her face instantly turned bright red. She could clearly feel his strong heartbeat, which seemed to echo in her own heart, making it race uncontrollably. Unconsciously, she clutched the hem of his shirt, her voice trembling. Of course. Chu Mingzhou half embraced her lightly, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair, feeling an unfamiliar softness in his heart. But his moment of vulnerability was brief, and the intimacy faded quickly. He let her go and adjusted her posture, then poked her cheek, noticing her flushed face. Lin Enin looked up at him in disbelief. Chu Mingzhou stood up, adjusted his sleeves, and his expression returned to seriousness, as if the intimacy they just shared was not like him at all. Get some rest. Lin Enin watched him walk away, opened her mouth, and then touched her hot cheeks, feeling a mix of emotions inside. Is he teasing me? As she was lost in thought, her mother walked in. Seeing Lin Enin's flushed face and dazed expression, she couldn't help but ask, Enin, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? She reached out to touch Lin Enin's forehead. Lin Enin snapped back to reality and quickly moved away from her mother's hand.
Mom, I'm fine. It's just.
It's a bit hot in the room. Her mother looked at her suspiciously.
Hot?
Mom, Mingzhou asked me to take you out for a stroll. You should bring back some local specialties from the Northwest, right? Get something for Uncle and the others, and also for my grandparents. Lin Enin raised the money in her hand, quietly changing the subject. When her mother heard about buying local products, her attention was indeed diverted. She nodded, yes, we should bring back some specialties, but what are the local products from the Northwest? Just then, Chu Minglan entered and handed Lin Enin the hot water she had just poured. Aunt, I know about that. Xiaolon knows? Then tell us. Our local sand jujubes and red dates are very famous, along with raisins and goji berries. We also have lamb jerky and beef jerky, and she really mentioned quite a few. The local products from this time are not like those in the future. They are all genuine and good quality. Besides being a bit troublesome, the items are truly excellent. Lin Enin's mother's eyes lit up. Then let's go shopping tomorrow. We should buy more since we have many relatives at home to take care of. We have several state-run stores here. For example, Yongqian Building, Shiguan Department Store, and the Agricultural Trade Market. Everyone says the Northwest is poor, but I didn't expect the commerce to be so developed. They even have department stores. Let's have a good look around tomorrow. Enin, you will be in charge in the future, so you need to learn the way. It was finally decided. Tomorrow during the day, they would visit the department store and the agricultural market, and tomorrow night they would pick up Lin Zihua to have dinner at home, which would also serve as a farewell for Lin Enin's mother. The next morning, when Lin Enin got up, her mother and Chu Minglan were already having breakfast. There was also someone sitting next to them. Aunt Wang is visiting today? Aunt Wang was wearing a deep purple cotton jacket with floral prints, which was quite fashionable. Her hair was cut short, styled in a neat bob that made her look lively. Is Mingzhou's wife up? It's quite early. I thought you would sleep until noon. People change, but the words remain the same. Quite annoying. And then, have your breakfast. Her mother brought out the porridge she had warmed just for Lin. Sea cucumber, barley, and millet porridge. When Aunt Wang saw it, her smile froze again. She muttered quietly, a rural girl, raised more delicately than a young lady. What a waste of good food. Mom, it's delicious. Lin ignored her and continued to drink, counting the things she wanted to buy. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Aunt Wang felt embarrassed. Forget it, I delivered the wedding invitation. The banquet is on the 6th day of the new year, so remember to come. Even as she was leaving, no one spoke to her, which made Aunt Wang both angry and amused. Once the people left the courtyard, Lin turned to her mother. What is she doing? Lin's mother pointed to the invitation. Her nephew is getting married. He is Mingzhou's comrade and wants us to go to the banquet on the 6th. Lin nodded. Let's take it to Mingzhou's room. I don't know these people well, so I can't decide. Okay. The mother and daughter chatted for a bit, then tidied up before taking Xiaolon to the West Side department store. The West Side department store is located in the most bustling area of the Northwest. From a distance, the store's square outline stood out brightly in the sunlight, with a large sign hanging high. The bold red characters were striking, and the gray bricks were simple yet sturdy, with many posters of workers and soldiers on the walls. Chu Minglan suddenly walked a few steps faster and took Lin's hand. Sister-in-law. Xiaolon, what's wrong? Lin walked slowly, feeling a bit uncomfortable in her chest. Being pulled by Chu Minglan made it worse. Sister-in-law, here, my brother said this is for you to buy clothes. He wants you to get a few nice pieces. Another stack of money and tickets was handed to Lin. Cough, cough, cough. A sudden coughing fit made Lin quickly turn aside, bending over as she coughed. Chu Minglan was startled by Lin's sudden cough and rushed to support her, worry on her face. Sister-in-law, what happened?
Are you
scared by the money? I was scared at first too. Lin's mother looked at Lin anxiously and stepped forward to help her breathe easier. Are you tired? Let's go inside. Standing here in the wind will only make it worse. Lin waved her hand and coughed for a while before catching her breath. She cleared her throat. I'm fine. I just inhaled some cold air. Deep down, she knew it was because her body was weak. After walking for a short while, she was already tired, and the sudden money startled her, causing the cough. Lin's mother still wasn't reassured and reached out to touch Lin's forehead. Are you really okay? Don't push yourself. If you're not feeling well, we should go to the hospital right away. We can't wait. Lin smiled and nodded. Really, it's okay, Mom. Don't worry. By the way, Xiaolon, what's with this money and the tickets? Another 20 tickets. Is Chu Mingzhou really that wealthy? Is it necessary to give her so much just to buy a few clothes? Plus, she already has over 200. Adding it all up, Lin was astonished. That's over 400, which is more than an average person's salary for a year. Sister-in-law, my brother said this is for you to buy new clothes since the new year is coming. He wants you to take this money and tickets to pick out some nice and warm outfits. Lin stared at the money in her hands, momentarily surprised. Lin's mother smiled, Mingzhou cares about you. Just take it and choose some clothes you like. You need to take good care of your health and wear warm, comfortable clothes. It will help with your condition. Lin's mother is usually very careful with money, so it was surprising she didn't refuse this time. Chu Minglan also smiled and chimed in, pointing to the Westgate department store. Yes, sister-in-law, just listen to my brother. Let's go in and take a look. The clothes in that department store are really nice. We can shop there first and then head to the farmer's market. Lin hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. All right, since it's his kind intention, I will accept it. Lin's thoughts shifted. She wasn't just thinking about buying new clothes, but also wanted to check out sewing machines. There was a sewing machine ticket among the receipts Chu Mingzhou gave her last time. In this era, sewing machines are valuable items. They are not only large, but also very practical. Let's go. If she could buy a sewing machine, it would make mending things at home much easier. While revising her drafts, she could also try making small items. Even if she doesn't sell them, they could still be useful for building relationships. The group entered the Westgate department store, which was bustling with people. Everywhere she looked, there were counters displaying products in neat rows. Lin Enin found it refreshing. The department store felt like a larger version of a supply and marketing cooperative. Although it was organized, it also resembled a general supermarket with a bit of everything. To the left upon entering was the clothing section, where the colors were mostly dark and the style simple, but compared to other places, the selection was quite rich.
Mom, wait.
Lin Enin immediately spotted a cotton jacket with a decorative button, stylish and clearly warm. There was also a thick black wool coat, long and sturdy. Mom, look at this cotton jacket, it's so nice. It would be perfect for you to wear during the new year. Also, this coat is for my dad. He's tall, and a long coat will definitely look good on him. Lin's mother followed Lin Enin's gaze and her eyes lit up. Oh, Enin, you have great taste. This cotton jacket is indeed unique. I've never worn one like this. And that coat will definitely look nice on your dad. It looks thick and warm, perfect for visiting relatives during the new year. Lin Enin nodded with a smile, and then looked at a dark red cotton jacket nearby. This one would look nice on Xiaolon too. Chu Minglin's smile froze, and she looked shocked. Sister-in-law, I don't want it. I have clothes. As for Mingzhou, Lin Enin thought that Chu Mingzhou didn't need anything. She could make him something later. In her past life, Lin Enin's best friend was a fashion designer, so she had some experience in this field. While she wasn't skilled enough for complex designs, making a few simple clothes was definitely within her ability. Plus, she had a lot of trendy styles from the future in her mind. Lin Enin was about to ask someone if these 3 items had sizes and prices. If they were suitable, she would buy them. Before she could speak, Chu Minglan insisted she didn't want anything, and if Lin Enin insisted on buying, she would leave. Lin Enin had no choice but to give up. She could always make a couple of pieces for the young girl later. Excuse me, could you please help us with these clothes? I want to see the size of this cotton jacket with the toggle buttons and that black wool coat. The salesperson responded promptly, turning around to grab the clothes from the shelf and quickly handing them to Lin Enin, warmly saying, "These 2 pieces are of excellent quality. Check if the sizes fit." "Thank you." Lin's mother gently shook out the clothes and measured them against herself. "This size is just right, as if it was made for me. It's really nice." Seeing her mother's happy expression, Lin Enin felt joyful too. "Excuse me, how much are these 2 items?" The jacket is 40 yuan plus 8 fabric tickets, and the coat is 55 yuan plus 10 fabric tickets. Lin's mother's hand paused. "That's quite expensive." The salesperson smiled and nodded. "You have a good eye. You've picked the best brands. These clothes are considered cheap here. They would cost 20 yuan more in Kyoto." Lin's mother hesitated, feeling reluctant. After touching and inspecting the clothes carefully, she seemed ready to say no. "Wrap them up." Lin Enin could easily see her mother's concerns, so she quickly made the decision to pay. When Lin's mother heard what Lin Enin said, she hurriedly grabbed her hand and whispered, "Enin, this is too expensive. Why don't we skip it? Spending this much makes me anxious. It's true that we should wear new clothes for the new year, but spending so much at once is not right." Lin Enin smiled and squeezed her mother's hand, gently saying, "Mom, don't worry about the money. This dress is good quality, and you like the style. For the new year, we should wear something nice and festive. Plus, this money is from Mingzhou. It's his way of showing respect to you as his mother-in-law, so we can't refuse." Lin's mother shook her head. "No way, I have my own money. You keep Mingzhou's money for yourself. There will be plenty of other things to spend on in the future." Lin Enin ignored her refusal, counted the money carefully, and handed it to the salesperson. The salesperson smiled widely, surprised that this frail-looking young woman was so decisive. Seeing the salesperson starting to ring up the sale, Lin's mother had no choice but to pat Lin Enin lightly. "You child.
Well,
I guess we'll buy it then." "Oh, I just can't shake this uneasy feeling. I've never worn such expensive clothes before." "Mom, don't think about it too much. When you wear it during the new year, you'll see that it was worth it." Lin's mother laughed at her words. Linen then wandered around the fabric section and casually picked out several types of fabric. Anin, what are you doing? Buying some fabric. Why are you buying fabric? Linen was not someone who usually did any sewing. Mom, just let me do this. Think of it as me learning to make clothes. But this fabric is too nice. You want to learn to sew? No, you won't be able to handle it. Linen gave her a reassuring look and didn't explain further. This dark brown wool needs 13 yards. This light blue printed fabric needs 8 yards. This earthy yellow requires 6 yards. And this one with a subtle pattern needs 9 yards. Oh, and I also need cotton, buttons, zippers, and thread. Lin listed everything in one breath. Fortunately, the department store had everything she needed. Okay, please wait a moment. Lin's mother and Xu Minglan were left speechless. Lin bought a lot and ended up spending 147 yuan. Can I leave these items here for now and come back to pick them up later? Of course, no problem. I'll make sure to keep them safe for you. They have already bought it, and although Lin's mother feels a bit pained, she doesn't say much more. She just advises her not to act recklessly and to ask the women in the courtyard for help if needed, offering them a little payment for their assistance. Mom, I understand. Let's go check the second floor. Linen had just asked a salesperson, and there are sewing machines for sale on the second floor, including the popular Gongnong and Honeybee brands. Are you going to buy a sewing machine? Yeah, getting one will make it easier and save money on making clothes in the future. Lin's mother. She didn't know how to advise her. It's good that her daughter is ambitious, but it also depends on the situation. With her small frame, how could she manage it? Lin's mother felt a headache coming on. Does she really have to spend all 400 yuan before she agrees to go home? When they reached the second floor, it was noticeably quieter than the first. The sewing machines gleamed under the lights, looking sturdy and durable. Linen walked over to the Gongnong sewing machine, examining it closely while asking the nearby salesperson about its features and functions. The salesperson patiently explained, "Comrade, this Gongnong sewing machine is very popular because it is simple, convenient, and cost-effective." Linen nodded and then moved to look at the Honeybee sewing machine, comparing the appearance and details of both models. Xu Minglan's eyes widened as she reached out to touch it, but quickly pulled her hand back. Annie, is she really going to buy a sewing machine? There are hardly any in our courtyard. It's not that others can't afford it. It's just that sewing machine tickets are rare and hard to come by. Even the most skilled women in the courtyard can't make clothes without the materials. Lin's mother sighed helplessly. Sigh. Making clothes is not an easy task. It takes a lot of effort. Her health is already weak. Linen had made up her mind and pointed to the Gongnong sewing machine. Comrade, I want this one. The Gongnong sewing machine costs only 140 yuan, which is 100 yuan cheaper than the Honeybee model. The configurations and workmanship of both machines are nearly identical. The Gongnong brand is sufficient for home use. Comrade, we have it in stock. I'll prepare your order right away. You just need to take the ticket over there to pay, and once you pay, the sewing machine will be yours. Linen replied, "This includes delivery, right?" "It does." "Are you from out of town?" "In the Northwest. Only our department store offers the service because we are the only ones with commercial delivery trucks. As long as it's within a half-hour drive, we will deliver it." Linen was happy and took the ticket hesitantly. "Excuse me, I bought some other items that are a bit heavy. If it's convenient for you." "Of course, it's no trouble at all. Just bring them to me, and I'll carry them for you." Okay. Linen smiled and hugged her mother, gently patting her arm to reassure her. "Mom, look, this sewing machine is a great deal, right? Not only will they deliver it to our home, but they'll also help us carry other things." "Oh, you child." Buying a sewing machine was a big deal. Since they had already made the purchase, Lin's mother wouldn't dampen her daughter's spirits. Instead, she sincerely praised it. "This sewing machine is indeed a good item. Look at how well it's designed. When you're not using it, you can turn it around and use it as a little writing table. It's very neat." Linen nodded and noticed Xu Minglan staring intently at the sewing machine. She gently poked the little girl's cheek. "If you like it, I can teach you how to use it later." "Really?" Xu Minglan felt her heart racing with excitement. Of course, it's no problem.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
After Lin and In finished paying and provided the address, she prepared to leave. When she learned that there were clothes on the first floor to be carried, the salesperson became even more enthusiastic and gifted Lin and In a pair of sewing scissors. Haha. Thank you so much. The salesperson at the clothing counter is my husband. These sewing scissors are valuable. Just one costs several dollars and are hard to find in the market. High-quality brands like this are usually reserved for the sewing machine company, often kept by merchants or employees for personal use, rarely reaching customers. Not at all. Thank you for the scissors. No problem. I'll also give you a measuring tape and chalk later. The three of them continued to browse the Westgate department store. When they passed the skincare counter, Lin Enin bought several boxes of cream. She handed one to Chu Minglan and gave the rest to her mother. Mom, keep one for yourself and take the others home as gifts for Annie, little aunt, uncle, and grandma. We can't find this in Sioux City. Lin's mother tightened her grip on the bag, her eyes filled with joy. How could she not be happy when her daughter was so thoughtful and filial? And you really are considerate. The agricultural market is 2 streets away from the Westgate department store, which isn't too far. It takes about 10 minutes to walk there. The market is very lively. As soon as you enter, various products catch your eye, with stalls lined up next to each other, showcasing a wide array of goods. The first stall features goji berries, which are bright red, plump, and very appealing. Lin's mother approaches and picks up a small handful to examine closely. Comrade, our goji berries are authentic Northwest goji berries, carefully dried and selected. They are very nutritious, priced at 30 cents per 2 ounces. If you buy more, I can give you a discount. Lin's mother nods in agreement, thinking it over, and decides to buy a full 8 pounds. Next, they move to a stall selling raisins, which are piled high in green and purple varieties, looking particularly good with a light dusting of sugar on the surface. Comrade, would you like to buy some raisins? You can try any kind you like. Linen picks one up to taste and immediately finds it sweet and tangy. Mom, these raisins are really good. They're sweet and chewy. We should get some for snacks or to use in desserts. After trying one, Lin's mother nods repeatedly yes. These are quite large. Chu Minglan helps pick out some, and soon they have a big bag weighing 10 pounds. I'm going to check out the jerky. I can smell it from far away. When they finally come out with their bags, it's nearly 4 in the afternoon. Lin's mother stops to buy some vegetables, saying she needs to prepare a good meal for the kids. Once everything is purchased, a delivery truck is waiting. The driver, Mr. Chen, is very polite. He not only puts their items in the truck, but also offers them a ride. Is this really okay? Don't worry, there's plenty of room, and it's on my way. They later find out that Mr. Chen is the father of one of the salespeople. It turns out the whole family works at the Westgate department store, which is quite nice. In this era, having a government truck is considered quite valuable. As the truck drives into the military compound, many people stop what they are doing and rush over to take a look. Everyone knows that when this truck shows up, someone must have bought something big. Wow, what did Captain Chu buy? I don't know, but I just saw his wife in the truck. Her? A sickly person can't buy anything good. She must be wasting money. Who knows? When the brand new sewing machine was brought out by Master Chen, many people widened their eyes in surprise and envy. Wow, you bought a sewing machine? That's impressive. These things aren't cheap. Looks like Captain Chu's family is doing really well, an older woman exclaimed. Exactly. Captain Chu is so good to his wife, spending money like this. Just look at that sewing machine. It looks high-end, another woman agreed. However, there were some who felt a bit sour and whispered, buying such an expensive item. Who knows if it will even be used? It might just collect dust and waste the money. Lin's mother heard these comments, but only smiled lightly and went to greet everyone, pulling out some raisins from her bag and handing them out. Aren't you all busy? I'm going back to Sioux City tomorrow, so I hope you all can take good care of my Anan. This sewing machine was bought for Anan by Mingzhou. He really cares for her, so I feel at ease leaving her with him. Lin's mother's warm and generous gesture made those who were gossiping feel embarrassed, and they stopped. Everyone smiled and accepted the raisins, exchanging polite words. "Oh, dear sister, you're too kind. Captain Chu and Enin are both good kids. They support each other, so we don't need to worry," an older woman said, munching on the raisins. "That's right, don't worry about Sioux City, Auntie. We're neighbors, and if the kids need help, we'll definitely lend a hand," another woman chimed in, her face beaming with smiles. Lin was touched by her mother's response. She knew her mother was defending her in her own way, helping change the opinions of those with different thoughts. Lin stepped forward, linking her arm with her mother's, and smiled at everyone. "Thank you, aunties. My health isn't great, so I will need your help in the future. Once I learn to make clothes, if anyone needs assistance, just come to me." Hearing this, everyone laughed even more, and the atmosphere became warm and friendly. They gathered around Lin, curiously asking about the good things they had bought that day, making it feel like the new year had come early. At that moment, Master Chen smiled and reminded them, "All the items have been moved to the main hall. It's getting late, so I will take my leave now." "Okay, got it." Lin's mother waved to everyone, indicating that she had things to do and would leave it at that. She hurried back to the kitchen and wrapped up 2 big pancakes. "Master Chen, I'm really sorry for the trouble today. Dinner time is almost here, so please eat these on your way." Master Chen refused, but Lin's mother insisted, and in the end, he had to smile and accept them. As Master Chen left, Mingzhou returned with Lin Zihua. The neighbors at the door had not yet dispersed. Many of them curiously looked at Lin Zihua. Although Lin Zihua was handsome, he had a straightforward personality and was a bit fierce. However, he was sweet-tongued and polite, which made him quite likable. With Lin's mother being polite and insisting on giving things away, and Lin Zihua sweet-talking and being friendly, many neighbors changed their opinion of the Lin family. Lin is just not well, but the family is actually quite good. Besides, Captain Chu is capable and should take good care of his wife. It's not a big deal. The Lin family is honest. Now that her mother is leaving, she brought her little brother over. With him around, life won't be too hard. Yes, and there's also Sister Lan. She's still a few years away from marriage and can help out at home. Lin was unaware that in just a short time, her image had shifted from a burden to a minor support. Although still a burden, it wasn't as heavy. When Mingzhou saw the sewing machine, he didn't say anything. But Lin Zihua, surprised, accidentally let it slip. "Sis, you bought a sewing machine? I was going to trade that recorder for a sleeper train ticket. Otherwise, with these 3 turns, you would have 2 already." Everyone turned to look at him. Lin Zihua was taken aback. Lin's mother, having just washed her hands, overheard her son's outrageous comment and quickly approached, giving Lin Zihua a couple of light taps, making him cry out. "I knew it! Your dad clearly said he would buy a recorder, but he didn't even look for it. I thought he couldn't find one, but it turns out you took it." After being tapped by Lin's mother, Lin Zihua immediately got scared and defended himself. "Mom, I didn't take it randomly. I traded it for Tongtong's sleeper ticket. You know she's weak." Mom Lin's mother was even more furious upon hearing this. "How dare you mention Jiang Tong? Just because she is weak, does that mean your sister isn't? Your sister came here on a hard seat, and she's even more delicate than your sister? That recorder was specially bought by your dad for your sister. And you just took it without saying a word. Do you even care about your sister?" Lin Zihua was scolded by his mother and dared not speak, shrinking his head away. Lin Anan glanced at him. The formal military uniform made him look a bit more serious than usual.
Just a bit.
Lin Anan approached and pulled her mother, saying, "Mom, don't be angry. It's just a tape recorder. It's not a big deal." Lin's mother sighed and said sadly, "You just spoil him. That tape recorder was very precious, and now it's gone. Your dad worked really hard to get it." Seeing his mother like this made Lin Zihua feel a bit sad too. He softly said, "I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. All right, I'll let you off this time, but if it happens again, just wait and see how I deal with you." Lin's mother wiped her tears and went to cook. Chu Minglan didn't dare to say much and quickly followed, offering quiet comfort. Mingzhou said he would change clothes and left, giving space to the siblings. Lin Zihua was called over by Lin Anan to sit beside her. Lin Anan looked at him, and he lowered his head in silence, like a puppy that had done something wrong. Seeing Lin Zihua like this made Lin Anan feel both amused and frustrated. She sighed softly. "Mom will go back tomorrow. You will spend the new year with me." Lin Zihua suddenly looked up, his eyes showing confusion. He hadn't thought about this.
What?
"You don't want to?" Lin Zihua scratched his head, feeling a bit shy as he said, "Sister, it's not that. It's just, I'm a bit unaccustomed. If you're not used to it, you need to get used to it quickly. From now on, I will rely on you here in the Northwest."
Ah.
The boy looked surprised, completely unsure of how to react. He was usually pampered by his family, only being taken care of by others. Now Lin Anan suddenly gave him responsibilities, leaving him a bit lost. Lin Anan patiently said, "Zihua, you're not a child anymore. My health isn't great, so I will need your help with many things here in the Northwest." Lin Zihua was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. "Sister, I understand. I will definitely take good care of you." As he spoke, he started to doubt himself. Lin Anan gently patted his hand, reassuringly saying, "It's okay. Take your time. No one is perfect from the start. In everyday life, whenever you have time, just help out with errands, buy things. If someone bullies your sister, you should stand up and protect her. These are all things you can do." Lin Zihua blinked and felt that what his sister said seemed familiar to him. But the person involved was Jiang Tong. "Zihua, I need you more than anyone else." Lin Zihua wanted to say that he still had to take care of Tong Tong, but Lin Anan interrupted him. "People often stick to their fixed ways of thinking. You have to tell them repeatedly that it's not right and how it should be done. Only then can you change their way of thinking." Lin Anan pulled Lin Zihua up and looked him over from head to toe, nodding with a smile. "My brother has really grown up, tall and handsome. He looks reliable." Lin Zihua straightened his chest. "Of course, I measured myself yesterday. I'm 183 centimeters barefoot, and I might still grow taller, probably as tall as my brother-in-law." Lin Anan raised an eyebrow. "My brother-in-law? Just one day, and you're already so close?" To get close to her brother, she had to rely on some persuasion. "Don't worry, sister. Actually, my brother-in-law is even more reliable. If you get bullied, he won't stand for it." Lin Anan felt helpless. At that moment, Mingzhou returned, glanced at Lin Zihua, and sat down next to Lin Anan. "The ticket I bought for Mom is for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll have someone take her." "Mom?" Lin Anan was surprised again. She turned to look at him with a smile. This was the first time he referred to Lin's mother as Mom. What does this mean? It means he has truly accepted her as his wife. Lin Anan felt a warm sensation inside and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, dear. Mom is bringing a lot of things, so you'll have to help out." Mingzhou appreciated being called dear, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. "Yeah, I know." At that moment, Lin's mother and Minglan came out of the kitchen with dishes. Hearing their conversation, Lin's mother smiled. "Come on, stop chatting and let's eat." Lin's mother was leaving, and it was hard not to feel nervous. Not only was Lin Zihua nervous about leaving home for the first time, but Lin Anan was also a bit anxious. Lin Zihua was worried about spending the new year away from home. Lin Anan had a bit of a fledgling feeling. Since entering this alternate world, Lin's mother had always been the loving and caring figure. Suddenly having to part ways and face life alone in this unfamiliar world. Lin's mother kept serving dishes to the two of them, all their favorites. "You both need to be obedient and sensible. If you have any problems, just send a telegram or call home. If you need anything, just say it." Lin Anan responded with a soft Lin Zihua, however, had a lot of grievances he couldn't express. When Lin Anan put down her chopsticks, she noticed a pair of warm hands covering her left hand. She was startled. The large hand gently wrapped around her fingers. "Don't be afraid." She heard Mingzhou's deep voice beside her. Lin Anan glanced at him. He was sitting straight with a calm expression, as if someone else was holding her hand and comforting her. She chuckled softly. Not only did she not pull away, but she also turned her hand over and clasped his. Their fingers intertwined. Mingzhou was momentarily surprised, then a charming smile appeared on his lips, and he tightened his grip slightly. Mingzhou, I'm counting on you to take care of Anan. If you encounter any issues, remember to discuss them calmly. If she doesn't understand something, please explain it to her. Lin's mother continued to give her advice, knowing her son-in-law was good, but her worries were still present. The next day, morning sunlight streamed through the window, bringing a gentle warmth into the room. Lin woke up early to help her mother tidy up, trying not to leave anything behind. Mom, you have so many things, it will be hard to move them. The train station is so far from our village. How could you forget your uncle? He'll be at the train station. Let him help with the moving. You should stop worrying. I can handle it myself. You need to rest more. Lin continued her work, smiling as she said, Mom, I'm not tired. I can't leave anything behind. It will be a hassle to find it later. Lin's mother sat beside her, patiently explaining, and then, once I leave, Xiaoyu will be back and you'll need to give this room back to him. As for you, you should go back to Mingzhou's room. Lin. She looked at her mother in surprise, her hands stopping. Lin's mother cleared her throat and gently patted her leg. Oh dear. Why don't you understand? You and Mingzhou are a couple. It's not right for married couples to live apart. Before, it was because you were unwell and not very familiar with each other. In short, Lin's mother meant, you two have had enough time to get to know each other, and it seems like there's a bit of sweetness between you. Hurry up and live together. What sense does it make for a couple to sleep apart? If there are any problems, just sleep it off. Lin felt her cheeks flush.
Mom.
Mingzhou and I were not at that stage yet. Lin's mother became more serious. You've been married for 4 years. Don't mess around. Relationships take time to grow. Mingzhou is a good guy and cares about you, so stop being difficult. Listen to me, go back to his room, and live well together. Once you're feeling better, try to give me a healthy grandchild soon. Lin was stunned. Mom, what are you talking about? This can't be rushed. Besides, I need to take care of my health slowly. Lin's mother chuckled softly. I know it takes time, but you need to have that mindset. There's nothing to be shy about. Sleeping in the same bed will naturally lead to more. But you need to be careful. Lin felt overwhelmed with all these thoughts. Who says people today are conservative?
They are so straightforward.
She felt like a young girl from ancient times, suddenly being taught about intimate matters. Stop, Mom, I get it. When Xiaoyu comes back, I'll definitely sleep in Mingzhou's bed. Just then, the door creaked open. The one who said he had something to do, Mingzhou, was standing at the door, looking serious. Pushing the door was Minglan, who was also standing there in shock. Once she realized what was happening, she quickly withdrew her hand. I just wanted to ask if you need help. Also, my brother is back. He said he was taking Aunt to the train station. Lin felt her face burn and wished she could disappear into the ground. Minglan was equally embarrassed, blushing as she said softly, Sister-in-law. I really didn't mean to. I thought you were all set. Mingzhou maintained a calm expression, as if he hadn't heard anything. He looked at Lin's mother and nodded slightly. Mom, it's about time. Let's get ready to leave so we don't miss the train. Lin's mother quickly dropped her earlier lecturing tone and smiled. Okay, let's go. She picked up her small bag. By the way, Mingzhou, didn't you say you were busy today? I handed it over to the instructor.
Great.
Handed it over to the instructor again. In the military, nothing is small. It can't be that easy to pass things off to someone else. He clearly left early in the morning, so he must have finished everything and came back just to drop someone off. Despite her efforts, she always downplayed things. Lin felt a warm glow in her heart, which helped ease her embarrassment as she stood up to follow. Lin's mother initially didn't want her to go, worried it would be too tiring since it wasn't a short trip. Then, go change into something warmer, Mingzhou suggested, asking her to put on a thicker coat to go with him. Can I really go? She asked, surprised. Yes. Weren't you planning to visit Xinhua News Agency and Xinhua Bookstore? Did you forget? Lin An's eyes lit up. Okay. She quickly turned back to her room, changed into a wool coat, fixed her hair, and then got into the car. She hadn't forgotten about the visit. She just assumed it was off since he mentioned being busy yesterday. She was even thinking of going on her own to gather some information. Once in the car, Lin An's mother began to feel emotional, holding her hand and giving her instructions. She turned to Mingzhou for reassurance, and even included Lin An's sister, Lin Anlin, in her concerns. Only after receiving promises from all three did she feel a bit more at ease. Soon, they arrived at the train station. Mingzhou got out first to handle the luggage, and the others followed. As soon as Anan stepped out, the cold air hit her, making her shiver. Lin An's mother looked at the familiar train station, her eyes reddening again. She held Lin An's hand and said, Anan, while I'm away, you must take care of yourself. If anything happens, talk to Mingzhou. Don't try to handle everything alone, okay? Lin Anan felt a pang in her heart and nodded firmly. Mom, I understand. Please be safe on your journey. Take care of yourself, and write to me when you think of me. Mingzhou quietly stood by until the train arrived, then he moved the luggage onto the train. The heavy bags seemed weightless in his hands as he effortlessly carried several at a time and soon had everything settled. Mom, take care and stay safe. Okay, you two should head back. It's cold outside. Lin An's farewell turned from calm to nearly overwhelming as the train started. Her mother's figure slowly faded away, and tears streamed down her face. She jogged alongside the train, calling out, Mom, have a safe trip. Remember to let me know when you get home. Mingzhou quickly stepped forward and pulled her back. Don't chase after it, it's dangerous. Lin An, pulled back by Mingzhou, was still immersed in the sadness of parting, unable to stop her tears. She leaned against Mingzhou's embrace, her voice trembling. I don't want Mom to leave. Once she goes, I don't know when I'll see her again. Her whole body shook slightly, and her words were not very clear. Mingzhou frowned a little and gently patted her back, soothing her, Don't cry. If you really miss Mom, I'll find a way. Lin An didn't quite hear what he said and continued to express her feelings. She wiped her tears and stood up straight. Didn't you say you would take me to the city? Her emotions came and went quickly, leaving Mingzhou a bit amused.
Yes.
Minglan cautiously spoke up. Sister-in-law, I heard from others that there are many beautiful picture books at the Xinhua bookstore. Is that true? Lin An paused for a moment and rubbed the little girl's head. Yes, there are many nice books. When we get to the bookstore, if you find something you like, I'll buy it for you. Really? Of course. The drive from the train station to the city center wasn't far, taking only about 20 minutes. Lin An noticed something interesting. Driving a military vehicle seemed especially convenient. Everyone would automatically give way. Curious, she asked, haven't you heard the saying? The spring breeze of reform blows from the northwest. This area has always been a center of military connection, and people here respect soldiers more than in other places. Since it was a war zone, every household had children in the military. Because of their sacrifices, they earned respect. That made sense. The group first headed to the Xinhua News Agency. Minglan waited in the car while Mingzhou accompanied Lin An into the building. Before Lin An could ask anything, someone recognized them. Captain Chu? Translator Lin? The person was one of the cameramen from the last Special Forces report. Lin An and Mingzhou, being the main characters, left a strong impression on him. Lin An didn't know him and wasn't sure how to address him. Comrade Pang, Mingzhou greeted politely with a nod. Pang Lin welcomed them into an office and made them 2 cups of tea. What brings you to the Xinhua News Agency? Mingzhou looked at Lin An, indicating that she could speak up. Lin An took a small sip of her tea and asked, Comrade Pang, I would like to inquire if there is a publishing house under the Xinhua News Agency? Upon hearing this, both Pang Lin and Mingzhou were taken aback. Publishing a book?
Yes.
Pang Lin looked at Lin An in surprise, seemingly not expecting her to ask such a question. Lin, our Xinhua News Agency doesn't have a publishing house. For publishing books, you need to find a professional publisher. Lin paused. In her memory, Xinhua did have a publishing house. Was it possible that it hadn't been established yet? However, what type of book are you thinking of publishing? I do know some publishers. Lin immediately nodded and put down her teacup. Comrade Pang, I enjoy writing in my spare time, and I'm thinking about organizing my work to see if there's a chance to publish a book. That's why I came to inquire about the situation today. Pang Lining showed some interest.
Oh.
So, Lin, you have talent?
What type of content do you write?
Lin briefly introduced her work and mentioned that she could publish both Chinese and English versions, ensuring that the translations would be professional. You mean, you can publish a bilingual book? Pang Lining stood up, clearly a bit nervous. He paced back and forth, rubbing his hands. That's a big advantage. If the content is good, this could be a major opportunity for publishing. But it mainly depends on the quality and originality of the content. Do you have any drafts with you? Lin felt a bit shy and shook her head. I've finished the first draft, but I haven't organized it yet. I came here to gather information about publishers. If there's hope, I'll work on organizing my draft to meet the publishing standards. Pang Lining stopped pacing and walked up to Lin. I do know some publishers. Would you like me to introduce you? That would be great. Pang Linong nodded. Wait for me. I'll contact them. As he walked away, he added, bilingual books are very competitive. You need to hurry and organize your draft. This is a great opportunity. Lin quickly nodded.
Okay.
Once he left, only the two of them remained in the office. Mingzhou looked at Lin with curiosity. You want to publish a book? Lin smiled sweetly and leaned closer to him. I write pretty well, but I usually just do it for fun. A few days ago, I found some of my old work and thought I'd ask about it. I wasn't sure if it would work out, so I didn't dare to tell you. She moved closer, her words charming and her tone full of pride. Mingzhou gently placed his arm around her shoulders, a slight smile on his lips, showing a bit of affection. You never mentioned this before. It turns out you are quite talented. That's because you didn't get to know me well. What have you written? Lin tilted her head and thought for a moment. Just some little stories from life, along with my own insights and imaginations, all kinds of things, even love stories. Mingzhou raised an eyebrow. Okay. I'll take a look at them later. Really? What's wrong? Nothing at all. Before Pang Lining returned, Mingzhou let go of her and helped her sit properly. Lin, good news. I contacted Yuan Ing Publishing House for you. It's the best publisher in our Northwest region and a state-owned company. They're interested in bilingual books. Here's the contact information. Pang Lining handed over a detailed address and a phone number. If your manuscript is ready, you can go anytime. Okay, thank you so much. Lin expressed her sincere gratitude. Lin truly felt the warmth of the people in the Northwest. This also illustrated the saying that having multiple friends opens many doors. Pang Lining was nearly shocked when he learned that Lin not only spoke Japanese and English, but also other languages. My goodness, Lin, are you serious? Of course. I graduated from a university for workers and farmers, and I have a talent for languages. Mastering them is just a personal hobby. Lin understood the ways of the world. When needed, she had to be a bit bold to avoid being underestimated. Sure enough, Pang Lining confidently promised that he could guarantee her future publishing opportunities. However, he also had a request. If Xinhua News Agency ever needed urgent translation help, he hoped Lin would assist. Lin readily agreed, seeing it as a way to build connections while also looking for part-time work. Mingzhou watched Lin handle everything with ease, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Once they left Xinhua News Agency, the publishing matter seemed to be on the right track. When Chu Minglan saw them approaching, she leaned out of the car. Sister-in-law, how did it go? Was everything smooth? Lin got into the car, unable to hide her cheerful mood. It went quite well. Sister-in-law, let's go to the Xinhua bookstore. Chu Mingzhou started the car and turned around.
First, let's go eat.
This was Lin's first time stepping into a state-run restaurant. As soon as they entered, They could smell the unique aroma mixed with the scent of food. The lobby had several square tables and many people were already seated, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. The waitstaff, dressed in blue uniforms, were busy moving between tables, serving food and clearing dishes. Mingzhou, accompanied by two others, found an empty spot to sit down. Soon, a waiter approached and pointed to the menu behind him. "Hello, what would you like to eat?" "Today we have braised pork, hand-pulled lamb, mashed potatoes, stir-fried vegetables, and tomato egg soup, all of which are our specialties." "I'll have a portion of braised pork and hand-pulled lamb, along with stir-fried vegetables and tomato egg soup," one of them ordered. The waiter noted the order and smiled, saying, "Great. Please wait a moment. I'll bring it to you shortly." While waiting for the food, Lin curiously looked around. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed, followed by a woman's cry. The lively atmosphere in the restaurant fell silent in an instant. Lin frowned and turned to look. "Get up. There are so many people here. I don't have time to deal with you." The man struck hard, and the woman fell to the ground, unable to get up. The man had his back to Lin, so she couldn't see his face, but she recognized the woman on the ground. She had seen her before, outside Professor Liang's office at the hospital. Tears fell like raindrops onto the concrete floor. "Su Wenba, you want a divorce? Do you have any conscience? The Hu family has treated you well. Do you remember how you promised my father?" Another loud slap interrupted her. The woman's voice stopped abruptly, and she lay still on the ground, silent and unmoving. Seeing this, Lin felt a jolt of anger and quickly stood up, rushing to the woman's side. She crouched down and checked for a pulse, realizing the woman was not breathing. Su Wenbo noticed a frail figure rushing towards him, trying to help his wife, and immediately shouted, "Who do you think you are? I advise you not to interfere. This woman is just pretending. If you touch her again, you might get blamed for it. Don't say I didn't warn you." Su Wenbo tried to reach for Lin, but Mingzhou grabbed his arm firmly. "What are you doing? Do you know who I am?" Mingzhou tightened his grip on Su Wenbo's hand, causing a loud scream. "Shut up." Lin frowned, anxiously saying, "Her breathing is very weak. We need to save her quickly, or she might be in serious danger." Without caring that they were in a restaurant lobby, she quickly unbuttoned two buttons on the woman's collar to help her breathe more easily. Then, she placed her hands together and began to rhythmically press on the woman's chest. 1, 2, 3. Linen's forehead began to bead with sweat. She was too weak and had to ask someone nearby for help. "Excuse me, can you help?"
Me? Yes.
"Okay, I can." Lin nodded and demonstrated the technique twice. "Press like this, with some force." "I really don't have the strength. Please help." "Got it, I'll do it." Fortunately, people in this era were kind-hearted and didn't take life-threatening situations lightly. The woman quickly squatted down, placing her hands on the woman's chest as Lin showed, pressing down firmly with each push. "Everyone please step back to let the air flow. This woman has stopped breathing. Her situation is very dangerous." The onlookers moved aside, losing their appetite as they gathered around to watch. Meanwhile, Mingzhou still held Su Wenba tightly, his grip unyielding. Su Wenba continued to shout, not stopping for a moment, even shamelessly threatening, "You're committing murder. If anything happens to my wife, you will all pay for it." His words made the crowd step back even more, causing the woman who was performing CPR to hesitate for a moment. "Keep going."
Okay.
Lin carefully observed the woman's face and condition while quietly counting the compressions. 30, 31, 32. Chu Minglan stood in the crowd, clutching the hem of her clothes, her eyes red. She was worried about the woman who had fainted and feared her brother and sister-in-law might get into trouble. After a while, Lin checked the woman's breathing again and found the situation still dire. She gritted her teeth. "Keep pressing, and I'll try giving her mouth-to-mouth. We need to hurry." At this point, the woman didn't hesitate, quickly nodding and continuing her actions, responding, "All right, let's hurry." Lin took a deep breath, leaned down, pinched the woman's nose, and carefully performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, 1 breath, 2 breaths. Her movements were quick and precise, each exhale seeming to compete with death for this life. However, many people around her didn't understand what was happening and frowned uncomfortably at the sight of 2 women so close together. As everyone had their own thoughts, suddenly, a faint cough came from the woman's throat, and she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Enin let out a sigh of relief and quickly asked the older sister to stop, finally showing a hint of joy on her face. "Comrade, how are you feeling?" The woman looked a bit confused, weakly shook her head, and hoarsely said, What happened to me?" When she met Su Wenba's intense gaze, she trembled and instinctively shrank back. Lin Enin firmly held her shoulder, gently patting her. "It's okay, don't rush. If you have an asthma attack now, it could be a problem." The woman looked at her in disbelief.
You.
"How did you?" She stared at Lin Enin for 2 seconds, gradually recalling it's you. The older sister, who had been performing compressions, wiped the sweat from her forehead. "In this cold weather, I worked up a sweat. Young lady, you really need to thank her. If it weren't for this quick-thinking comrade, you might not be here right now." With her words, many people around nodded in agreement. "Wow. We really owe it to this comrade. It's amazing how she directed everyone and even gave you breath, and it actually worked. Yes, what a skill. She saved you with mouth to mouth. You're lucky to be alive. You must have good fortune ahead." The woman took a while to come back to her senses. Remembering what had happened, tears welled up in her eyes, and she choked out, "Thank you, sister. If it weren't for you, I might have." Lin Enin supported her and felt a bit drained herself, waving her hand.
Let's not talk about that.
"It's good that you're okay now." At that moment, Mingzhou had released Su Wenba, but his gaze remained cold and fixed on him. Su Wenba, feeling scared, stepped back several paces. "Xiaomei, come here." His shout startled everyone. Lin Enin shot Su Wenba a glare, her eyes filled with unspoken disgust. Who cares about leaders or successful people? Anyone who can hit a woman in front of everyone is pure trash. "Sister Xiaomei, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?"
No, I'm fine.
"I just need to catch my breath. If you don't mind, why don't you sit with us for a while?" Xiaomei hesitated for a moment and nodded. She walked carefully around Su Wenba. "You think you can control everything, even my family matters?" Su Wenba stepped forward, trying to grab her. "Xiaomei, if you take one more step today, you're finished." Xiaomei froze, her feet stopping. Mingzhou quickly blocked him, saying, "Excuse me, please watch your behavior. Get out of the way. This is our family matter, and you better not interfere." Su Wenba smirked, raising his voice. "Xiaomei, come here. I'm only saying this one last time." Lin Enin gently held Xiaomei's arm. She didn't say much this time. It was an emergency, and she had saved a life. But everyone has their own life, and it's their freedom to make any choice. Xiaomei's eyes turned red as she held Lin Enin's hand, seeking courage. "Su Wenba, I agree to the divorce. You can go." Su Wenba was stunned at first, then his face turned extremely ugly. He glared at Xiaomei, poking his finger at her angrily. "Fine, remember this. I can't stand your attitude. Do you think you're still the leader's daughter? Without me, you're nothing." After saying that, he coldly looked at the crowd. "Everyone, step aside." With that, he left. Xiaomei's body trembled slightly as she bit her lip and murmured, "I never expected our family would choose such an ungrateful person. He wants to cut all ties." Lin Enin looked at Xiaomei with sympathy. "Sister Xiaomei, don't be upset. Just sit down for now." Xiaomei wiped her tears and gratefully looked at Lin Enin and Mingzhou. "Thank you so much for today." Su Wenba was quite well known in this area, and several people at the state-run restaurant recognized him. It wasn't that people were indifferent. He was the youngest leader of the bus company, and even if they sympathized with Xiaomei, they didn't dare to offend him easily. Now that Su Wenba had left, many people came over to offer support. Though it was just verbal comfort, it meant a lot to Xiaomei. It wasn't until the waiter brought the food that the crowd gradually dispersed. This comrade, This is the dish our chef sent you. You just bravely saved someone. That's really impressive. The waiter gave Lin Anan a thumbs up. Lin Anan was taken aback and quickly thanked him. Thank you. I just did what I could. It's nothing special. I know the method you used to save that person. My cousin studies medicine and mentioned it before. It's called CPR, right?
Yes. You really know your stuff to understand that. Thank you.
Once Hu Xiaomei calmed down, she began to share her story. Lin Anan felt her worldview shatter, and she was quite upset. Isn't Su Wenba just a modern-day version of a phoenix man? Su Wenba wasn't originally from the Northwest. He was a young intellectual sent from the South to the rural Northwest. By chance, Su Wenba met Hu's father, Hu Xiaomei's dad. Su Wenba was clever, articulate, and charming, and he caught Hu's father's attention. As a high-ranking leader in the Northwest Bus Company, Hu's father had some influence and admired Su Wenba, wanting to promote him. After Hu Xiaomei and Su Wenba fell in love, he was transferred to the city. 2 years after their marriage, Hu's father retired from the bus company and handed the position over to Su Wenba. Everything changed after Hu's parents passed away. The originally caring and gentle Su Wenba became ambitious. He used the connections and inheritance left by his father-in-law to carve out his own power in the bus company. Once a person gains power, their thoughts can become twisted. He felt that Hu Xiaomei was not worthy of him, and his attitude towards her worsened, causing their once harmonious marriage to crumble. Although Su Wenba came from a humble background, his education level was quite average, which was a disadvantage for him. So, he particularly admired talented women, like Jiang Tong. This divorce situation wasn't about anything else. It was because of Su's mother, the rather large lady. She came to the Northwest intending to settle down and retire, and she not only wanted to come herself, but also wanted to arrange for her daughter to move there. If her daughter came, she would need a job, and positions at the bus company had to be earned through ability. Since her daughter lacked the skills, she set her sights on Hu Xiaomei's job as a clerk at the Xinhua bookstore. Hu Xiaomei was unwilling to give up her position, leading to the current divorce situation. After hearing Hu Xiaomei's story, Lin Anan felt a wave of sympathy. Su Wenba is really too much. If it weren't for the Hu family helping him back then, he wouldn't have the status he has today. It's truly like the farmer and the snake. Chu Mingzhou frowned nearby. He didn't say much, but his displeasure was clear. Hu Xiaomei sighed, her eyes filled with helplessness and sadness. I didn't expect it to come to this. It's my fault for not recognizing people properly, which led to this outcome. This was someone else's long-planned scheme. How can you blame yourself? The group continued chatting while eating. Eventually, they talked about the Xinhua bookstore. What a coincidence. We are going to Xinhua bookstore right after we finish eating. I'll take you there. If you want to buy books, you can use my employee discount. Thank you, but Xiaomei, are you really okay? Hu Xiaomei shook her head. I'm actually fine, just have asthma. After finishing most of the meal, Lin Anan got up and went to the kitchen door. She returned with 2 boiled eggs, wrapped in a cloth, and handed them to Hu Xiaomei. Rub your face with these. Her cheeks were swollen, with clear marks visible. Seeing the boiled eggs Lin Anan offered, Hu Xiaomei's eyes turned red again. She choked up and said, "Thank you, sister." As she took the eggs, she gently rubbed them on her swollen cheeks. The warmth brought her a sense of comfort, easing some of her pain and distress. You're welcome. The Xinhua bookstore was very close to the state-run restaurant, so they walked there. The bookstore had just opened, and its decor was quite trendy, mainly in warm colors, making it bright and tidy. As soon as they entered, the familiar smell of ink greeted them. The light brown bookshelves were neatly arranged, filled with various books, all organized well. Hu Xiaomei felt a bit hesitant. After being hurt like this, she didn't look her best. She had only gone out for lunch and needed to return to work afterward. Xiaomei, what happened to you? Her attempt to hide didn't escape her colleagues' notice. Fortunately, they just exchanged a glance and went back to their tasks. Clearly, this situation was not unusual for them. Lin Anan felt even more uncomfortable inside. Why does it seem normal for women to be hurt? This is domestic violence. Chu Mingzhou seemed to notice her unhappiness and pulled a candy from his pocket, gently placing it in Lin Ainan's hand. Lin Ainan. Lan Mei, there are many kinds of books here. See if you find anything you like. I'll buy it for you. Thank you, Sister Xiaomei. Chu Minglan carefully reached out her small hand, looking very obedient. Hu Xiaomei lowered her head, took Chu Minglan's hand, and led her to choose books. At that moment, she didn't want to face them and genuinely wanted to give the child something as a token of gratitude for Lin Enen's help. Lin Enen understood her feelings and let them go. She unwrapped a candy and put it in her mouth, enjoying the creamy taste that spread on her tongue, making her smile. She fell 2 steps behind and stood next to Chu Mingzhou, saying, "Honey, it's so sweet." Chu Mingzhou was clearly surprised.
What?
I mean, you are a bit thoughtful and sweet. Chu Mingzhou couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling that her words were charming, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Seeing him smile, Lin Enen blinked, took a couple of steps closer, and linked her arm with his as they walked toward the bookshelf. "Come help me pick out some books." "Okay. That Su Wenba is too bad. He takes people's kindness and feelings for granted. Now he's even hitting people. That's just terrible." Chu Mingzhou frowned slightly and nodded. Look at Comrade Xiaomei, all alone and being bullied by someone close to her. How can she live like this? Lin Enen spoke with emotion, glancing at Chu Mingzhou with a hint of testing in her eyes. Chu Mingzhou found it amusing and gently removed her hand from his arm, intertwining their fingers instead. He held her hand confidently, his tone serious as he said, "Lin Enen, I won't treat you like that."
Huh?
What do you mean? Lin Enen acted confused. Chu Mingzhou tightened his grip on her hand, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something promising but found it hard to express. In the end, he simply said, "Let's live well together in the future." Lin Enen felt a gentle touch in her heart, creating ripples of happiness. She looked at Chu Mingzhou, her eyes sparkling, and smiled proudly. "Huh?
What?
I can't hear you."
Chu Mingzhou.
"You said you love me a lot?" I got it. My Mingzhou is the best. I love you too. I only want to be the best with you." A blush spread from behind Chu Mingzhou's ears, gradually reaching his cheeks. He didn't expect Lin Enen to respond so openly and playfully, making him feel a bit shy. He cleared his throat and lowered his voice. "Don't be silly. There are people around." But Lin Enen just laughed even more brightly, shaking their intertwined hands and sweetly calling out, "Honey." Chu Mingzhou couldn't help but laugh. He felt like his heart had been forcefully opened, making it hard to resist. Her love seemed to be boiling hot. Despite the chaos, Lin Enen knew how to keep her boundaries. After all, they were still in the bookstore, and Hu Xiaomei's situation was fresh in her mind. Her interactions with Chu Mingzhou felt more like Lin Enen was trying to reassure and validate herself. Lin Enen admitted that she had a bit of a gambler spirit. She wanted to make sure that choosing Chu Mingzhou was worthwhile. At least it wouldn't end as tragically as Hu Xiaomei's situation. "Can you help me get that book on the top shelf?"
Sure.
"And that one over there." "Okay." In the end, Chu Minglan only picked a small book, while Lin Enen chose quite a few. After applying Hu Xiaomei's employee discount, it still cost 20 yuan. Lin Enen thought simply, there weren't many entertainment options these days, and her family didn't even have a television, so reading books could help pass the time. Plus, she needed to understand the types of books being published now, from layout to wording, and this money was necessary. She also picked up some special paper from Xinhua bookstore for manuscript use. It was a bit pricey, but of excellent quality. She felt the texture and appearance were definitely worth it. Buy it. And then you can actually write books? And bilingual ones too? Hu Xiaomei was surprised to learn that Lin Enen bought so much paper for writing books. Being in the industry, she knew how rare bilingual books were. Lin Enen didn't hide anything since she planned to pursue this path. If her book became popular, Xinhua Bookstore would be a key sales channel, so she shared her plans. Yuaning Publishing? My uncle is the distribution manager there, though he mainly handles sales channels. He's been with the publisher for a long time, so recommending you won't be a problem. Lin Enen glanced at Chu Mingzhou, still processing the news. Really? See, The old saying holds true. Good deeds are rewarded. She had just done a good deed, and now help was coming her way. Xiaomei didn't even ask how well Lin and wrote. For her, this was a lifesaver. She would gladly help her find a publisher, or even ask her uncle. Once you have your manuscript ready, bring it to me, and I'll take you there. Lin felt a bit shy. My friend gave me a contact. I'll ask them first. If that doesn't work, I'll bother you again, Xiaomei. Xiaomei nodded. No problem. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. All right, Lin felt extremely happy inside, thinking that her luck today was surprisingly good. She originally just wanted to inquire about the publisher, but unexpectedly, she found another strong opportunity. Thank you, Sister Xiaomei. I'll head out now, and we'll keep in touch. Don't say that. You saved my life today. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine what would have happened. What I did was nothing compared to how I could help you. The group politely saw them off from the bookstore. The sunset cast a warm golden glow over the snow. Lin squinted her eyes, feeling a sense of comfort from the warm light on her face. Time to go home after a long day. Lin was already tired. As soon as she got in the car, she leaned her head and fell asleep. Mingzhou parked in front of the department store, made a shushing gesture to Minglan, and went inside alone. When he returned, he had a new pen in his hand. Seeing this, Minglan curiously lowered her voice and asked, "Brother, what did you buy the pen for?" "To write a book for your sister-in-law." Minglan's eyes lit up, and she covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. "You're so good to sister-in-law. If she sees this, she'll be really happy." A hint of a smile appeared in Mingzhou's eyes as he glanced at Lin, noticing a few strands of hair falling on her cheek, slightly messy. He gently tucked the hair behind her ear with a soft touch. The car slowly started and headed home. Minglan sat quietly in the back seat, watching the scenery pass by outside the window. Occasionally, she would sneak a glance at her brother in front, feeling warm inside. She had never seen him like this before. It was really nice. Having a sister-in-law is good, but having a lively brother is even better. Before long, the car stopped in front of their home. Mingzhou got out first. He hesitated for a moment, then gently opened Lin's door, leaned down, and carried her straight to the bedroom. Lin mumbled a few sounds, still not awake. Be quiet, don't wake your sister-in-law." Minglan wanted to ask what they were having for dinner, but had to keep quiet. "Go rest. I'll cook in a bit." Minglan opened her mouth and then smiled. "All right, I'll go start cooking." After settling her in and covering her with a blanket, Mingzhou turned and walked into the kitchen. He rolled up his sleeves, opened the cupboard to check the available ingredients, and began to prepare. "First, I took a clay pot and made a bowl of porridge for Lin. Then I started washing and chopping vegetables, moving quickly and skillfully. Before long, the kitchen was filled with the delicious aroma of food. When Lin woke up, it was already late at night. Mingzhou had left a small lamp on in her room, casting a soft light that illuminated her familiar bedroom. She stretched, slowly opened her eyes, and took a moment to remember that she was home. Sitting up, she rubbed her eyes and wondered, "How long did I sleep?" She put on some clothes and stepped out of her room, noticing there was still light in the living room. Mingzhou's tall figure was stretched out on the sofa, his long legs crossed, deeply focused on a book. It was the romance novel Lin had bought earlier that day. "Mingzhou, what are you doing?" she asked. "You're awake?" he replied. Mingzhou casually folded a corner of the page, closed the book, and placed it back on the table, covering it with another book. "Sit down. I'll bring you something to eat," he said. "Oh, okay. I'm so hungry." Lin glanced at the time. It was already 10:30 p.m. Mingzhou had made barley and yam porridge and fried 2 eggs. "This is delicious," Lin said as she sat at the dining table, savoring the soft and sweet porridge that warmed her stomach and made her feel much better. She looked up at Mingzhou and praised him without holding back. "This porridge tastes amazing. Mingzhou, you're really impressive. Is there anything you can't do?" Mingzhou smiled slightly. "If you like it, eat more." Lin Anin swallowed her food and took a bite of the fried egg, saying, I love it, especially. Can you make this for me often when you have free time? It's really good. Sure, he replied. By the way, why are you still awake so late?
She asked.
I'm not tired yet. Lin Anin responded with an O. He had been busy all day after getting up early. Tomorrow is the weekend. You can rest, right?
She asked. Yes.
Then make sure to get plenty of sleep. Mingzhou moved his fingers, but didn't say anything. Once Lin Anin had eaten enough, she put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth with a napkin. Sounds good. What time tomorrow? If it's in the morning. You might have to wake me up. I'm afraid I'll oversleep. Mingzhou looked at Lin Anin's cute expression and couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, I'll wake you up. Let's leave early so we can arrive by morning and pick up Yugo in the afternoon. Okay. Lin Anin nodded and started to clear the dishes. Mingzhou took the dishes from her and headed to the kitchen. You go rest. I'll wash them. Lin Anin followed him into the kitchen and stood by watching. By the way, when we pick up Xiaoyu, should we bring something? Since we're at Annie's house, we should bring a little gift, right? Yes, I'll prepare something. Maybe the water was too cold. Mingzhou's hands turned slightly red from the chill. Mingzhou, are you a little silly? Lin Anin's sudden comment caught him off guard. She didn't explain, just waited for him to dry his hands, then leaned in close. She cupped his hands with hers. Mingzhou froze. You. Hey, the water is so cold. Why don't you add some hot water? What if you get too cold? She said, bringing his hands to her mouth and gently blowing on them. Mingzhou's throat moved, and a smile appeared on his lips. Are you worried about me? Of course, you're my man. I care about you. Mingzhou's gaze deepened, and he slightly turned his hand, lifting it to gently touch Lin Anin's chin, tilting it up. Her face was raised. Lin Anin was startled by his sudden action, and her cheeks began to heat up. Looking at him so close, she felt a bit flustered. Mingzhou's eyes were beautiful, long, deep, with clear black and white, his pupils dark like ink, as if hiding endless charm. He gazed at Lin Anin, and when he spoke again, his voice was slightly husky.
Well, thank you, my wife.
Lin Anin's eyes widened. Wow, he called her wife. But you need to clear out your room. Lin Anin was about to tease him back, but with the atmosphere like this, his comment left her speechless. She blinked. Mingzhou withdrew his hand, his expression returning to normal, though his voice still had a soft tone. Yeah, Yugo likes to sleep in his own room, so you'll need to move out. Where will I sleep? As soon as she said it, Lin Anin realized what she had just asked. Remember what Lin's mother said. Mingzhou looked at Lin Anin, who appeared both cute and a bit frustrated, and smiled wider. Go back to your room and sleep. Back to the room? Does he mean I should crawl into his bed? Is it happening so soon? Mingzhou noticed Lin Anin's flushed cheeks and leaned in a bit closer, his eyes sparkling with amusement, his voice low. Which one? Lin Anin, we are husband and wife. Lin Anin shot him a playful glare, stepping back several paces, her words slightly stammering. I know, I just feel a bit surprised. Mingzhou chuckled softly and stopped teasing her. He stood up, tidied up the kitchen, and pulled her back to sit on the living room sofa. All right, it's all up to you. Lin Anin raised an eyebrow, testing the waters. Oh, can I sleep with Xiaolon? Sure. Lin Anin was suspicious of his straightforward answer, but his demeanor was too proper. She found herself hesitating, wondering how she could stay calm in front of such a handsome face. Oh no, beauty can be distracting. Aren't you going to sleep? I already did. Hurry up. Seeing the redness in his eyes, Lin Anin urged him to go. Though playful, Mingzhou is genuinely a good person, and she felt a bit concerned for him. Here, this is for you. Before leaving, Mingzhou took out a small box and gently handed it to Lin Anin, his eyes holding a hint of anticipation. Lin Anin stared at the small box, surprised, and opened it. Inside lay a Hero brand fountain pen, different from ordinary pens. Its shell was off-white, glowing softly under the light, and the pen was slender with smooth, beautiful lines. Lin Anin looked up at him, her eyes glistening. Did you buy this just for me? Chu Mingzhou nodded slightly. You'll be using it often. Lin Anin squealed happily, moving closer with a pen in hand. I love it. Thank you, hubby. You're so thoughtful. I love you even more. A faint sweetness filled the air, and the corners of Chu Mingzhou's eyes turned red. He tightened his grip, but eventually let go, helping her settle down. I'm going to rest now. In that moment, even Chu Mingzhou didn't dare to linger. His heart raced, and he wasn't sure what would happen if they continued. But he knew very well that Lin Anin wasn't in great health, and their interactions needed to be balanced. Then you should go to sleep. I'll tidy up and go to bed too. Okay. After a few steps, Lin Anin chuckled and murmured, he's quite nice, even gave me a pen. Why not steal a kiss before leaving? Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou's steps clearly paused. He turned to look at her, his eyes full of disbelief. Lin Anin, unfazed, waved at him. Good night, dear. Hope you have sweet dreams. After sleeping for 4 or 5 hours, Lin Anin felt wide awake. First, she touched the sewing machine, pulled out a few sheets of paper, and quickly sketched out the clothes she wanted to make for her family. Having a draft would make things easier later. Then she returned to her room and took out her manuscript to start editing. The original framework was well written, so it wasn't tiring to revise. The low table was a bit uncomfortable, though, and sitting for too long hurt her back. As she edited, she occasionally stretched and moved her neck, feeling a sense of accomplishment as she saw her manuscript improve bit by bit. After a while, feeling it was about time, she moved the manuscript and table aside, preparing to sleep. Lin Anin knew she needed to be mindful. She had to pick someone up tomorrow and couldn't stay up too late. The next morning, as dawn broke, there was movement in Chu Mingzhou's room. First, there was the sound of a door opening, followed by the distant sound of flowing water. Lin Anin had slept too well, and her sleep became light. As soon as it got noisy outside, she immediately got up. Stepping out of her room, she saw Chu Mingzhou busy in the yard, with a large wooden basin beside him soaking sheets. He was bent over, scrubbing them vigorously. Lin Anin frowned slightly, puzzled. Why was he washing sheets so early in the morning? Hearing the noise behind him, Chu Mingzhou froze. When he turned to see Lin Anin, his face turned bright red. His embarrassment passed quickly as he straightened up, regaining his composure. Why are you up so early? Lin Anin rubbed her hands and sighed. Dear, why are you washing sheets so early? It's really cold. Be careful with your hands. Don't let them get cold. Chu Mingzhou's gaze shifted, and his tone suddenly turned cold. Go inside.
Huh?
Just then, Chu Minglin's door opened. Seeing her brother and sister-in-law standing in the yard, she was surprised. Brother, sister-in-law, aren't you cold? Her reminder made Lin Anin shiver, and she quickly turned to head to the kitchen. I'm freezing. I'm going to get some hot water to wash my face. She brought out hot water and reminded Chu Mingzhou, Honey, you should go in soon too. Wait until the sun comes out to wash. It's too cold, and you don't want to catch a cold. Chu Mingzhou responded with a soft At that moment, his expression was as cold as the wind and snow. He recalled the vivid scenes from his dream, and his brows furrowed even more. His mind was filled with her sweet voice calling him honey. He had never had such an absurd dream in his life. Chu Mingzhou glanced in Lin Anin's direction, his lips pressed into a thin line, and his movements became quicker. Lin Anin was completely unaware of the situation. If she had known, she would have teased him. Captain Chu, are you washing the sheets with that cold face? By the time Lin Anin finished tidying up and came out, breakfast was already set on the table. There was steaming red date millet porridge, plump steamed buns, and a few plates of pickled vegetables. Her appetite was stirred. Sister-in-law, please.
Thank you, Xiaolan.
When Chu Mingzhou sat down, he didn't say a word. His expression and attitude were just like when Lin Anin first met him. Lin Anin felt suspicious but didn't think too much about it and chatted casually with Chu Minglan. Chu Gupo's home was in Baitian County, a rural area in the northwest, about an hour's drive from the military compound. There were only Chu Gu-pa and her two grandsons in the family. Lin Anan seemed to realize something and didn't ask where her children were. Chu Mingzhou said, second uncle and seventh uncle were also martyrs. Most of the martyrs from the northwest were soldiers who had already sacrificed their lives. After breakfast, Chu Mingzhou took out several items, including food that Lin's mother had brought as local specialties and two brand new thick quilts. "Captain, I brought the car," a young soldier named Li Hongjun called from the door. "Okay, just park it." Chu Mingzhou moved everything to the car. In the trunk, there was also a cured ham securely wrapped in straw. Lin Anan and Chu Minglan got into the car as well. The vehicle started slowly, passing through the bustling city and finally moving along winding country roads. The wheels crunched over the snow, making a soft sound. Outside the window were unfamiliar fields and villages, now covered in a thick layer of white snow, creating a serene atmosphere. Chu Minglan looked out the window, lost in thought, and suddenly asked, "Sister-in-law, Uyghur can be a bit mischievous. Will you like him?" When Lin Anan looked up, she happened to meet Chu Mingzhou's gaze in the rearview mirror. Even with just a glance, she could see the worry in his eyes. Lin Anan reached out and pulled Chu Minglan closer, poking the little girl's cheek and smiling as she replied, "Of course. My mom says lively kids are smart. My younger brother was even more lively when he was little."
"Thank you, sister-in-law."
"What for? You are my younger siblings too." Chu Mingzhou focused on driving and didn't join the conversation. Compared to the morning, his gaze had softened a lot. But just thinking about that ridiculous dream still made him feel frustrated. By Tian County, Gaojiakao, the car stopped in Aunt Chu's yard. Before them was a large courtyard with 4 earthen tile houses lined up in a row, showing some age. However, the owner clearly kept things clean. Not only was the house tidy, but even the snow in the yard was cleared away. There was also a big kitchen on the side, with smoke billowing from the chimney. A woman holding a child was coming this way. Upon seeing the military vehicle, she hurriedly peeked inside, and her eyes met Lin Anan's. "Hey, Aunt Chu, your Mingzhou brought his wife." As soon as she shouted, the kitchen door swung open, and several heads popped out. The first to come out was an elderly lady, her eyes crinkling in a smile, looking very kind. Behind her were a few other women, all eagerly watching the people in the car. Lin Anan and the others quickly got out of the car. Chu Mingzhou greeted everyone and introduced Lin Anan to his aunt. Lin Anan nervously rubbed her hands and politely greeted everyone, "Hello, Aunt, and hello to all the ladies, I'm Lin Anan." Aunt Chu, full of smiles, took Lin Anan's hand and said, "Anan, you must be tired from the journey. Come inside and warm up." Lin Anan felt a bit shy and shook her head. "Aunt, I'm not tired. The scenery along the way was quite nice." The other women gathered around, looking Lin Anan up and down, continuously praising her. "Wow, Mingzhou's wife is really beautiful. Isn't she? She looks so clever. Mingzhou is lucky. She is a bit thin, though. By the way, we are making dumplings right now. Anan, are you hungry? I'll get you a bowl." As they chatted, they walked into the house. Lin Anan arrived just in time, as the villagers were making dumplings. People from the northwest love to eat beef and lamb, but during this time, good meat is rare, and you can only buy the best during the holidays. Every household would choose this time to make lamb and beef dumplings, freeze them, and save them for the new year. Aunt Chu was skilled in cooking, and with a big kitchen at home, she would invite neighbors to come together to make dumplings. The room is simply decorated but very tidy and cozy, with a warm fireplace in the center of the living room. A group of people sits around Lin Anan, showing great enthusiasm. The aunts are very nice, asking questions that are thoughtful and appropriate. Chu Mingzhou brings in the things he carried and takes out some snacks for the aunts, giving extra milk candies to the children. Everyone is happily chatting. There are still tasks in the kitchen, and when things are almost done, everyone gets busy again. Aunt Chu brings out dumplings for the 3 of them, saying, "Try these. They are Mingzhou's favorite lamb and radish dumplings. I wonder if Anan will like them." "Thank you, Aunt. I can eat them." Lin Anan picks up a dumpling and takes a bite. The delicious flavor of lamb blends perfectly with the sweetness of the radish, with no unpleasant taste at all. "Aunt, these dumplings are really tasty." Seeing Lin and In enjoy the food, Chu Mingzhou smiles slightly. Chu Minglan smiles and says, "Sister-in-law, Aunt's dumplings are famous for being delicious in the village." Aunt Chu looks pleased, saying, "I'm glad you like them. If In wants more in the future, just let me know, and I'll make extra for you to take home." While eating dumplings, they chat about family matters, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Lin isn't very hungry and can only eat a few before she can't eat anymore. The leftovers are taken away by Chu Mingzhou, all ending up in his stomach. Seeing the couple getting along well, Aunt Chu is very happy. "Aunt, I'll wash the dishes." Lin offers to help with the dishes, but Aunt Chu quickly stops her, saying, "Anan, you don't need to help. Just sit and relax." Unable to argue, Lin agrees. Once the dumplings are finished, there is some noise coming from the room. Chu Minglan quickly runs inside and soon comes out with 3 children. "Sister-in-law, this is Yugur, this is Chungur, and this is Jigur." Chu Minglan introduces them one by one. The 3 children are about the same age, around 8 or 9, and they look somewhat alike, all very cute and neatly dressed. Lin looks at the 3 children with a gentle smile, squatting down to say softly, "Hello, I'm very happy to meet you." The 3 children are a bit shy but politely respond, "Hello, sister-in-law." Lin pats Chu Mingyu's head, asking, "Little you, is your leg all better?" "It's all better now, it doesn't hurt at all." "That's great." Lin quickly took out the red envelopes she had prepared earlier, giving one to each child, along with 3 bags of candy, one for each of them. "Wow, what kind of candy is this? It smells so good." The children, being simple-minded, didn't really understand the concept of red envelopes and casually placed them on the table, focusing all their attention on the colorful candies. After spending some time with the 3 little ones, Lin quickly bonded with them. "Sister-in-law, let me show you my invention." "Really? Did you invent it yourself, Xiuyu? What is it?" Chu Mingyu puffed out his chest, feeling very proud. "It's a train." "A train?" Lin was a bit confused. When she saw a pile of metal parts on the ground, she was even more puzzled. "Sister-in-law, I'm really amazing." Chu Mingyu picked up a metal piece and waved it in front of Lin, his eyes sparkling, as if waiting for her praise. Lin took it and examined the dark metal piece closely. "Could this be the train engine? That's impressive. Are you going to make the train cars too?" "How did you know this is the train engine?" "I could tell at a glance." Lin smiled and, without worrying about logic, began to praise him. "Xiuyu, you're so talented. Will this train be able to run?" "Yes, it will. Once I finish everything and connect the power, the little train will run by itself." Chu Mingyu spoke excitedly, and Lin listened attentively. His happiness soared with her compliments. "Yes, I believe you can do it, Xiuyu." In that moment, Chu Mingyu felt that his sister-in-law was the best person in the family, the only one who understood him, and she was especially kind, making him feel very special. After finishing lunch, it was time for everyone to say goodbye. He thought Chu Mingyu would be reluctant to leave, but surprisingly, he quickly packed up his metal parts, had Chu Mingzhou help him load them into the trunk, and waved goodbye to his great-aunt and 2 brothers, signaling that he was leaving. Lin was still standing there when the little guy unexpectedly came up and took her hand. "Sister-in-law, let's go." Chu Mingzhou watched the scene with a slight smile and called for Chu Minglan to get in the car. As the car slowly started, Chu's great-aunt and others stood at the gate, waving goodbye. Lin rolled down the car window and reached out her hand. "Great-aunt, see you during the new year. Take care of your health." "All right, be careful on the road." Just before dinner, Chu Mingzhou discussed with Lin and decided to bring his great-aunt and her 2 sons to celebrate the new year together. First, he was worried about Lin's health. She really couldn't do too much work, and there were many tasks during the new year that couldn't be handled by Chu Minglan alone. Second, he thought the elderly would feel lonely since there weren't many family members, making the celebration feel quite empty. Lin had no objections. Her great-aunt was kind, and the 2 boys were well-behaved, so it was all good. The atmosphere in the car was relaxed as Chu Mingyu chattered about various fun stories from the village, while Chu Minglan shared updates with him. Lin Enin listened attentively and occasionally chimed in with her thoughts, making the two boys laugh heartily. Chu Mingzhou focused on driving but would occasionally glance in the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with warmth. As they passed through the city of Baitian County, the car turned into a side street. "Brother, where are we going?" Chu Minglan was the first to notice something was off and asked. "Going to buy something for your sister-in-law." Lin Enin blinked in surprise. What could they possibly need to buy in this unfamiliar place? Chu Mingzhou parked the car in front of a small alley and instructed everyone to stay in the car and not wander off before getting out. Before long, Lin Enin saw him returning with a bag. "Here, it's goat milk soap." Lin Enin was a bit surprised as she took the bag and looked inside at the goat milk soap. The bars of soap lay quietly in the bag, glowing with a soft, creamy yellow hue. They were square-shaped, with visible cutting marks along the edges, slightly rough. As she leaned in to smell, a faint milky scent wafted out, not overpowering but carrying the natural sweetness of goat milk, mixed with a hint of floral and herbal fragrance, fresh and pleasant. "Why did you think to buy goat milk soap?" Chu Mingzhou sat back in the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt as he replied, "Baitian County is also known as Goat County, and goat milk soap is a local specialty. I thought you would like it." "I really like it." Of course, she liked it. Products from this era were all natural and additive-free, truly a product of traditional craftsmanship. Having goat milk soap for bathing was quite a luxury. "Thank you, Mingzhou." Chu Mingzhou met her gaze in the rearview mirror, paused for a moment, and simply nodded. Lin Enin noticed that his expression had improved. He looked less gloomy, which meant he was in a better mood. The car started again, continuing toward the direction of the Northwest Military District. The car was filled with laughter as Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu started discussing how to celebrate the new year. Soon, they arrived at the military compound. Chu Mingzhou parked the car, and everyone got out one by one. Chu Mingyu and Chu Minglan rushed to the trunk to grab things. Lin Enin wanted to help but was stopped by Chu Mingzhou, who said, "You go inside first." Lin Enin shrugged helplessly and waved to Chu Mingyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, let's go inside first." Aunt Chu had asked them to bring back many items, all local goods from the village. Chu Mingzhou carried the items into the kitchen to organize them, putting away what needed to be stored and freezing what needed to be frozen. Lin Enin began moving things to the room, as her luggage had been packed the day before. She was getting ready to move it to Chu Minglan's room to return this room to Chu Mingyu.
"Ananya."
While she was moving, she heard a familiar female voice. Looking outside, she saw Jiang Tong waving at her from the yard. "Ainen Jia, hurry and open the door." The door was opened by Chu Mingzhou, and Lin Enin had too much in her hands to manage. "Thank you, Mingzhou Ge. Are you busy? Do you need my help?" "No need." Receiving a cold response from Chu Mingzhou, Jiang Tong didn't mind and smiled even more sweetly. She was holding a bag with peeled and cut sugarcane. "Ainen Jia, look what I brought you." "It's your favorite sugarcane." Lin Enin was confused. The original owner didn't like sugarcane, and neither did she. It was clear that Jiang Tong loved it herself. How could she use it as a favor? "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" With someone visiting, Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu were curious and leaned forward to see. When Jiang Tong saw Chu Mingyu, her eyes lit up, and she stepped closer, saying warmly, "Oh, who is this? He's so cute." Chu Mingyu felt shy from the compliment and hid behind Chu Minglan. However, he was polite and greeted Jiang Tong, saying, "Hello, sister. I'm Yugur." Jiang Tong stepped forward, wanting to hug him, but Chu Minglan instinctively reached out to stop her, saying, "Sister, Yugur doesn't like to be hugged. He might get upset." Jiang Tong paused and stopped her movement. Seeing that everyone was holding things and the door was wide open, she quickly changed the subject. "Ainen Jia, what are you moving?" "Moving rooms." "Moving rooms?" Jiang Tong looked around and asked curiously, "Is this Xiaolan's room?" Chu Minglan nodded instinctively. Jiang Tong quickly realized what was happening, her heart racing, and she almost blurted out, Let me help you move. Are you moving in with Xiaolon? Jiang Tong's smile faded as Lin and indirectly denied it, saying, No, I have to give this room back to Xiaoyu. I'm moving to Mingzhou's room. She turned and walked towards Chu Mingzhou's room. Chu Minglan blinked and understood immediately, running ahead to open the door for her. Jiang Tong's smile froze on her face as she murmured, Moving to Mingzhou's room? The happiness she felt just moments ago vanished. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Weren't they supposed to be getting a divorce? Everyone in the courtyard knew they were getting divorced. If they were getting divorced, why would they be sharing a bed? No, it couldn't be true. As soon as that thought crossed her mind, Jiang Tong dismissed it. It was impossible and made no sense. Chu Mingzhou's room was very orderly, clean, and simply decorated. A large heated bed took up the main space, with the sheets and blankets neatly arranged. On the left side against the wall was a wooden wardrobe and 2 cedar boxes, while the right side had a wash basin stand with neatly folded towels and an enamel basin. Lin and hesitated, not daring to move anything around. She decided to place her things on the bed, thinking she would move them to Chu Minglan's room after Jiang Tong left. She had no choice. Lin and felt anxious, as if she had an instinctive wariness of Jiang Tong, and she absolutely could not show any weakness in front of her. Chu Mingzhou glanced at the direction of the room through the kitchen window, a faint smile appearing on his lips, clearly in a good mood. Jiang Tong stood still, her expression changing, feeling a mix of emotions. She bit her lip, forcing a smile as she approached Lin, pretending to be casual. And let me help you. I'm so happy to see you and Mingzhou getting along so well. Lin could see through Jiang Tong's intentions but just smiled and replied, No need. My things are simple. I've already moved everything. As she finished speaking, she closed the door to Mingzhou's room, not allowing her to enter. By the way, did you come to bring me sugarcane? Aren't you working today? I need Mingzhou's help with something. Jiang Tong finally remembered her purpose for coming, glancing at the kitchen with a hint of sadness as she saw Chu Mingzhou, a big man, busying himself. Oh, what is it? The weather outside is really cold. Lin walked towards the main hall, and without her needing to call, Jiang Tong immediately followed her. Here's the thing, I'm currently living in the public transport company's dormitory, and the conditions there are terrible, almost unlivable. So, I want to apply for an employee room in the company's family housing. But the manager said my experience is too short, and I need at least 1 or 2 years before I can apply, unless I have a guarantor. As Jiang Tong entered the main hall, she immediately spotted a brand new sewing machine. Her eyes widened, and her words suddenly stopped. Why? That was the thought that popped into Jiang Tong's mind. Why does Lin get to live in such a nice place, spacious and comfortable, with even a sewing machine? It's only been a few days. People can't help but compare. Jiang Tong thought of Chu Mingzhou's rank and conditions, then looked at Lin's life, and also her own situation. Jiang Tong's eyes turned red. Family housing? That's for employee accommodations, right? You're just a ticket seller and new to the job, so you really don't have enough experience. Lin spoke plainly, but it was the truth. Employee housing can be transferred to your name, which is far better than a temporary dormitory. Only 2 days on the job, and she already has such high hopes? I'm thinking of asking Mingzhou to help me. No way. Lin refused directly, without any politeness. Why not? If you don't believe me, you can see my living conditions. They are really, really bad. I share a tiny room with 3 other people. It's so small I can't even turn around and there's no heating, so it's freezing at night. The more Jiang Tong spoke, the more wronged she felt, and her eyes began to well up with tears. Lin remained unmoved, slightly lifting her chin and adopting the lecturing tone that Jiang Tong disliked the most. Tong, you said yourself that you have little experience, so you should work hard to earn better conditions instead of always looking for shortcuts. Besides, your brother-in-law is very busy, and he shouldn't have to get involved in this. One called him Mingzhou, while the other corrected her to call him brother-in-law. Don't think it's that simple. Mingzhou has a special status. He can't just be a guarantor for anyone. And even if he could help you, it would depend on the situation. Your current situation doesn't meet the requirements. If he helps you, how is that fair to others? Jiang Tong was left speechless by Lin Yinen's words. She felt both angry and frustrated, but couldn't find a reason to argue back. Yinen, how can you say that about me? Tong, this is for your own good. You need to learn to be independent and not always rely on others. Jiang Tong bit her lip, and as Chu Mingzhou brought in the noodles, she said, Yinen, I just want to improve my living environment. If you don't care about me, that's fine. I just want to ask Mingzhou for a small favor. It's a tiny thing for him. He wouldn't refuse such a simple request, right? Lin Yinen looked at Chu Mingzhou with a half-smile. Chu Mingzhou glanced at Jiang Tong, but ignored her. He placed a plate of nuts in front of Lin Yinen and said, These are from Andy. Lin Yinen was pleased. These were genuine local goods, even better than what you could buy at the market.
Thank you, dear.
Seeing that neither of them was paying attention to her, Jiang Tong clenched her fist, took a deep breath, and bravely approached Lin Yinen, repeating her request to Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou lifted his eyelids and coldly replied, No time. He didn't even bother to give a reason for his refusal. Jiang Tong froze at his icy response, her face turning pale. She never expected Chu Mingzhou would reject her so decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. She looked at Lin Yinen for help. Lin Yinen shrugged, indicating she couldn't do anything either. Jiang Tong felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't believe such a simple request was turned down. Realizing further insistence would be pointless, she gritted her teeth and said, Fine, the bus is about to leave. So, I'll just go now. Without waiting for Lin Yinen to respond, she turned and hurried out the door, feeling very wronged. Lin Yinen smiled slightly and politely called out, Tong, take care. Thank you for the sugarcane. Jiang Tong paused but didn't respond to Lin Yinen. She quickened her pace and walked straight out the door. With a loud, the door closed, and the room suddenly felt much quieter, the awkward and subtle atmosphere dissipating. Chu Minglan pouted and sighed softly. Finally, she's gone. Chu Mingyu nodded in agreement. That sister is so fierce. I was a bit scared. Chu Mingzhou looked at the two little ones, frowned slightly, and pretended to be serious, saying, All right, let's not talk about others. Lin Yinen raised her eyebrows, feeling cheerful. Xiaolon, I'll make you all some clothes soon. Really? Of course. I've already drawn the designs. Each of you will get a piece. In today's world, it's not easy for kids to get new clothes. Most families pass down clothes from older siblings to younger ones. If the clothes don't wear out, they keep wearing them. If they do, they get mended and worn again. When Lin Yinen heard that everyone would get a share and that it was designed and made personally, the two little ones were overjoyed. In their excitement, Lin Yinen completely forgot about moving rooms. By the time Chu Mingzhou helped her pack her things, set up her bed, and even hung her towel on the rack, he said, I'm heading to the army for a bit. Goodbye, brother. Bye, Mingzhou. As he left, Chu Mingzhou looked relaxed and happy, clearly in a good mood. Lin Yinen rolled up her sleeves, took out her tools, and started measuring the two of them. She had chosen light blue printed fabric for Chu Minglan. The soft sky blue was decorated with white daisies, making it gentle and beautiful. When she held it up to the little girl, it made her look very lively. Xiaolon, I want to make you a mid-length cotton coat that covers your hips for better warmth, with a collar and a zipper in the front. Chu Minglan's eyes sparkled with surprise as she touched the fabric, clearly enamored. Sister-in-law, I've never seen such beautiful fabric. Are you sure you want to make this for me? I might not be able to wear it. You have to wear it, as it's my gift to you. Chu Minglan felt a bit shy, but eventually nodded with a smile. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. But this is the prettiest I've ever seen. Lin Yinen couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. Of course. I promise to make it beautiful for you. When you wear it, you'll be the cutest girl in our military compound. Chu Mingyu watched eagerly from the side. Sister-in-law, what about me? Can I have a nice new outfit like my sister? Lin Anan patted Chu Mingyu's head. Of course. I'm planning to make you a matching set, a thick cotton coat with a hood and pocketed pants. She opened up the earthy yellow fabric she had chosen for him and pointed out, I'll add a different color for the sleeve cuffs, and we can put a little pom-pom on the hood for decoration. It will be super cute. Chu Mingyu was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Wow, that's amazing. I'm getting new clothes. Sister-in-law, you're the best. Seeing the two little ones so happy made Lin Anan smile even more. All right, stand still so I can take your measurements. Okay, sister-in-law. They both cooperated well, making it easy for Lin Anan to measure them. The same amount of fabric was ready, and she immediately started cutting. However, her body wasn't doing well, so she worked slowly, taking breaks often. Chu Minglan quietly stayed with her, occasionally bringing her a cup of hot water or handing her a thread, being very helpful. Before they knew it, the afternoon had passed, and they had almost finished cutting the fabric. Lin Anan stretched and said, I haven't touched fabric in a long time. It's quite tiring. Tomorrow I'll stuff it with cotton and sew it up. Chu Minglan bent down to help Lin Anan tidy up the table, carefully organizing the fabric and tools. Sister-in-law, can I learn? Once I learn, I can make new clothes for you. Sure. You can watch first and then I'll teach you. I'm looking forward to the clothes you make for me. Chu Mingzhou said he would bring back some vegetables, but Lin Anan never imagined he would actually bring back half a pig. She watched as Chu Mingzhou carried the pig into the kitchen, along with a basket full of vegetables. Lin Anan couldn't help but walk over and circle around the half-pig. This pig is as big as a cow. How are we going to eat all of this? Chu Mingzhou smiled slightly and didn't mention that he had exchanged a task reward for it. He just wanted her to eat well. Stay outside. I'll handle this. Huh. The military farm slaughtered livestock today, and our family got these. With the new year coming, we need to start preparing, Chu Mingzhou explained. Our family? Lin Anan liked hearing that. She smiled and thought of cured meats, sausages, blood sausage, and braised meat. Chu Mingyu also ran over, clapping his hands excitedly. Wow. Brother, can we eat meat now? Braised pork, braised ribs, twice-cooked pork. The little guy listed all the big dishes he could think of, making Lin Anan even hungrier. Lin Anan rubbed her chin, recalling a recipe for braising. You take Xiaoyu outside first, Chu Mingzhou urged again. Lin Anan nodded. Mingzhou, save the pig's head, tail, and offal for me. Tomorrow, I'll make some braised dishes with Xiaolan. Braised dishes? Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin Anan with a hint of doubt, but remembering how well Lin's mother cooked, he didn't say much, assuming Lin Anan had learned some recipes. Lin Anan quickly wrote down a list of ingredients: star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, grassfruit, fennel, Sichuan pepper, cloves, sand, white cardamom, and galangal. Worried that some ingredients might be hard to find, she also noted some substitutes. Chu Mingzhou first prepared the pork, cutting it into pieces, marinating it, and freezing it. He then turned to cook, with Chu Minglan helping him. The two siblings moved quickly and efficiently. Lin Anan initially wanted Chu Mingzhou to bring back some seasonings tomorrow, but after thinking it over, she decided it would be better to go to the supply and marketing cooperative herself. With the new year approaching, she needed to get more familiar with things. They had braised ribs, sauerkraut stew, onion scrambled eggs, and winter melon with kelp soup. Chu Mingzhou brought the finished dishes to the table, and a delicious aroma filled the entire room. Chu Mingyu couldn't wait and quickly sat at the dining table, staring wide-eyed. Wow, it smells so good. Lin Anan served everyone rice and gave Chu Mingzhou a thumbs up. Mingzhou, your cooking is amazing. Chu Mingzhou glanced at her with a smile in his eyes. It's time to eat. The family gathered around the table and began to eat. Chu Mingyu was the first to grab a piece of braised rib and took a bite. The tender, juicy meat made his eyes light up. It's so delicious, brother. I love this meat. Chu Minglan also took a piece and nodded in agreement. If it's good, eat more. If it's not enough, there's more in the kitchen. Okay, I want 2 bowls of rice. I'll have 3 bowls. Then I'll have a lot of meat. Lin Anan sipped her soup slowly, her eyes smiling, feeling a warmth she had never experienced before with her siblings. After dinner, Lin Anan wanted to finish making her clothes, but suddenly she felt short of breath and tight in her chest. Her whole state was off. Cough, 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 sister-in-law, what's wrong? Chu Mingyu had never seen Lin Anan sick before, and her coughing scared him. Chu Mingzhou quickly rushed from the kitchen to the living room, his brow furrowed with worry. Have you taken your medicine? Why is it suddenly so serious? Lin Anan held her chest, coughing as she nodded. I took it. Maybe I just worked too hard today, cough. Her face turned pale, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, looking very weak. Chu Mingzhou hurried over, gently supporting her to sit comfortably in the chair, and turned to take the hot water from Chu Minglin's hands. Drink some hot water to help. It's my fault. I shouldn't have taken you with me. Chu Minglan was very anxious, saying, Sister-in-law, I don't need the clothes anymore. Your health is the most important. Please drink some water and see if you feel better. After saying this, she hurriedly helped Lin Anan by rubbing her back, hoping to make her more comfortable. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Anan waved her hand, signaling that she was fine. Chu Mingyu stood nearby, his eyes red and his voice trembling as he called out to his sister-in-law, looking very pitiful. If Lin Anan weren't feeling so unwell, she would have found his expression adorable. Xiaoyu, don't cry. I'm okay, she reassured him. Another fit of coughing hit her. Lin Anan felt like her insides were about to come out. It was so uncomfortable. Chu Mingzhou frowned, glanced at the time, and said, I'll take you to the military hospital to get checked. He prepared to pick Lin Anan up and carry her outside. Lin Anan quickly stopped him, saying, No, Mingzhou, I'm fine now. I just felt a bit unwell earlier, but I'm feeling better. It's late, so don't fuss about it, she insisted, and Chu Mingzhou had no choice but to sit back down. After a while, her coughing gradually stopped. Okay, hey. Lin Anan intended to say she was fine and that they should go back to what they were doing, continuing to work on the clothes. But Chu Mingzhou didn't give her a chance. He picked her up and carried her straight to the room. Lin Anan was surprised by his sudden action and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, weakly saying, What are you doing? I'm really fine. Chu Mingzhou pressed his lips together and looked deeply at her, saying, You need to rest. Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu hurriedly followed behind, making Lin Anan feel quite embarrassed. Sister-in-law, just listen to your brother and rest well. Yes, sister-in-law, please rest quickly. Xiaoyu doesn't want you to feel unwell again. Chu Mingzhou carried Lin Anan into the room, gently placed her on the bed, and carefully helped her take off her shoes and coat. Lin Anan looked around, feeling dazed. The left side of the heated bed had clearly been tidied up, with a thick quilt spread over it and her little floral pillow placed there. I'm sleeping here. Chu Mingzhou simply replied with a soft tucked her in tightly, and said, Just lie down. I'll bring you some water to wash up in a bit. Lin Anan. His gaze was so determined that Lin Anan couldn't continue to argue. Given the situation, it would be unreasonable to be stubborn. Did you pack my things for me? Well, the clothes and miscellaneous items are in the cabinet, and the books and notebooks are in the first sandalwood box. Lin Anan lightly bit her lip, trying to explain. She wanted to sleep in Xiaolan's room, but since Jiang Tong suddenly came, it turned out like this. Yeah. So, I didn't mean to get under the covers. Chu Mingzhou couldn't help but laugh, leaning a bit closer and saying in a serious tone, We are husband and wife. Lin Anan nodded like a little chick, raising a finger to poke his chest, pushing him slightly away. I know. Chu Mingzhou looked at her delicate finger. Get some rest. Lin Anan gazed at Chu Mingzhou, feeling a bit flustered and a hint of something else. She curled up in the blanket, showing only her eyes, and quietly asked, So, when will you rest? Chu Mingzhou chuckled softly and stood up to leave. After a while, he brought in a basin of warm water. Lin Anan, who had been feeling dazed from the heat, suddenly felt wide awake. Was the towel wrung out by Chu Mingzhou? Did he wash her face? Even her feet were dried by him? Lin Anan was completely flustered, opening her mouth but not knowing what to say, feeling embarrassed. She lay back down, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, closing her eyes, trying to avoid thinking about it. Mingzhou found her reaction amusing.
Get to bed early.
After saying that, he turned and gently closed the door behind him. The bed was warm, and Lin Enin felt hot all over, but her heart was cold. After pretending to be asleep for a while, the heat on her face wouldn't go down, and her mind kept replaying the moments when Mingzhou dried her feet. What a disaster. She rolled over in the blanket, burying her face in the pillow, trying not to think about those embarrassing things. But the more she tried, the more her thoughts spiraled out of control. Mingzhou, though so stern and serious, occasionally revealed endless warmth. He spoke little, did much, was handsome, had a good figure, and was caring. Undeniably, Lin Enin was quite taken with her nominal husband. After a whirlwind of thoughts, she finally drifted off to sleep. After filling the water tank, tidying up the house, and putting Mingyu to sleep, Mingzhou finished washing up and entered the room. At a glance, he saw a small mound rising on the bed. Mingzhou smiled softly and gently climbed onto the bed. The dim oil lamp in the room was extinguished, replaced by the bright moonlight outside. Mingzhou lay on the Kong, quietly gazing at Lin Enin's sleeping face in the soft moonlight. Her small face looked especially gentle under the moonlight, with long eyelashes fluttering slightly, as if she were lost in sweet dreams. As he watched, a feeling of softness arose in his heart. He reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind Lin Enin's ear but hesitated, afraid of disturbing her beautiful dream. In the end, he simply tucked her blanket in gently. The next day, Mingzhou went to the army early. By the time Lin Enin woke up, there was no one around, which spared her any awkwardness. Breakfast was made by Minglan, a simple sweet potato porridge with side dishes, and the three of them enjoyed it very much. Sister-in-law can't lie to you. That marinated food, wow. I guarantee it's a taste you've never had before. Is it really that delicious? But, sister-in-law, that pig intestine isn't tasty. Lin Enin shook a finger. That's because of the cooking method. Once sister-in-law prepares it for you, you'll know what true deliciousness is. The two little ones were drooling at Lin Enin's description. In the end, even Mingyu didn't want to stay home and insisted on going to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy groceries. Yuga, it's very cold outside. Yuga isn't afraid of the cold, really. Mingyu looked hopeful and was finally taken along. The warm sun was shining, making for a rare nice day. However, it was still winter, and no matter how nice the weather, it was still cold enough to make one shiver. With one child holding her left hand and the other holding her right, Lin Enin walked much faster than usual to the cooperative. Since they arrived early, there were quite a few people around the supply and marketing cooperative. Xiao Lan, Xiao Yu, stick close to me. Let's be quick. Once we buy everything, we'll hurry back home. Minglan nodded obediently. Got it, sister-in-law. I'll keep an eye on Yuga. Mingyu also patted his chest and promised, sister-in-law, I won't run around. I'll stay right by you. I'll do whatever you say. Good, then let's go in. Once inside the cooperative, it was even livelier than outside, with various noisy sounds blending together, and it was crowded with people. It was just before the New Year, and coincidentally, it was the season for buying New Year goods, so it was no wonder there were so many people. Lin Enin looked around and headed straight for the spice shelf. Sister-in-law, look, what is that? As soon as Lin Enin took a few steps, Minglan grabbed her. Following her finger, Lin Enin saw a small television. Seeing that small television surprised Lin Enin. In this era, televisions were rare, and she didn't expect to see one in the supply and marketing cooperative. Many people gathered around, watching and discussing. Wow, it really is a television. I've only heard about them before, but now I'm seeing one in person. I heard there are many people inside the television, but I wonder what they look like. I'm not sure about that, but this thing must be expensive. Regular folks like us can't afford it. That's true. This one was ordered by the cultural troupe. Lin Enin squinted her eyes, thinking of it as just a spectacle. The television was about 14 inches, with a small screen and a thick body. If it were in modern times, it would be considered very basic. But at that time, it was a high-tech product. Sister, what is this television for? What can you watch on it? Chu Minglan curiously asked, but accidentally bumped into someone and leaned forward.
Xiao Lan.
Lin Anin quickly caught her, but she was too slender and not as strong as the 11-year-old Chu Minglan. Before anyone around could react, Lin Anin fell backward. Be careful. A figure rushed toward Lin Anin, one hand on her back and the other holding her arm, pulling her back just in time. Lin Anin felt like her heart almost stopped from the scare. Sister, big sister. It was only then that Chu Mingyu, with teary eyes, stood in front of them. The crowd started discussing again. Lin Anin glanced over and saw a very handsome young man in military uniform, tall and with a gentle demeanor that made a good impression. Comrade, are you okay? Lin Anin quickly steadied herself and took a step back. Gratefully, she nodded. I'm fine. Thanks to your quick help. Thank you. Then she turned to check on the two little ones. Xiaolan, are you okay? Chu Minglan patted her chest, still a bit shaken, and said, Sister, I'm fine, but that scared me. If you hadn't caught me, I would have fallen badly. Luckily, this big brother helped. Lin Anin patted the heads of the two little ones to comfort them and then looked back at the young man, thanking him again. I really appreciate your help. The young man waved his hand, about to say it was nothing, but was interrupted by a clear voice. Instructor. A group of people in military uniforms entered the supply and marketing cooperative, both men and women, all looking young and vibrant. Are they from the cultural troupe? Lin Anin thought to herself, and the people around her confirmed it. This group was indeed from the cultural troupe, and they were there to pick up a television. When a young man heard the call, he turned to look at the newcomers, slightly frowning as if he was a bit annoyed at being interrupted. However, he waved his hand to signal that he had heard them. Soon, a crowd gathered around, and the first to speak was a girl with braided hair. Instructor, is something happening over here? The young man glanced at the girl with braids and replied calmly, It's nothing serious. This comrade and her sister almost got knocked over, so I just helped pull her back to avoid an accident. The girl with braids lightly huffed and said, Oh, I see. That sounds a bit dangerous. However, her expression showed some disdain as she looked Lin Anin up and down. Seeing her attitude, Lin Anin felt uncomfortable but didn't want to cause trouble. She politely smiled and nodded to the young man, saying, Thank you very much. Well, we'll be on our way now. She then prepared to leave with Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu. This place is so crowded. Be careful not to trip again. You wouldn't want to trouble someone else to help you. The girl's words had a sharp undertone. Chu Minglan frowned in anger and said, Sister, how can you talk like that? We didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident. This big brother helped us out of kindness, and we are grateful. What you said is not right. Lin Anin quickly pulled Chu Minglan back and pushed her slightly behind her, saying, Xiaolan, it's okay. I'm here. Seeing this, the young man's expression darkened, and he sternly reprimanded the girl. Su Yao, what are you saying? When we are out, we should help each other. Why are you being so sarcastic? Apologize to this comrade right now. Hearing her name, Su Yao widened her eyes and replied with a hurt tone, Instructor, I didn't mean anything bad. I was just trying to remind her. Why should I apologize? The young man's frown deepened. You think your attitude is innocent? Everyone can tell what you meant. Apologize now, or I won't say it again. Su Yao bit her lip and reluctantly looked at Lin Anin, her voice barely audible. Comrade, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention when I spoke. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Anin stepped aside, feeling that the apology was unnecessary. It wasn't her fault, and the people from the art troupe were glaring with anger. It was all very confusing. You don't need to apologize. After saying this, she nodded at the young man and quickly pulled Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu towards the spice shelf, wanting to avoid further entanglement. The young man watched Lin Anin walk away, deep in thought. Instructor, do you know that female comrade? I don't know her. The young man turned and walked towards the counter with the television, rummaging through his pockets for a receipt. Everyone had gathered around the television counter, and no one paid attention to Lin Nin and the two children. If I had known there would be so many people, we should have come in the afternoon. Even though she said that, Lin Nin felt relieved. The supply and marketing cooperative had a full stock of spices, thanks to the new goods arriving at the end of the year. She managed to buy the main ingredients for the seasoning packets and even found substitutes for a couple of rare items. After carefully gathering all the spices, Lin Nin went on to buy some snacks, including sesame candy and peanut cakes, which had just arrived. Once her basket was full, the three of them left the cooperative. Surprisingly, the art troupe members were still there. Hey, isn't it funny how Su Yao got all worked up just because there was a female comrade standing next to the instructor? Ha, right. You know, Su Yao is the instructor's romantic interest, and he's really worried about it. Don't mention Su Yao. The instructor will scold you if he hears. Yes. It's a great thing that the television has arrived, and we thought we might get to watch it too. But unfortunately, Song Quan is still in the hospital, and our art troupe is missing the flute and accordion players, so watching the television is out of the question. A few male comrades were chatting there while Lin Nin held the hands of the two little ones and walked straight past them. A military jeep stopped in front of her, blocking her path. Lin Nin paused, intending to go around it, but the window rolled down. Watch where you're going. Chu Mingzhou's cold voice reached her ears, and the three of them looked up in unison. Sitting in the passenger seat of the military vehicle was none other than Chu Mingzhou. Brother. Hey. Chu Mingzhou acknowledged them with a nod, hesitating for just a moment before getting out of the car. Lin Nin felt a lightness on her back as he took the basket from her. What are you doing here? Chu Mingzhou let the three of them into the back seat and placed the basket in the trunk before returning to the front passenger seat. The report we did last time should be on TV before the end of the year. I'm here to pick up a TV. Lin Nin remembered the TV that the art troupe had bought. Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou's window was still down when Lu Qing caught him. He smiled and tried to open the car door, but Chu Mingzhou stopped him. Wait a moment. I need to take my partner home. She's not feeling well. Lu Qing paused. Before he could say anything, Su Yao spoke up first. Captain Chu, is this how you ask to borrow something? You want to borrow our art troupe's TV, and now you won't let our instructor get in the car? Be quiet. Instructor. Lin Nin blinked, feeling a bit confused. What a coincidence. The young man who had helped her was the instructor from the art troupe. He called Chu Mingzhou, indicating they had a close relationship. I'll wait for you here for a bit. Your home isn't far, the young man said politely, stepping back and showing no concern about Chu Mingzhou taking someone home first. Okay. Chu Mingzhou raised the window and had the soldier next to him start the car. Lin Nin suddenly felt special. Look at how cold Captain Chu was to others and how poor his attitude was. He acted so proud. Brother, my sister-in-law, and I almost fell at the supply and marketing cooperative, but that big brother helped us. Chu Minglan shared what had just happened at the cooperative. Chu Mingzhou turned to look at Lin Nin, scanning her from head to toe before softly asking, "Are you okay?" Lin Nin shook her head. "I'm fine. I was caught. If Lan Jie falls again, don't worry about her. She's tougher than you." Lin Nin. Is this what an older brother should say? She quickly glanced at Chu Minglan, afraid the girl would feel sad. But she didn't. Chu Minglan seemed to realize her brother was right. That's true. If I fall, it's no big deal. Sister-in-law, you don't have to help me anymore. Lin Nin. The Chu family lived close to the cooperative, and it only took a few minutes to drive there. The car stopped at the entrance, and without saying much, Chu Mingzhou took the basket to the kitchen and quickly instructed Chu Minglan on a few things before turning to leave. Lin Nin watched Chu Mingzhou's departing figure, feeling a bit amused. He was clearly caring and attentive to his family, but insisted on putting on a cold face. Xiaolan, come on, let's organize the things we bought. Soon, sister-in-law will start making the marinated dishes. Coming. Chu Mingyu excitedly followed, saying, Sister-in-law, I won't be a bother. I'll just watch, and when the marinated dishes are ready, can I be the first to taste them? Sure. Lin Nin smiled and took the two little ones into the kitchen, handing sesame candy and peanut cakes to Chu Mingyu to snack on while she started preparing the marinade. Chu Minglan was arranging the firewood and getting the pot ready. The ingredients like pig head, pig tail, and pig offal were all prepared by Chu Mingzhou overnight. Lin Enin just needed to start the marinating process, making it very easy for her. First, we stir-fry to bring out the aroma. Then we start boiling the marinade. Once it smells good, we can add the ingredients. The marinating has 3 steps. Lin Enin noticed that Chu Minglan was particularly interested in the marinated dishes, so she explained while cooking. They were using a traditional wood stove, and the pot was large with a strong fire, making the food smell wonderful with a rare smoky flavor. The Chu family's kitchen had a 2-pot stove, one side for the big pig head and the other for the pig offal and tail, which was just right. Lin Enin also added some pork belly into the empty space, saying, "This pork belly will be chopped up later and drizzled with the marinade, making delicious marinated rice." Half an hour later, the strong aroma became even more intense. Chu Mingyu, being young, expressed his excitement clearly. He stood there, swallowing hard, eyes fixed on the pot, mumbling, "Sister-in-law, this smells so good. I can't wait to eat." Chu Minglan, though also tempted by the aroma, focused on her task, adding more firewood while saying, "Xiaoyu, don't rush. Sister-in-law said the marinated dishes need 3 steps. We have to take our time for the flavors to soak in." Lin Enin couldn't help but laugh at the adorable expressions of the 2 little ones, saying, "Don't worry, we'll have marinated rice for lunch, but the rest will have to wait until dinner when your brother is back. Look how the marinade's color is getting richer and the aroma is coming out. Making marinated dishes takes time. That's how you get the authentic flavor. Sister-in-law, with this aroma, I feel like this marinated meat will taste better than the food in the military canteen." In Chu Minglan's mind, the best places to eat in the world were state-run restaurants and military canteens. Last time at the state-run restaurant, I was interrupted, and the meal ended up being tasteless. Lin Enin looked at the 2 little ones with their eager expressions and found them adorable. "By the way, Xiaolon, what is the cafeteria in the military compound like? Can you go there often?" Chu Minglan nodded. "Yes, we have a staff cafeteria and a unit cafeteria. The staff cafeteria is open to families of military personnel, but you need meal tickets to eat there." "Is that the one that was closed last time?" "Yes. Since families of military personnel can eat there, it means there are quite a few visitors. If something goes wrong, it could be a big issue." As she spoke, Lin Enin checked the braised meat in the pot, felt it was about time, and picked up a piece of pork belly with chopsticks. She examined its color, pressed it gently, and nodded in satisfaction. It's almost ready. Xiaolon, could you turn off the heat? Let it soak in the sauce for a while longer. It will taste better that way." Chu Minglan quickly responded and skillfully adjusted the fire, reducing the flames gradually. Lin Enin turned to chop some green onions and garlic, preparing them for the braised meat rice later. For this braised meat rice, besides having delicious braised meat, the side dishes and seasonings are also very important. Once we chop the meat and mix it with the green onions, garlic, and sauce over the rice, the flavor will be amazing. Chu Mingyu listened nearby, anxiously pacing back and forth. Lin Enin laughed at his antics and said, "Xiaoyu, just hang in there a little longer. It will be ready soon. Go get the bowls and chopsticks." Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyu immediately ran to fetch the bowls and chopsticks, moving quickly. "Sister-in-law, as soon as Xiaoyu hears there's something tasty, he gets really active. He doesn't work this fast usually." Lin Enin smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Kids are like that. They get motivated when there's good food." Chu Mingyu brought back 3 bowls, his being the largest. "Sister-in-law, why is my stomach starting to growl?" All right, you little food lover. I'll get the braised meat rice ready for you." Lin Enin took out the braised pork, placed it on the cutting board, and diced it into small pieces. Then she put the meat in a bowl, poured hot sauce over it, and sprinkled the chopped green onions and garlic on top. A delicious bowl of braised meat rice was ready. All done. Lin Enin brought the braised meat rice to the dining table. "Xiaolon, Xiaoyu, come and try it." As soon as the 2 little ones heard this, They rushed over to sit down and eagerly started eating. After just one bite, Chu Mingyu gave a thumbs up. Wow, sister-in-law, this is so delicious. It's the best meal I've ever had, and I love it so much. Chu Minglan nodded continuously and said, yes, sister-in-law, this braised pork rice is really amazing. It's so fragrant and goes well with rice. I feel like I could eat a lot more. Lin Anan felt a strange sense of satisfaction seeing them enjoy their meal. Sister-in-law, could you check the pot? You all keep eating, and if it's not enough, just let me know. Okay. Just as she turned the pot, there was a knock at the door. Mingzhou's wife, are you home? Lin Anan peeked out from the kitchen and frowned when she saw Aunt Wang's face. Mingzhou's wife, what are you doing? Aunt Wang seemed oblivious and kept peering inside. Although Lin Anan felt a bit annoyed, she still responded politely. Oh, it's Aunt Wang. I'm just getting ready to have lunch. Is there something you need? Aunt Wang smiled and sniffed, but the cold wind made her cough a bit. Oh, what are you cooking? The smell is wafting all the way outside. I could smell it at home. I must say, your cooking is really good. I just came to check on you since I heard you weren't feeling well. Lin Anan was speechless. She remembered how unfriendly Aunt Wang had been earlier. How could someone be so thick-skinned? Thank you for your concern, but I'm feeling much better now. Seeing that Lin Anan was only saying this and not opening the door, Aunt Wang gradually lost her patience. Mingzhou's wife, please open the door. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Anan walked to the door, already feeling annoyed by Aunt Wang's unexpected visit. Hearing that she insisted on coming in to talk, her frown deepened. What is it, Aunt Wang? You can just say here. My food is getting cold. Aunt Wang noticed Lin Anan's reluctance to let her in and felt a bit uncomfortable, but she forced a seemingly concerned smile and lowered her voice intentionally. Mingzhou's wife, I'm only here for your own good. I came to tell you that Captain Tang's daughter, Tang Jingqiao, is back at the military compound for the new year. She has a close relationship with Mingzhou. Lin Anan's expression turned cold. Was this foolish woman ever going to stop gossiping? Every time she saw her, it was either an argument or spreading rumors. Aunt Wang, please don't say things carelessly. I know what kind of person Mingzhou is. Aunt Wang saw that Lin Anan didn't believe her, so she leaned in closer, almost sticking her head through the door. Oh, I wouldn't dare to make things up. Everyone in the courtyard knows about this. In the past, your Mingzhou was quite close to that Tang Jingqiao. Lin Anan didn't believe a word and sternly scolded. Aunt Wang, if you keep talking nonsense, you are slandering a soldier. Aunt Wang was taken aback. Then she pouted, looking as if she felt unappreciated. She stepped back a few paces and said, How can you speak like that? I'm just looking out for you. There's nothing simple between men and women. Where there's smoke, there's fire. You should be careful, or you might regret it later.
Please stop worrying about me.
I still have my meal to eat, so you should head back, Lin Anan replied. Seeing Lin Anan's attitude and that she wouldn't even open the door, Aunt Wang realized she wouldn't find out what was cooking in the kitchen, so continuing the conversation was pointless. Good intentions are wasted on you. I came to tell you this because I felt sorry for you. Just take care of yourself, and don't say I didn't warn you. With that, she turned and quickly walked away. Lin Anan rolled her eyes, feeling quite annoyed living next door to someone like that. In just a few days, Lin Anan had figured out Chu Mingzhou's character. She could believe him in other matters, but when it came to his character, she had no doubts. With a marriage already in place, how could Chu Mingzhou be involved with another girl? How could he let someone talk to him inappropriately? Especially since the other person was the daughter of a brigade leader. Chu Mingzhou might be a bit awkward, but he wasn't foolish or bad. After Aunt Wang's interruption, Lin Anan felt both hungry and annoyed, her stomach growling. Deciding not to think about anything else, she made herself a hearty bowl of braised pork rice, piled high with meat that looked very appetizing. As if that wasn't enough, she also took out a piece of braised pig liver from the pot, sliced it neatly, and arranged it on a plate to bring to the table. The braised liver was tender and fragrant, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Chu Minglin's eyes lit up as she picked up a slice and put it in her mouth, nodding continuously. So good. I never knew pig liver could taste this amazing. Chu Mingyu also took a piece, stuffing his mouth so full that he could hardly speak. After lunch, Lin Enan felt completely satisfied and full. The fireplace in the main hall was warm, making everyone feel a bit sleepy. After a busy morning, they were indeed tired, yawning one after another. Xiaolon, Xiaoyu, why don't you take a nap with your sister? Rest well. We have things to do this afternoon, said Lin Anan. Chu Minglan nodded obediently. Okay, sister. I feel a bit sleepy too. A short nap sounds good. Chu Mingyu, although still wanting to play, agreed when he saw his sister say so. Yes, sister, let's go to sleep. I'm tired too. Lin Anan smiled and led the two little ones into the room. Once inside, she spread out the blankets, made sure they were comfortable, and said, "Close your eyes and rest well." The two children obediently closed their eyes, and soon their breathing became steady as they drifted off to sleep. Lin Anan looked at their peaceful sleeping faces, feeling warm inside. She lay down, pulled the blanket over herself, and soon felt sleepy too. She closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, filling the room with warmth and tranquility, occasionally interrupted by the soft chirping of birds. After some time, Lin Anan slowly woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu still sound asleep beside her. She quietly got up, dressed carefully, trying not to wake them. She planned to finish the 2 outfits she started yesterday. Stuffing cotton, sewing, and adding hardware would take the whole afternoon. However, stuffing the cotton was a delicate task that required it to be fluffy and even. Each area needed to be smoothed out carefully to ensure the cotton wouldn't clump together, making the clothes last longer and keep warm. Once everything was ready, Lin Anan sat down at the sewing machine, placed her foot on the pedal, and gently pressed down. The wheel began to turn slowly, making a soft creak sound. As she watched the stitches fall into place, the shape of the clothes gradually emerged, and Lin Anan became a little lost in thought. Everything around her felt slightly unreal. She shook her head, focused on adjusting the fabric, ensuring every detail was perfect. Her fingers moved skillfully among the fabric, clearly showing she was not a beginner at sewing. When Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu entered the hall, they saw the sunlight shining on Lin Anan, giving her a golden glow that felt especially gentle. It was just like their mother. Are you awake?
Yes.
The young girl, Chu Minglan, was very sensitive at her age, and her eyes were starting to feel sore and redden. When she noticed Lin Anan looking at her, she quickly lowered her gaze. Lin Anan picked up the cotton jacket, shook it, and measured it with a ruler, nodding in satisfaction. After zipping it up, she held it up to the sunlight to check for any flaws, ensuring it was perfect. Xiaolon, come try on your new clothes, Lin Anan said with a smile, waving to Chu Minglan. Chu Minglan responded with an "oh" and quickly stepped forward, carefully taking the jacket with a face full of joy and anticipation. Put it on and see if it fits, Lin Anan urged. Okay. Chu Minglan obediently put on the jacket and zipped it up. The fit was just right, neither too tight nor too loose, and it felt very comfortable. She happily twirled around, smiling like a flower. Sister-in-law, this jacket is so beautiful and warm. Chu Mingyu clapped happily beside her, praising his sister's looks. Lin Anan smiled and patted Chu Mingyu's head. Don't worry, Xiaoyu, yours will be ready soon. Okay. By the way, Xiaolon, I boiled a lot of water for a bath. Take your brother and give him a good wash. We'll wear our new clothes soon. As happy as they were, the two little ones were indeed a bit dirty. Especially Chu Mingyu, who hadn't bathed properly while recovering from an injury. Now that his leg was better and he was back home, he definitely needed a good wash. Chu Minglan understood immediately. Okay, sister-in-law, I'll take you Goer to wash up. Also, I have Seagull shampoo on the second shelf of the cabinet. Go get it and wash Xiaoyu's hair well. Lin Anan didn't look up, carefully adjusting the zipper and skillfully starting the sewing machine. But Chu Minglan was stunned. Shampoo? She remembered how Xi Yingyue had bragged about it, saying that shampoo was not something ordinary people could use. It was very precious.
Who was Xi Yingyue?
She was the prettiest girl in the military compound.
Sister-in-law, no, it's fine.
We have soap. My brother just bought a new bar, and it's enough for us. Lin Enin looked at her suspiciously. Soap can't wash hair. It makes hair rough. Just use the shampoo, trust me.
But
what? Be obedient. Chu Minglan felt like she was dreaming. Could she really use shampoo? Lost in the scent. Why was it so fragrant? Just a little bit made everything so clean. Lin Enin was completely unaware of the little girl's feelings. She quickly finished making Chu Mingyu's outfit and then stood up to stretch her waist and move her muscles. If she knew what Chu Minglan was thinking, she would definitely feel heartbroken and reflect on how obedient and simple children are in this era. Once the two of them were clean and dressed in their brand new clothes, they couldn't have been happier. I'm so happy. But this outfit is so beautiful. I don't want to wear it.
And
does my brother have one too? Lin Enin proudly nodded, her small hand brushing over the deep brown fabric, planning to make Chu Mingzhou a long coat. With his model-like figure, he would look incredibly handsome in it. Of course. I will make your brother's with great care, every stitch filled with love. And yours too. It's all from your sister-in-law's love. If you don't wear them, your sister-in-law will be very sad. When Chu Mingzhou walked in, he heard her soft final words. He didn't expect Lin Enin to be so bold, saying such things to the two kids. He glanced awkwardly at Lu Qing beside him. Is she your wife? Chu Mingzhou's words reached Lin Enin, and Lu Qing heard them too. Lu Qing looked up in surprise, recognizing the woman he had seen at the supply and marketing cooperative. It was hard for him to connect this gentle and beautiful woman with the rumored ungrateful person. The image didn't match at all. Yes, she is my wife. After answering, Chu Mingzhou walked over to Lin Enin. Lu Qing watched Chu Mingzhou's back and then looked at Lin Enin, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Is this a rare occurrence? When Chu Mingzhou returned, Lin Enin immediately showed a sweet smile. You're back. Why are you so early today? Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin Enin and the two little ones in their new clothes, his gaze softening. I finished my work quickly and came back. Their new clothes look great. Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu excitedly ran to him when they saw their brother, eagerly showing off their outfits in an adorable manner. Brother, look at our new clothes. Sister-in-law made them. Aren't they beautiful? Chu Mingzhou patted their heads. Yes, they look very nice. Then he turned to Lin Enin. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Enin smiled and shook her head. It wasn't hard at all. I'm very happy to make clothes for them. By the way, this is... They had met once before but were still strangers, not even knowing how to address each other. Hello. Nice to see you again, Lu Qing said with a smile as he stepped forward. Yes, hello. Chu Mingzhou glanced at the two and introduced, This is Lu Qing, the instructor from the art troupe. And this is my wife, Lin Enin. Lu Qing nodded slightly and smiled, saying, Comrade Lin, nice to meet you. Last time at the supply and marketing cooperative, I really appreciated you not holding a grudge against Su Yao's rashness. Comrade Lu, you are too kind. I should be thanking you. Lu Qing waved his hand, signaling her not to worry, and then sat down with Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingyu clung to Chu Mingzhou, talking about his clothes and mentioning some marinated snacks. By the way, Lu Qing is staying for dinner. Sure, I'll go prepare. Lin Enin turned and went into the kitchen, wanting Chu Mingzhou to try her marinated dish. Chu Minglan quickly followed, saying, I'll cook, sister-in-law. You take a break. Okay, then I'll help Xiaolan. Chu Mingyu struggled to get off Chu Mingzhou, saying, Sister-in-law, I want to help too. The marinated dishes were ready-made. Just take them out, cut them up, and arrange them for a platter. Add some seasoning and mix it, and you have a simple and delicious cold dish. Chu Minglan and Lin Enin worked together efficiently to stir-fry two vegetable dishes. In the main hall, only Chu Mingzhou and Lu Qing remained. I thought this year would bring good fortune, and we would have opportunities, but unexpectedly, A food poisoning incident ruined all our hopes. You were lucky to make a last-minute recovery, and that report was completed smoothly. It's going to be on TV now. As for me,
Sigh.
Lu Qing was referring to the interview report about the Special Operations Camp. It was almost a failure, but thanks to Lin Nin's translation skills, it was perfectly salvaged, which made Lu Qing quite envious. The art troupe situation is different. Losing the most capable performer is irreplaceable. These key performers require at least 10 years of experience. Not just anyone can step in. Talents in music are even rarer than translators. In a time of scarcity, when every household is just trying to make ends meet, who has the leisure to learn an instrument? Even if one had money, it wouldn't be wasted like that. Not everyone can join the art troupe. Mingzhou poured him a cup of tea, saying, "Don't sigh. This isn't what you wanted. The main thing is that Comrade's song recovers well." Yes, that's true. The more Lu Qing spoke, the more his mood sank, his face showing signs of frustration. When we ordered the TV, I confidently promised the team leader that our troupe's performance would definitely be on TV. After all, this is the first time in 10 years that central leaders have come to inspect us. I have a lot of confidence in our team's abilities. Mingzhou looked at him and frowned slightly. It's already happened, so worrying won't help. Let's think about other ways to fix this. Lu Qing sighed again. What can we do? I've been looking for a week. The performance is just a few days away. Where can I find someone to replace Song Quan? Even if it's not a violin, I can't find a substitute for an accordion either. Mingzhou pondered for a moment. Maybe we can borrow someone from another art troupe? Or see if there are any comrades in the army who can play an instrument and can fill in temporarily. Other art troupes have their own tasks too. It's not easy to borrow someone. It's hard to find comrades in the army who can play instruments. That's why I came to you. Just then Lin Nin and Chu Minglan walked in with dishes. Lin Nin smiled and said, "What are you talking about so seriously? Come eat. The food is ready." "Okay. Thank you, Comrade Lin." The table was filled with 6 dishes: braised pig intestines with braised pig liver, cold pig head meat, smashed cucumber, sweet and sour cabbage, stir-fried green beans, and stewed pigtail soup. These dishes were quite lavish. Most people wouldn't eat this well even during the New Year. Lu Qing was slightly taken aback, but started eating when Mingzhou invited him. As soon as he tasted the food, Lu Qing, along with Mingzhou, was surprised by how delicious it was. "How is it so good?" Lu Qing kept praising Comrade Lin. "Your cooking is amazing. I haven't had such delicious food in a long time." Lu Qing was someone brought in from the Beijing military region, a true third-generation revolutionary with a strong family background, and he had seen a lot since childhood. If he said it was good, then Lin Nin's cooking must be exceptional. Mingzhou nodded in agreement. "It really is delicious. I'm glad you like it.
Eat more."
Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu also enjoyed their meal, and the family sat together, creating a warm atmosphere. Once they finished eating, Lu Qing remembered the art troupe issue and felt a bit down again. "Sigh, I really am careless. With our art troupe in this situation, I'm still eating happily." Mingzhou glanced at him and swallowed the last bite of meat.
"Don't think too much about it.
Tomorrow, I'll ask around in the camp to see if there are any soldiers who can play instruments." Lin Nin blinked, confused. "Comrade Lu, are you looking to recruit for your art troupe?"
But
"Why would you go to the Special Operations Camp to recruit? They say everyone has their own expertise. It's as absurd as someone telling you to go to a bookstore to buy fast food when the cultural troupe is recruiting musicians for the Special Forces." The Northwest Army's Special Forces camp holds the strongest soldiers in terms of physical fitness and combat skills. How could such people perform on stage for a cultural troupe? Lu Qing shook his head with a smile. "No, I'm just in a hurry and need Mingzhou's help." Lu Qing then explained the situation with the cultural troupe in detail. Lin Nin bit her lip as she listened. She actually knew where to find a soldier who played the accordion. Lin Zihua had learned to play the accordion since he was young and was quite talented. He might not be better than the performers in the cultural troupe, but he was definitely not worse. However, hearing Lu Qing mention that leaders from Kyoto were coming to inspect and that there would be a performance, Lin Anan felt uncertain about the scale of it. Well, just find someone who can play the accordion. As for the violin, we don't need that. After all, we can't find a second person in northwest China who can play the violin. Lin Anan. Lin Anan was a bit stunned. What a coincidence. Both the original owner and Lin Anan could play the violin. The original owner learned it in college and was just average, not really skilled. But Lin Anan was different. She had a level 10 certificate in violin playing and was definitely better than the current candidates. Mingzhou. Mingzhou came out with a bottle of wine and poured a glass for Lu Qing.
Got it.
I don't think I know anyone, but I'll ask around.
Great.
Make sure to clarify that if anyone who can play the accordion performs on stage, the cultural troupe will award a prize of 50 yuan. If the performance is excellent, the prize can go up to 200 yuan. Understood. 200 yuan? Lin Anan swallowed hard. If the accordion gets 200, what about the violin? Everyone turned to Lin Anan. Lu Qing was taken aback by her question. Does the violin also get a prize of 200 yuan? Lu Qing nodded. It could be even more. Lin Anan hesitated for a moment and raised her hand. Then I can play. What do you mean? Then I can play? Lu Qing quickly realized and chuckled lightly. Sister-in-law, don't joke around. 200 yuan is a lot, but it's not as important as Mingzhou's reputation, haha. Lin Anan. So, it was about not embarrassing Mingzhou? Mingzhou also looked at Lin Anan. He didn't laugh. Instead, there was a hint of curiosity in his gaze. I play the violin and my brother plays the accordion. We're both quite skilled. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Lu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. After a while, he found his voice. Comrade Lin, are you serious? You really play the violin? And your brother really plays the accordion? Lin Anan nodded earnestly. Yes, I'm not joking. I can play the violin at a decent level, and my brother Lin Zihua has been learning the accordion since he was young. He's good too. Comrade Lin, are you sure? This is a big deal. Lu Qing still seemed skeptical and asked again. I'm sure, Comrade Lu. You're helping me today, and you're Mingzhou's friend. I wouldn't joke about this. Lin Anan spoke confidently, but her mind was focused on money. She wasn't thinking about 50. She was aiming for 200. Lu Qing stood up excitedly, pacing back and forth. If you can really help, that would be amazing. It's like a timely gift. But I still find it hard to believe. The violin is a Western instrument, and not many people in Kyoto play it. Lin Anan smiled widely, showing her bright teeth. What's the problem? You can let us try first. Lu Qing quickly nodded. Right. Let's agree on that. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for you to audition at the art troupe. If it works out, then this performance will have hope. Mingzhou looked at the smile in Lin Anan's eyes and didn't stop her. Instead, he asked for her opinion again. You need to think carefully. Once you agree, you have to commit. Is your health okay for this? Lu Qing then realized he knew a bit about Lin Anan's situation. Comrade Lin, can your body handle this? If it's too much. He really didn't want to say forget it. It's fine, I know my body well. Besides, I'm a military family member. Helping out in the art troupe during urgent times is my duty. Mingzhou understood she had made up her mind and nodded to Lu Qing. Since my wife has agreed, let her go. He didn't doubt the truth of this matter at all. If Lin Anan said she could do it, then she certainly could. Lu Qing's eyes showed gratitude. Great. Comrade Lin, if this performance is successful, I will definitely thank you both properly. Lin Anan waved her hand. No need to be so polite. We're friends, and helping each other is what friends do. Lu Qing smiled brightly. Yes, from now on, you are my friend, Lu Qing. He patted Mingzhou's shoulder and said, Good kid, you are really lucky. By the way, the last Japanese translation was done by Comrade Lin, right? That means Comrade Lin is truly talented, a great woman. She deserves to be a student of the Workers' and Peasants' University, not only talented but also very aware. Lin Anan blushed from the compliment. The two discussed some details, and then Lu Qing stood up to leave. Before he left, he reminded Lin and to take care of her health and said he would send someone to pick them up for the performance tomorrow. After Lu Qing left, Mingzhou looked at Lin and asked, "Are you tired today?"
Huh?
Lin realized he was talking about the food situation. "I'm okay, not too tired. Seeing you all enjoy yourselves makes it worthwhile. You worked hard." "It's not hard. They were going to perform tomorrow, which was exciting." Thinking about the spirit of the performers, Lin washed her hair and took a bath, getting ready. When she entered her room, Mingzhou was still busy outside. Lin glanced at the heated bed, her face slightly flushed, and since she wasn't sleepy, she decided to take out her manuscript and start organizing it. When Mingzhou finished washing up and entered the room, he saw Lin hunched over the table, writing. He frowned slightly, realizing he needed to encourage her to finish her work faster. "Write during the day. Writing at night is your eyes." Hearing Mingzhou's words, Lin looked up at him. She was taken aback. On such a cold day, Mingzhou was only wearing a white shirt, which was slightly damp, clearly just washed. His tall and strong figure made the muscles beneath the shirt subtly visible, exuding a sense of strength. Lin's heart began to race, and her cheeks turned slightly red. Mingzhou felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze and frowned slightly, asking, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin snapped back to reality and quickly looked away. "Oh, it's nothing. I just think you look good in a shirt. I'll make you a few more." Seeing her shy expression, Mingzhou understood and felt a bit embarrassed, lowering his gaze and simply responding with a soft Lin and quickly tidied up the things on the table and jumped into bed, watching Mingzhou with wide eyes. She felt her heart racing, unable to suppress the fluttering feeling inside. Oh no. Beauty really can lead to trouble. Lin shyly adjusted her blanket and shifted her body, but one little foot was still sticking out. That small foot was as white as jade, with round, rosy toes, curled up tightly due to nervousness. Seeing this, Mingzhou's gaze deepened, and a nameless restlessness began to spread within him, like a small flame gently stirring his heart, making his breathing slightly heavier. He turned off the light and lay down on the other side of the bed, deliberately keeping some distance from Lin, as if avoiding something or suppressing the rising emotions within him. The warmth from the bed made the lingering effects of alcohol surge in his head. Mingzhou felt a bit dizzy, but his mind was clear, vividly recalling Lin's flushed cheeks, her evasive gaze, her snowy little foot, and her shy tone when she mentioned making him more shirts. Each image seemed to have a magical quality, constantly flashing before his eyes. The room was quiet. Lin quietly raised her eyes and stole a glance at Mingzhou. In the dim light, she could only see his well-defined profile, which usually appeared stern and strong but seemed much softer now. She bit her lip, torn between wanting to say something and feeling too shy to do so. Mingzhou lay calmly, looking at the ceiling, slightly lost in thought. Inside, he felt a battle between desire and reason. On one hand, he wanted to be close to Lin, but on the other, his rational mind held him back. The atmosphere in the room became tense, as if an invisible thread connected the two, slowly tightening. They struggled to break free, allowing their feelings to grow freely in the quiet night. After a while, Lin could no longer hold back. She gently turned over, casually moving closer to Mingzhou. The slight movement sounded particularly clear in the stillness of the room. Mingzhou noticed this too. His body stiffened slightly, and he swallowed hard but remained silent. His hand, resting by his side, unconsciously clenched into a fist as he tried to control himself. Lin felt a bit anxious. Seeing that Mingzhou had no reaction, she hesitated and softly called out, "Mingzhou." Her voice was light and gentle, like a soft breeze brushing against Mingzhou's heart, causing the suppressed restlessness within him to surge once more. Mingzhou took a deep breath and slowly spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. "Sleep now. We have to get up early tomorrow." Though his words were plain, they carried a hint of restraint, creating ripples in the warm atmosphere. "Okay, I just wanted to say that your hair is still wet. Be careful not to catch a cold." The room fell silent instantly. After a while, Mingzhou could no longer bear the emotions bubbling inside him. He feared that if he stayed even a second longer, he would break this restraint, so he shifted his position, and the bed creaked softly. He got up, hurriedly left the bed, opened the door, and stepped outside, closing the door with a bit more force than usual. Lin Enin heard the noise and slightly raised her eyes, looking in the direction Mingzhou had gone, her heart racing like a little rabbit. "What are you doing?" After waiting for a while, without seeing him return. As soon as Mingzhou stepped outside, the biting cold wind hit him, but he seemed unaware and walked straight to the water room in the yard. He turned on the faucet and cold water flowed down. Without hesitation, he stood under it, letting the icy water wash over him. The cold water streamed down his hair and cheeks, soaking his clothes and gradually cooling the fire that burned within him. After an unknown amount of time, the effects of the alcohol faded, his mind cleared, and he felt the cold making his lips slightly purple. He turned off the faucet, quickly dried himself, wrapped his clothes tightly, and walked back inside. When Mingzhou changed his clothes and returned to the bed, Lin Enin was already fast asleep. Turning his head, he looked at Lin Enin's peaceful sleeping face and pursed his lips, feeling a bit frustrated. He didn't understand why. Even though she hadn't done anything, he lost control so easily. It shouldn't be like this. He quietly watched her and unknowingly closed his eyes. The night, filled with different emotions, was as quiet as thick ink. "Hey, why aren't you up yet?" The next morning, Lin Enin was awakened by Lin Zihua's voice. Mingzhou had gone to the army early, asking Lin Zihua to help the art troupe. The communications team didn't make it difficult for him and agreed. Lin Zihua had been scolded a lot these days and had lost some weight. If their mother saw him, she would be very worried. However, he felt great, especially thinking about not having training for the next few days, which made him feel alive again. When Lin Enin finished tidying up and came out, he was lounging in a recliner, enjoying the warmth of the fire. Two little ones were nearby, serving him fruits and tea. The children's leader, Manhwa, cleverly hid the message under the sheep's tail, braving many dangers. He successfully avoided the enemy's search and delivered the message to the 8th Route Army. Lin Zihua had a pleasant voice. When he spoke, it was like the light breaking through the morning fog, bright and warm, with a pure tone that was easy to like. He was telling a story, captivating the two little ones completely. "Sit properly. What are you doing?" "Sis, you finally woke up." Lin Enin replied with a light hum, preparing to get herself some porridge, but Lin Zihua quickly stood up and ran to the kitchen before her. "Sis, you sit there, I'll bring it to you." A bowl of porridge was placed in front of Lin Enin. "I heard this is good for the stomach, so I specially bought it for you this morning before heading out." He glanced at Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu. "They have it too. I bought some for them and we all finished ours." The porridge had been kept warm in the pot, and when Lin Enin took a bite, it was just the right temperature, sweet in flavor, with eggs inside. It was quite nice. Lin Zihua sat eagerly beside Lin Enin. "Sis, you're so nice to let me be an accordion player. But I want to ask, can I stay in the art troupe?" Lin Enin raised her eyebrows. It was just as she had guessed. Lin Zihua definitely longed to be in the art troupe. In fact, he was best suited to be an artistic soldier. With his talent and looks, if he joined the art troupe, he would surely have a bright future. But there was a big problem behind him. He was destined to be a tragic supporting character, bound to be used repeatedly and entangled in troubles. If he weren't confined in the strictly controlled military environment, Lin Enin would be quite uncertain. Stop overthinking. Do you think the art troupe is easy to join? Do you think the communications team is easy to leave? Being a substitute this time is purely by chance. In a bit, we will go for a trial performance. If it goes well, you will represent the accordion players at the year-end cultural performance. I heard there will be important leaders coming to inspect, if you perform well. Lin Enin was scaring him with a mix of threats and promises, leaving him speechless. Lin Zihua smiled and ruffled his hair. "Sis, you understand. I will definitely perform well and not embarrass you and brother-in-law." "Yes, do well." Lin Anin checked the time. It was already 9 o'clock. She hurried her breakfast, saying, "Don't be nervous. With your skills, you'll be fine." "Really?" "Absolutely, more real than pearls." After a while, someone from Lu Qing's team arrived. It was a tall, slender young man with a fair face and a refined appearance. "You must be Comrade Lin. I'm Pan Guiyang, sent by the instructor to pick you up."
Pan Guiyang.
Lin Anin felt a jolt in her heart. This person looked so familiar. What was his relationship with Pan Guoha? In the future, Pan Guoha would be a famous tenor and a national first-class actor. Could they be twins? Though she was curious, Lin Anin didn't ask further. She politely nodded to him. "Hello, Comrade Pan. I'm Lin Anin, and this is my brother Lin Zihua. Thank you for your help." "Not a problem. Please get in the car." Lin Anin waved to Chu Minglan to close the door and take care of her brother before getting in the car. The art troupe wasn't far from the military compound. During the ride, the three exchanged a few pleasantries and soon arrived. "I have a brother too. He's very talented and the lead singer for this performance. You'll meet him shortly."
Okay.
At that moment, the art troupe was bustling with activity. Lu Qing hadn't arrived yet, so Pan Guiyang took Lin Anin and her brother to a waiting room, saying, "Please sit for a moment." The instructor went to pick up someone from the publicity department. "He'll be here soon. I need to return the car." "All right, thank you." Lin Zihua sat up straight, his eyes darting around, filled with curiosity. "Sis, this is the art troupe. Do you think my limited skills will be enough?" Lin Anin laughed at him, about to respond when a group of people entered the performance room. At the front was Su Yao, standing next to
Pan Guiyang.
No, even though they looked alike, their outfits and demeanor were different, and even the way they looked at people was different. This was Pan Guoha. Lin Anin quickly scanned the room. Aside from Pan Guoha, everyone else was unfamiliar. Su Yao had only come to see who the temporary substitute invited by Lu Qing was, but upon seeing Lin Anin, her brows furrowed. This country girl is a substitute? Can someone like her really play the violin? After hesitating for a second, Su Yao crossed her arms and walked toward Lin Anin, glancing at Lin Zihua with a sharp tone. "You know you're not very skilled, yet you dare to show off in the art troupe? And you're a military family member too. Aren't you embarrassed?" Her words were not just harsh. They were insulting. Lin Anin's expression suddenly darkened. She stood up and coldly looked at Su Yao, saying, "Comrade Su, please watch your words. We are here for the audition at Instructor Lu's invitation, not to listen to your baseless accusations. The fact that we are here means we are capable, and it's not up to someone irrelevant like you to judge us." Lin Zihua was also furious, his face turning red. "Exactly, who are you to say that about me?" Su Yao raised her chin, completely dismissing the two, and said disdainfully, "Just because I've been in the art troupe for a long time and have seen many talented people. What real skills do people like you from the countryside have? Have you ever seen a violin? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because of some connections." The people following Su Yao exchanged glances, confused about how the argument started. Weren't they there to watch the audition for substitute performers? A short-haired girl gently tugged at Su Yao. "Xiao Yao, don't say that. They are here for the audition, and it hasn't even started yet. Let's not jump to conclusions." Su Yao brushed her hand away. "Mind your own business. I just can't stand people who take shortcuts." Pan Guoha stepped forward, noticing the tension between Su Yao and the others. He glanced at Lin Anin and her companion, as if to support Su Yao, and said, "I've heard that these two are the wife and brother-in-law of Captain Chu from the Special Forces. They begged to audition because of Captain Chu's connection with the instructor." Hearing this, even Lin Anin paused for a moment. The Pan brothers looked alike, but their characters were worlds apart. Lin Anin scoffed, "Taking shortcuts? Using connections?
Which of you saw that?"
I'm skilled at the violin, and my brother is skilled at the accordion. Is that something you can achieve just through connections?" Her words were firm, and many in the audience nodded in agreement. Su Yao, however, laughed mockingly. "Stop bragging. Besides Songquan, where else in the Northwest can you find someone who plays the violin? If you mention something else, I might believe you." When it came to the violin, Lin Zihua hesitated. He wasn't very sure since he had never heard his sister play the violin. My sister knows a lot, and she can also play the arrow. Seeing Lin Zihua's expression, it seemed to confirm their suspicions. He was feeling guilty. You don't really think that being able to play the arrow means you can play the violin, do you? Ha ha ha. Su Yao's two companions frowned. Is there really someone bragging all the way to the art troupe? I remembered that Captain Chu as a wife, but that woman is heartless and greedy. Really terrible. Captain Chu has already submitted a divorce application, and everyone in the military compound knows about it. It can't be
Her, right?
How can someone like that use Captain Chu's name to join the art troupe? That's so shameless. Lin Enin clenched her fist in anger, scanning the group of people. The art troupe is something special. Lin Enin took Lin Zihua's hand. Since we are so disliked, we don't need to help anymore. She didn't want to argue with these people at all. For $200 each, she could step in and save the day, but that didn't include putting up with their nonsense. Lin Zihua was furious, glaring at the group. You think you're so great just because you're in the art troupe? If it weren't for your instructor asking me, I wouldn't even bother coming. You. Seeing that the two were really about to leave without looking back, Su Yao panicked. She stomped her foot. Stop right there. While she bullied others, she still didn't dare to actually drive them away. Su Yao was clear-headed. Everyone thought she was Lu Qing's fiancé, so they always tried to please her. Only she knew that Lu Qing didn't think much of her. The fact that he personally invited these two meant they were useful. Lin Enin couldn't be bothered with her and brushed past her. I said stop. Su Yao instinctively reached out and grabbed Lin Enin's arm, pulling her back forcefully. Lin Enin couldn't handle her violent action and let out a small cry, sitting down on the ground. Sister. Lin Zihua was shocked and hurried to help her, but unfortunately, he couldn't catch her, and Lin Enin still ended up sitting on the ground. Fortunately, his attempt to help meant Lin Enin's thick clothes cushioned her fall. What are you doing, Su Yao? A furious voice shouted. Lu Qing had just arrived at the door of the performance room and saw this scene, his face turning dark instantly. He rushed to Lin Enin's side and, along with Lin Zihua, helped her up, asking with concern, Lin, are you okay? Lin Enin frowned, her expression cold, and her tone not pleasant. She rubbed her arm where Su Yao had grabbed her. Instructor Lu, since the art troupe doesn't welcome us, we'll leave first. Lu Qing shot Su Yao a fierce glare. Lin, please don't be angry. Su Yao is just being thoughtless. I apologize on her behalf. You two were specifically invited to help, so how could we not welcome you? A few people entered the door, led by a tall and striking woman. As soon as Lu Qing saw her, he felt overwhelmed. Comrade Tang, there seems to be a misunderstanding here. Please wait a moment. The woman nodded, curiously glanced at Lin Enin, said nothing more, and took her group to sit in the left audience section. Su Yao looked at this and then at that, realizing something was wrong. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. Clenching her fist, she quietly said, Instructor, I didn't mean to. Lu Qing was both angry and amused. You didn't mean to? Just look at what you've done. Comrades Lin and Zihuai are both talented individuals. Instead of welcoming them properly, you're causing trouble and even dared to hurt someone? Su Yao's eyes turned red, but she didn't dare to argue back. Lu Qing then turned to Lin Enin and advised, Comrade Lin, you are generous. Don't stoop to her level. This rehearsal is very important for our art troupe, and your support is crucial. Please stay. Lin Enin glanced at Lu Qing, then at the upset Su Yao, and sarcastically replied in Su Yao's earlier tone, Instructor Lu really believes that this country girl can play the violin? Lu Qing was taken aback, quickly understanding, and pointed at Su Yao, shaking with anger. Country girl? Su Yao, are you implying that you look down on farmers? You have a lot of nerve. Do you know that farmers are the core strength of social development, production, and reform? They are the most active role models. Su Yao's lips turned pale, and she stumbled back a step.
I didn't mean it that way.
I just thought she hadn't been to a big city and hadn't had the chance to play the violin. After all, even our art troupe only has one violin, which was brought over by Song Quan from the capital. Lu Qing interrupted her. Just because someone comes from a rural background doesn't mean they can't do anything. You can't dismiss others based on your own assumptions. Apologize to Comrade Lin. Su Yao shot Lin and a defiant glare, but still apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Pan Guohe, seeing Su Yao being scolded, immediately stepped in. Instructor, Su Yao didn't mean it that way. We were just joking with her. She chose to leave. Su Yao was trying to help her, but she fell down on her own. We all saw it. A few of Su Yao's friends nodded in agreement, saying it was a misunderstanding. Others quietly stepped back, clearly not wanting to get involved and not daring to say much. Linenen's eyes burned with anger. She didn't want to make a big deal out of it. She thought leaving would be enough. But these people dared to twist the truth? Then she wouldn't hold back. Lin Enen pointed at Pan Guohe. You said I got this audition opportunity because of my connections with Captain Chu and the instructor. Then she pointed at Su Yao. We were sitting here peacefully and you came in insulting us, saying we country folks have no real skills and that we are just taking advantage of connections. And you, claiming I bragged my way into the art troupe. And you, saying I'm heartless and greedy. This all happened just minutes ago, and everyone present remembered every word. Who would dare deny it? Lin Zihua nodded and added, they even hoped my sister would divorce my brother-in-law, saying she doesn't deserve him. Isn't that ruining a military marriage? And she even got physical. Isn't that harming a military family? My brother-in-law works hard to protect our country, and my sister came to the art troupe to help. Even I, a key trainee in our communications unit, set aside my training to help. Why should we be treated this way? Lin Enen and Lin Zihua's words left everyone in the room silent. The people sitting on the left began to whisper among themselves, writing down something. Even Lu Qing's face turned pale. You've gone too far. Comrades Lin Enen and Lin Zihua were sincerely invited by me, and yet you slander them like this. Especially you, Pan Guohe. You speak without thinking and dare to make accusations? And you, Su Yao, not only did you insult them, but you also got physical. If this gets out, what will happen to our art troupe's reputation? Su Yao and Pan Guohe tried to say something, but were stopped by those around them. Lu Qing turned to Lin Enen and Lin Zihua and said, Comrade Lin, I apologize again. These people are truly out of line. Rest assured, I will handle this matter seriously and give you a satisfactory response. Lin Enen brushed off her clothes. All right, I'll wait for Instructor Lu's news. If the outcome is unsatisfactory, I will appeal at every level. We came here for an audition but ended up feeling frustrated, so we're leaving now. Lu Qing hurriedly said, Comrade Lin, please don't be upset. I promise this won't happen again. These people are just a few individuals. The rest of our art troupe is very friendly. Please give us another chance. No, thank you. Su Yao saw that Lu Qing was being so humble, yet Lin Enen was still acting superior. She couldn't take it anymore and pushed her colleague aside. Lin Enen, don't be unreasonable. If you can't do it, just say so. Why act like you're in the right? You're just trying to save face. Her words came out quickly, and Lu Qing couldn't stop her. Lin Enen paused, laughing in anger. Do I need to use someone like you to save face? Who do you think you are? Her usually delicate appearance suddenly turned sharp. Su Yao felt a chill from Lin Enen's gaze, but still retorted, You. How dare you insult me? You're the one who's worthless and nobody. Comrade Lu, I hope you can give me a satisfactory resolution soon. Otherwise, I will not only report them but also escalate this to the higher authorities. Lu Qing's expression darkened, and he quickly said, Comrade Lin, please rest assured, I will handle this seriously. Just calm down and don't act impulsively. Lin Enen ignored them and pulled Lin Zihua to leave. Wait. The woman sitting on the left stood up and called out to them. She jogged forward and blocked Lin Enen's way. Standing in front of Lin Enen, she extended her hand. Hello, Comrade Lin. I am Tang Jingqiao from the Northwest Propaganda Department. Northwest Propaganda Department? Tang Jingqiao? Lin Enen's heart sank. Aunt Wang had just mentioned this name, saying she had a close relationship with Chu Mingzhou. How did she end up here? Lin Enen shook her hand lightly. Hello, Comrade Tang. Seeing Tang Jingqiao holding them up, Lu Qing sighed in relief and quickly stepped forward. Comrade Lin, Comrade Tang, and her team are here on behalf of the propaganda department. Our year-end performance is very important, and they came to oversee it. They just happened to catch your rehearsal. Tang Jingqiao nodded. Yes, I hope Comrade Lin doesn't take jokes too seriously. This performance is crucial, so please consider the bigger picture. To most people, this might sound reasonable, but to Lin, it was quite irritating. The bigger picture? What does that have to do with her? Seeing that Lin was unmoved, Tang Jingqiao chuckled. Could it be that Comrade Su was right? I find that hard to believe, especially since you are Captain Chu's partner. I can't imagine you would dare to deceive the art troupe. Manhwa said. She keeps claiming she is real talent, so why is she afraid to perform when the instructor gives her the chance?
Shuyao replied, exactly.
She won't even try herself, yet she wants the instructor to punish me. She's just as unreasonable as the rumors say. Lin Anan didn't know what the rumors were about, but she saw disdain in Tang Jingqiao's eyes. It was well hidden, just a fleeting moment. Someone else might not have noticed. But Lin Anan was different. She grew up in an orphanage and was very sensitive to emotions. She scanned the crowd and finally focused on Lu Qing. Bring the violin. If they want to provoke her, she would let her skills do the talking and show them what facts really mean. Lu Qing paused, then quickly responded. Comrade Lin is willing to perform?
Great.
Guiyang, go get the violin and accordion. Okay.
Hey.
Lin Zihua was quite unhappy. This noise had ruined his hopes for the art troupe. He felt these people were pretending. They criticized others for being proud, but they themselves acted superior, thinking they were impressive. How rude. Zihua, what song do you want to perform? Lin Anan didn't give Lin Zihua a chance to refuse. She reached out her hand, signaling him to join her on stage. Lin Zihua pouted and sighed, but in the end, he took her hand and walked up to the stage. Sister, let's play the Golden Hearth to share Chairman Mao's great thoughts and enlighten these people.
All right.
Lin Anan nodded in agreement. Everyone felt that this brother-sister duo was a bit different. The moment they stepped on stage, even their demeanor changed. Lu Qing kept glancing at them, mumbling, their stage presence is really good. If they play skillfully, it could really work. Lu Qing, I advise you not to expect too much and not to rush, Tang Jingqiao said softly. Can I not be anxious? I'm really cramming at the last minute. Pan Guiyang and another girl brought the instruments. Comrade Lin, here you go. Pan Guiyang hesitated for a moment and added quietly, I'm really sorry. My brother can be a bit hot-headed. Lin Anan just nodded lightly and didn't respond to him. She and Lin Zihua each took their instruments and quickly tuned them. They exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. Then, Lin Zihua's accordion began to play, a melodious tune flowing like a gentle river, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Lin Anan stood up and picked up the violin. Her skill was so familiar that it was clear she was not a beginner. As the melody progressed, Lin Anan's violin joined in like a gentle stream. She held the violin gracefully, the bow gliding lightly over the strings, producing a clear and pleasant sound. The high notes of the violin and the mid-low tones of the accordion responded to each other, blending perfectly together. The two performed the Golden Hearth with great synergy. Their performance filled the music with emotion, making it feel as if one were in an era of brilliant and great ideas. In the sounds of the accordion and violin intertwined like surging waves, impacting the hearts of the listeners. At the end, the music gradually softened, like the setting sun, leaving a warm afterglow. Everyone present was deeply moved by their performance. Those who had doubts were now wide-eyed in surprise. Lu Qing was so excited that her face turned red. That was amazing. They really can play and so well. Tang Jingqiao frowned slightly, looking at Lin Anan on stage. Her gaze was no longer dismissive, but filled with respect. Su Yao and Pan Guoha exchanged incredulous looks, unable to believe that these two people they had underestimated were actually so talented. When the piece ended, the performance room fell silent. After a while, enthusiastic applause erupted. Lin Anan and Lin Zihua put down their instruments and gracefully bowed to thank everyone. Lu Qing couldn't wait to go on stage and excitedly shook Lin Zihua's hand. Lin, you were fantastic. Your performance was flawless. You are the saviors of our art troupe. Lin Anan smiled slightly. Instructor Lu, now do you believe us? Lu Qing nodded repeatedly. Yes, I believe. Your talent has won me over. On behalf of the art troupe, I officially invite you to participate in the year-end performance. However, Lin Zihua frowned and said discontentedly, Instructor Lu, we never said we would join. We played this piece just to prove a point. Now that it's over, we need to go. Lu Qing quickly replied, Wait, Lin, please don't rush to leave. Participating in this cultural performance has many benefits. If you perform well, you might even gain the leader's appreciation. Lin Anan looked at Lu Qing's eager expression and was about to speak when Su Yao interrupted her again. Lin Anan, you were just following your brother's accordion music and adding some random sounds. It wasn't difficult at all. The last performance is a violin solo, and you can't possibly. Someone quickly covered Su Yao's mouth, stopping her from continuing. Lin Anan only sneered, not wanting to say anything. She picked up the violin again, this time sitting casually, raising her hand to play. A piece by Beethoven, the Violin Concerto in D major, filled the concert hall. Is this a foreign piece? Yes, it's by the famous musician Beethoven. Lin Anan slightly closed her eyes, not looking at the audience at all, simply enjoying the music. Her body swayed gently with a soothing rhythm, appearing completely immersed. The intensity of her focus seemed to create a unique aura around her, drawing everyone's attention. The bow glided across the strings effortlessly, sometimes slow, sometimes fast. With the changing rhythm, a beautiful and powerful melody unfolded, making even those unfamiliar with the violin recognize its beauty. The concert hall was so quiet that only the melodious sound of the violin remained. Everyone seemed spellbound, gazing at her in disbelief. When Lin Anan finally finished the last note and slowly lowered her violin, the serene atmosphere lingered in the room, not fading for a long time. After a while, it was as if everyone had awakened from a dream, erupting into even more enthusiastic and lasting applause. Lin Anan lowered her violin and glanced calmly at the audience. Sis, you were amazing. Lin Zihua kept giving Lin Anan thumbs up and shot a glare at Su Yao and the others. While on stage, he hadn't felt much, just that they were in sync. But standing in the audience and listening to Lin Anan's solo was a completely different experience. It was truly shocking. Lu Qing was so excited that his face turned red. He quickly walked back on stage, eyes filled with admiration. Lin, you are incredible. You can play a foreign piece. It was simply fantastic. Tang Jingqiao also stood up and clapped her hands. Comrade Lin, you are truly talented. You can handle even foreign classic pieces so well. I believe you will shine at the art performance. Su Yao and Panguaha exchanged glances. How is that possible? How could she play better than Song Quan? They couldn't understand why Lin Anan's violin skills were so high. It seemed unrealistic. Lin Anan didn't respond. She glanced at Lu Qing, stepped around him, and headed off the stage. Zihuai, let's go. Oh, coming. Lu Qing quickly followed. Comrade Lin, wait. I'm really sorry about today. It was a mistake on the part of our art troupe. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Anan stopped and slightly turned her head. Instructor Lu, I think I've made it clear that we do not intend to participate. Lu Qing hurriedly said, Comrade Lin, please reconsider. This art performance is very important, and your talent would surely enhance the show. We will also take serious measures regarding today's incident to ensure you won't be wronged again. Su Yao gritted her teeth and stepped forward to block Lin Anan. Today was my fault, okay? I've apologized to you, and our instructor is pleading with you. What more do you want? Before Lin Anan could respond, a calm and strong voice interrupted. What's going on? Everyone looked up to see Mingzhou, dressed in military uniform, striding in with a tall posture and a serious expression, bringing silence to the room. He approached Lin Anan, looked her over, and then turned to Lu Qing. What happened? Lu Qing opened his mouth, unsure how to explain. Chu Mingzhou had asked for help, and now it had turned into this. Chu Mingzhou then looked at Su Yao, pausing for a moment on her face. Su Yao stepped back 2 paces. It was just a misunderstanding. Comrade Lin plays the violin very well. Our instructor invited her to participate in the art performance, but she refused and is now trying to leave. Her voice grew softer. Lin Zihua couldn't hold back any longer. Brother-in-law, we are not participating in this art performance. Whoever wants to join can go. It's not that I don't want to give you face. It's just that they're being too unreasonable. Lin Zihua spoke quickly, not giving anyone a chance to interrupt, being both straightforward and appropriately expressive. Chu Mingzhou's eyes darkened, his lips pressed tightly together, clearly angry. He coldly glanced at Su Yao and Pan Guohe, his gaze carrying a chilling intensity that made everyone's hearts tighten. Does it hurt? After Lin Zihua spoke, Chu Mingzhou was the first to ask Lin Anan.
Huh?
Weren't you the one who fell? Does it hurt? Lin Anan was taken aback. Chu Mingzhou was referring to Su Yao pulling her down. Lin Anan shook her head. No, it doesn't hurt. Chu Mingzhou frowned slightly. You don't want to participate, right?
Yeah.
Lin Anan never expected that Chu Mingzhou would gently squat down and lift her up completely. He sat her on his arm and carried her straight out the door. Instructor Liu, I expect an explanation for this. Like Lin Anan, he changed how he addressed Lu Qing, making the distance between them clear. Everyone was stunned. Tang Jing clenched her fists, her nails digging into her skin. She said nothing and quietly stood with the publicity department staff. Lin Zihua looked around and quickly reacted, huffing at everyone. Give an explanation quickly. He hurriedly jogged to catch up. Oh my goodness. At that moment, Lin Zihua thought Chu Mingzhou was an amazing brother-in-law. He was not talkative, but decisive and authoritative. Without needing to ask much, he could tell right from wrong and knew how to protect himself and his sister. He wanted to write a letter to tell his parents. Chu Mingzhou walked out of the art troupe with Lin Anan in his arms, attracting many gazes along the way. Lin Anan was completely flushed with embarrassment. Please put me down, so many people are watching. Chu Mingzhou remained unfazed. It's fine. Let them look. I'm taking you to the medical unit. Lin Anan felt a flutter in her heart, overwhelmed with emotion, and tightened her grip around his neck. I'm really fine. I'm wearing padded pants. I didn't hurt myself. You don't need to go through all this trouble. Chu Mingzhou just glanced at her. Dai Lihua is in the medical unit. It's not a hassle. Oh, dear Lin Anan tried to struggle down, but Chu Mingzhou lifted her slightly, and she settled down. Not wanting to take any chances, Chu Mingzhou felt uneasy. If someone else fell in front of him, he probably wouldn't even blink. But Lin Anan was different. She was too fragile. He worried that a strong wind might her away. How did you come to the art troupe? Lin Anan asked. I finished training early and came over to take a look. Lin Zihua chimed in, but brother-in-law, the Special Forces camp is to the east, and the art troupe is to the west. Go away. Lin Zihua chuckled and obediently followed the two. Before long, they arrived at the medical unit. Dai Lihua was surprised to see Chu Mingzhou carrying Lin Anan and widened her eyes, thinking something serious had happened. What happened? Dai Lihua hurried over. Chu Mingzhou placed Lin Anan on a chair and briefly explained the situation. Dai Lihua then sighed in relief. Those performers are too much. Come here, Anan, let me check you. Lin Anan felt a bit shy, but under Chu Mingzhou's gaze, she couldn't refuse and let Dai Lihua examine her. After the checkup, Dai Lihua said, it's nothing serious, just some bruises on your arm. A little medicine will help. The injury was close to her arm, and even through her coat, it showed a large area of bruising. Since Lin Anan had fair skin, it looked quite dramatic. If you hadn't said it was a little girl who did this, I would have thought Mingzhou was abusing you.
Dai Lihua joked.
Don't say that. I would never hurt her. Chu Mingzhou stood beside Lin Anan, and when he saw the bruises, his expression turned serious. He couldn't imagine how much force someone must have used to leave such marks on this small woman. Who gave her the courage? All right, I won't say any more. You go outside and let Ainin take off her coat. I'll give her a good massage. It needs to be worked out, or it will take days to heal. Mingzhou nodded and went to sit in the outer room. Dai Lihua had a gentle touch. Although it hurt a bit, the warmth from the ointment made it bearable. I've reserved the nebulizer for you. Come tomorrow for your treatment, and I'll massage you again. You'll heal quickly. Thank you, Lihua. You're so thoughtful. It's not just me, it's Mingzhou who cares. He came to tell me about the nebulizer after going through the performers. He's been here several times for this. Lin Ainin paused. If Dai Lihua hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have known at all. Today he seemed in a good mood and said you want to try out for the performers. He thinks you might be on stage by the end of the year. He mentioned you have many talents and are quite capable. I just want to make sure you're healthy. Lin Ainin's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but smile. This man truly does more than he says. Dai Lihua noticed Lin Ainin's expression and smiled. Ainin, Mingzhou really cares about you. Lin Ainin nodded but didn't respond to that. Dai Lihua sighed, seemingly lost in thought. Mingzhou didn't have a fight with Lu Qing, did he? No, he didn't do anything. He just wanted the punishment results. Dai Lihua's eyes showed some difficulty. Sister Lihua, what's wrong? Dai Lihua hesitated for a moment but spoke up, and if this matter can pass, please don't confront Lu Qing. Back then, it wasn't just your brother Jiaming who protected Mingzhou, there was also Lu Qing's older brother, Lu Guang, and even the special forces were handed over to Mingzhou by Lu Guang. Lin Nin's eyes flickered as she listened to Dai Lihua talk about the past. She felt a bit dazed and found it hard to accept. The Lu family was connected to the military in the capital, with Lu Guang and Lu Qing being brothers and both coming from a prestigious background. Their elders had many achievements, and they themselves were quite outstanding. Initially, only Lu Guang came to the northwest. Lu Guang was a person with strong personal beliefs. He didn't want to rely on his family's influence, so he came alone to the harshest part of the Northwest Army. Once he joined the army, he caught the attention of many. True to expectations, Lu Guang not only had exceptional abilities, but also dared to take risks. Through his own efforts, he gradually rose to the position of camp leader. Mingzhou was someone Lu Guang and Commander Su had nurtured together. Lu Guang thought highly of Mingzhou, who was about the same age as his younger brother, and treated him like a close friend. However, with war comes smoke and continuous sacrifices. The confrontation with the enemy was not unexpected. Song Jiaming took a few bullets for Mingzhou, while Lu Guang faced a line of enemies for them. The year he left, Lu Guang was only 29, just days away from his 30th birthday. Dai Lihua's eyes lowered, her voice slightly choked, clearly filled with tears. Lin Ainin raised her hand to wipe her eyes, her throat tightened, and she almost lost her voice. Thanks to him, Mingzhou, Song Jiaming, Duan Yu, and Qi Cheng, they were able to come back. Dai Lihua lowered her hand, signaling Lin Ainin to put on her clothes, and continued. Lu Qing came later. He caused quite a stir at home, insisting on joining the Northwest Army. But his grandfather absolutely refused, perhaps because he was old and would rather force him not to go to the battlefield than allow his only grandson to fight. In the end, Lu Qing had to compromise and was transferred to the arts troupe. You've seen him, right? He's not inferior to Mingzhou, and he fits well in the arts troupe. You wouldn't believe it. Just a couple of days after he arrived, he got into a fight with Mingzhou, and they both ended up with bruises. Later, things changed unexpectedly, and the two of them became very close again. Don't be fooled by Mingzhou's cold demeanor. He actually values emotions the most. Lin Ainin tightened her grip and suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. "Ainin, what's wrong?" Dai Lihua exclaimed when she saw Lin Ainin's face turn pale. Cough, cough, cough. A series of urgent coughs erupted. With a loud, Mingzhou and Lin Zihua rushed in. Mingzhou quickly stepped to Lin Ainin's side and supported her shoulder. What happened? Are you feeling unwell again? Lin Zihua looked worried as he leaned closer, seeing Lin Ainin's pale face. Weren't you fine this morning? Why are you sick again?
Please don't scare me, sis.
Lin Ainin held her chest, finally catching her breath, and weakly said, I'm fine, just suddenly felt a bit short of breath. Mingzhou frowned and turned to Dai Lihua, his eyes full of concern. Dai Lihua opened her mouth. It's my fault. I shouldn't have mentioned those past events to Anin. It must have upset her. Mingzhou immediately understood what she meant and gently patted Lin Anin's back, trying to help her breathe easier. It's all in the past. Don't think about it. Just take your time. Lin Anin leaned against Mingzhou, nodded, and took a few deep breaths, feeling the tightness in her chest gradually ease. Lin Zihua anxiously paced back and forth. I think it's because of that group from the art troupe. Not just my sister. Even I still feel a knot in my chest. Zihua, stop talking. Lin Zihua was confused. Sis, you shouldn't be so easy to talk to. Mingzhou shot him a glance. Lin Zihua immediately fell silent. Mingzhou helped Lin Anin stand up and thanked Dai Lihua before the three of them left the health unit together. The door ahead leads to the supply and marketing cooperative. Let's stop by to buy some vegetables. Mingzhou nodded and replied, okay. It was mealtime, and there weren't many people at the cooperative. Lin Anin picked out some vegetables and bought some eggs, saying, we still have marinated food at home, so just a couple of vegetables will do. Lin Zihua, feeling bored, picked up a fruit, looked at it, and then put it down. Sis, since the art troupe issue is settled, does that mean I have to go back to the communications unit? Lin Anin wanted to say yes, but recalled Dai Lihua's words, feeling a bit hesitant. Let's talk about it after dinner at home. Lin Zihua looked troubled, but had no choice. After paying for the groceries, the three of them walked home together. Is Mingzhou back? Aunt Jean. Who is this by your side? Is she your wife? It's my first time meeting her, and she's really pretty. Yes, Aunt Fong, this is my wife, Lin Anin. When the people in the courtyard saw Mingzhou holding Lin Anin's hand, they were all curious and confused. Some of the bolder women leaned in to greet Mingzhou, trying to gather information. They were neighbors in the same courtyard, and many had helped the Chu family before. Mingzhou was polite, nodding in response to everyone. However, their relationship was clearly different from what they had imagined. Mingzhou treated his wife quite well, unlike the rumors suggested. Everyone was curious, but no one dared to ask. How could they? Would they really ask Captain Chu, when are you getting a divorce? Lin Anin held onto Mingzhou's hand tightly, staying close to him. When he greeted people, she politely nodded as well. Once they got home, Mingzhou went into the kitchen with Minglan, quickly washing and chopping the vegetables to prepare dinner. Lin Anin wanted to help, but Mingzhou told her to sit down, saying, it's just 2 vegetables, it will be done soon. All right then, Mingzhou and Xiaolan, you work hard. Before long, delicious smells wafted from the kitchen. Lin Zihua was amazed, saying, I was worried when Mom left, but it seems my brother-in-law is doing well. Lin Anin unwrapped a candy and popped it in her mouth, of course. Lin Zihua leaned closer to Lin Anin and whispered, Sister, are you still planning to get a divorce? You were so upset back then. I thought you two wouldn't last. Lin Anin shot him a look. Divorce? Stop talking nonsense. Really not getting a divorce? Of course not. But you said. Before Lin Zihua could finish, there was a knock at the courtyard door. Mingyu ran out from the room, saw that it was Captain Su and Lu Qing, and happily called out Uncle Su, before rushing to open the door. Seeing Captain Su arrive, Lin Anin quickly adjusted her clothes and stood up. Lin Zihua also stood, but he frowned when he saw Lu Qing. Zihua, let's forget about the art troupe's matter for today. We might need to go to the year-end performance. I'll explain the rest later. You mustn't lose your temper, Lin Anin quietly reminded him. Lin Zihua. Before he could ask why, Captain Su and Instructor Lu had already entered. Captain Su, Instructor Lu, please have a seat. Lin Anin greeted them with a smile. Lin Zihua felt 1,000 reluctances, but still managed to greet them. Captain Su, Instructor Lu. Hey, it's okay, don't be nervous. We're just here to chat. We're just in time for lunch. It will be ready soon. Lin Anin felt a bit embarrassed since other families had women in the kitchen, but here she was, sitting while the men and her petite sister-in-law cooked. That's great. Lu Qing has mentioned your marinated dishes several times, saying they are unique in the courtyard. Chu Mingyu was the first to confirm this. Uncle Su, it's true. It's really delicious. I love it. Captain Su smiled and picked up Chu Mingyu, clearly delighted. This was the first time Lin and saw Captain Su so friendly, and she felt a bit unaccustomed. It's nothing. I just made it casually. As she spoke, Captain Su took out some cash from his pocket and placed it on the table, gently pushing it toward Lin. Then I really need to try it. Just like last time. He wouldn't let her take advantage. Lin hesitated, but still accepted it. Captain Su's eyes sparkled with satisfaction at her response. This weather in the Northwest is cold. Are you all getting used to living here? The food tastes quite different too. He didn't mention the art troupe at all, sticking to the most ordinary small talk. Lin handled it well, maintaining a gentle attitude. Lin Zihua, on the other hand, was tense the whole time, occasionally rubbing his thigh. Lunch is ready. Chu Mingzhou brought the dishes to the table, while Chu Minglan served rice for everyone. The table was filled with a large platter of marinated dishes, exuding a unique aroma, and the stir-fried vegetables looked very appetizing, complemented by a seaweed and egg soup.
Dig in.
Captain Su picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the marinated dish, and couldn't help but praise, "This marinated dish is really delicious." Right? Uncle Su, try this large intestine. It's especially fragrant, Chu Mingyu said like a little adult, starting to share. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. It really is good. I won't forget it after tasting it once. Lin Zihua listened quietly, feeling a bit awkward about Lu Qing but not saying anything, just focusing on his meal. The lunch was lively, with everyone chatting and laughing. Once everyone had nearly finished eating, Commander Su put down his bowl and slowly spoke. I came here today for 2 reasons. First, to taste Comrade Lin's cooking skills, and second, to discuss matters concerning the art troupe with you all. Everyone paused their activities and looked at Commander Su. Lin gently wiped her mouth and said, Commander Su, please go ahead. We are listening. Commander Su sighed slightly. I have learned about the events that occurred in the art troupe today. It is true that some of our comrades acted inappropriately, and I would like to apologize on their behalf to Comrade Lin and Comrade Zihuai. Lin and Lin Zihuai exchanged glances and quickly waved their hands, feeling unworthy of such an apology from the commander. Commander Su, please don't say that. Commander Su raised his hand to signal them to sit down and continued. Lu Qing has already given them a serious reprimand and imposed appropriate penalties according to regulations, ensuring that such situations will not happen again in the future. This upcoming art performance is very important for our entire unit, and I am here to ask you to reconsider. Chu Mingzhou tightened his grip on the table but said nothing, his gaze toward Lin unchanged.
He was on her side.
As long as she was unwilling, even Commander Su's presence wouldn't change that. Lin Zihuai was about to speak when Lin gently pressed his hand down. She bit her lip, hesitating instead of directly refusing. Seeing her attitude soften, Commander Su quickly added, Lu Qing, please explain the penalties for Su Yao and the others. Lu Qing nodded. Due to the suddenness and seriousness of the incident, I imposed immediate penalties. The 2 main instigators, Su Yao and Panguaha, will receive serious reprimands, have their performance bonuses deducted, lose their eligibility for promotion, and receive a formal reprimand. They will also be disqualified from participating in this art performance, and any further violations will result in dismissal from the party organization. Lin and Lin Zihuai were slightly shocked by the severity of Lu Qing's measures. They hadn't expected such strong action, indicating that their feelings were indeed valued and the seriousness of the issue was recognized. Since others had gone this far, it would be inappropriate for Lin to refuse again. Comrade Lin, the penalties are set, and they've shown a good attitude in admitting their mistakes. Lu Qing still had hope in her eyes, but Captain Su had already spoken. He didn't want to continue the conversation to avoid seeming too pushy. Lin Zihua, who was initially filled with resentment, felt most of it fade away. He glanced at Lin, asking her to make a decision. All right, let's put this matter behind us. We are willing to participate in the year-end cultural performance, Lin agreed. So, Comrade Lin, think about it. What did you say? Captain Su instinctively spoke up, planning to persuade her further, but was surprised by Lin Yinen's quick agreement. Lu Qing's expression was also momentarily stunned, then she smiled brightly, clearly very happy. Great, that's wonderful. Captain Su looked at Lin Yinen and saw that she seemed perfectly fine, showing no signs of being pressured, which made him truly relieved. To be honest, Captain Su was not very satisfied with Lin Yinen. From the first moment he saw her, he thought she would hold Chu Mingzhou back. In his mind, Chu Mingzhou had already suffered enough. Bringing in a woman like her would not be love, but a burden. Even after learning that Lin Yinen could speak foreign languages and had helped Mingzhou a lot, it only slightly changed Captain Su's opinion. However, in just a few days, he kept hearing about Lin Yinen, especially noticing the visible changes in Chu Mingzhou. Just now, when he heard about the art troupe, he realized that the sickly girl was talented in many ways. She not only spoke foreign languages, but was also a musical genius. She didn't back down when faced with difficulties and was willing to skip the performance to stand her ground, showing great spirit. Captain Su began to think that this girl might not be as weak and useless as he initially thought. Instead, she had her own determination and unexpected talents. Comrade Lin, your agreement to participate in this cultural performance is a huge help. On behalf of the entire art troupe, I thank you. I believe that with your involvement, this performance will be truly spectacular. Comrade Lu, no need to be so polite. Rest assured, since we've decided to participate, we will do our best, Lin Yinen replied, reverting to calling Lu Qing without the formal title. Lu Qing quickly nodded, of course. After this incident, everyone will learn their lesson and get along well. By the way, the cultural performance is on the 25th of the year, which is in 8 days. You need to come to the art troupe for rehearsals as soon as possible. Lin Yinen agreed. Okay, Zihua can come over tomorrow morning. I need to visit the health unit in the morning, and will come in the afternoon. All right, no problem. After Chu Mingzhou waited for them to finish their discussion, he finally spoke. Instructor Lu, if you're free, you should personally oversee the rehearsal. Lu Qing felt a twitch in his eye. Meeting Chu Mingzhou's dark gaze, he held back what he wanted to say, replying, yes, that's appropriate. After dinner, they politely saw the two off. Lin Zihua thought the cultural troupe matter was settled and planned to return to the army after finishing his meal. Unexpectedly, things took a turn, and he was happily invited to stay. Zihua, you can stay with me. My bed is warm, and the blankets are freshly laid. Chu Mingyu not only welcomed him but eagerly invited him to share a room, hoping he would tell him stories.
Sure.
I'll wash the dishes first. Feeling cheerful, Lin Zihua eagerly rushed to wash the dishes. Chu Mingzhou confirmed that Lin Yinen was fine, rubbed his temples, and rested in a lounge chair for a bit. Lin Yinen, perhaps troubled by the news about Lu Guang, felt heavy-hearted and couldn't sleep at all. While he rested, she sat beside him reading. Once he was rested enough to return to the army, she began making clothes. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, filling the room as Lin Yinen sat at the table, focused, her needles skillfully weaving through the fabric. Making a long coat for the tall Chu Mingzhou was much more complicated than making a child's jacket. This was also Lin Yinen's first time making clothes for him, and with her special feelings included, she worked especially hard. Time quietly slipped away under her fingers, and before she knew it, the sky began to darken. Lin Yinen set down her needle and thread, stretched, and looked at the nearly finished garment, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Sis, I won't be having dinner at home. I'm going to find Tong Tong. She should be off work by now, and I'll take her out for something delicious. Lin Zihua had just showered and changed into clean clothes, looking fresh and handsome in the sunlight. While his appearance was great, his words troubled Lin Yinen. Her expression darkened as she put away the clothes and materials, considering her response. Zihua, after dinner, come with me to the army farm to move some things. Chu Mingzhou returned and spoke before her. Lin Zihua frowned, feeling conflicted. Brother-in-law, I'm about to head out. Chu Mingzhou dismissed it, emphasizing, these are things we need for the new year. I'll be busy in the coming days, and your sister can't move them alone. Lin Zihua glanced at Lin Yinen. biting his lip. Zihua, listen to me. First, help your brother-in-law get the things. Consider it a favor for me. Lin Anan cleared her throat and patted her chest. Tong Tong won't finish work early anyway. Besides, she just started her job a couple of days ago. You can't just think about taking her out all the time. If it affects her work, that will be your responsibility.
Huh.
If I wait for her to finish work to take her out to eat, will that affect her? Definitely, and you haven't even made plans. Lin Zihua scratched his head, realizing she was right. Okay, then I'll go help my brother-in-law move things. Lin Anan exchanged a glance with Chu Mingzhou, understanding each other's thoughts. Lin Anan was surprised at how clever he was, which saved her from explaining. Sister-in-law, during the new year here, we usually make pickled vegetables, snow vegetables, chive flowers, and dried radish. Does Xiaolan know how to make them? That's impressive. I do. After pickling the vegetables, we write couplets, cut paper decorations, and hang lanterns. Write couplets? Yes, my brother can write in calligraphy, and it's beautiful. Every year, many people in the neighborhood ask him for help. At the dinner table, Chu Minglan racked her brain, sharing her memories of New Year traditions from the Northwest. Not just her, but Chu Mingzhou and Chu Mingyu were also looking forward to this new year, especially with Lin Anan in the family. It felt different than before. Lin Zihua listened intently. That's great. My sister can cut paper decorations beautifully. One praised his brother, and the other praised his sister, enjoying the friendly competition. Lin Anan's eyes sparkled with joy as she ate her meal in small bites. The atmosphere at the dinner table was wonderful. After the meal, Chu Mingzhou borrowed a cart from a neighbor and took Lin Zihua to the military farm. The sun was setting, and the temperature was dropping, with the wind stinging their faces like a sharp blade. Normally, Lin Zihua would never want to endure such cold.
But now,
he was keeping up with Chu Mingzhou, not falling behind at all. That stubborn competitive spirit gave him endless energy. Brother-in-law, can we take a pumpkin? My sister loves them. Sure, take it. Brother-in-law, look, there are chestnuts too. My sister loves chestnuts. Chu Mingzhou grabbed a basket and poured half of it in. Lin Zihua picked several items, both his favorites and Lin Anan's. Everything was loaded onto the cart by Chu Mingzhou. Captain Chu, remember to come get the lamb and beef on the 25th. They will be freshly slaughtered, perfect for celebrating the new year. Okay, thank you. Before leaving, Chu Mingzhou brought out a lot of firewood, filling the cart to the brim. The two of them pulled the fully loaded cart back home. By the time they arrived, it was already dark outside. Hearing the noise, Lin Anan quickly came out with the two little ones to help. Why did you bring so much? Zihua picked some of your favorite food, and also brought some firewood. Lin Zihua stood by, grinning, not worried about Lin Anan revealing his secret. Everyone worked together to bring the items inside, and started sorting them out. The Chu siblings were very diligent and couldn't sit still. They began pickling the food that very night. Those who cut vegetables cut, those who prepared seasonings prepared, and those who jarred. The three of them, along with Lin Zihua, worked in an organized manner. I'll help you. Seeing them busy, Lin Anan couldn't sit still either and wanted to help, but Chu Mingzhou stopped her, saying, You can't catch a chill. Go sit down. Lin Anan didn't insist. She really couldn't afford to get sick, or it would be counterproductive. Glancing at the pumpkin and chestnuts in the corner, Lin Anan thought for a moment, I'll make pumpkin cakes for you. Pumpkin cakes? Not only the Chu siblings, but even Lin Zihua didn't know what pumpkin cakes were. Yes, we have glutinous rice flour at home. Without hesitation, Lin Anan rolled up her sleeves and started preparing. Making pumpkin cakes is very simple and not tiring at all. Plus, one pumpkin can make a lot, so you can share some with neighbors and friends to let them try. Okay, then I'll help you start the fire. Chu Mingzhou put down the knife and quickly helped her start the fire, allowing her to keep busy since she couldn't sit still. Lin Anan skillfully peeled and cut the pumpkin into pieces, placing them in the pot to steam. While the pumpkin was steaming, she prepared the glutinous rice flour and other ingredients. Once the pumpkin was cooked, she mashed it into a puree, added the right amount of glutinous rice flour, and kneaded it into a smooth dough. Next, She divided the dough into small pieces, rolled them into, and then flattened them into cakes. Lin Yin's movements weren't too skilled, but the method for making pumpkin cakes was simple, and with a little effort, they turned out well. Wow, I've never seen such cakes before. Chu Mingyu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Chu Minglan also showed a surprised expression. Sister-in-law, these pumpkin cakes look great. They must taste good too. Lin Zihua curiously asked, Sister, do these steam like buns? I can heat the steamer for you. Lin Yin smiled and shook her head. Pumpkin cakes can't be steamed. They need to be fried in oil or pan-fried. Our family is running low on oil, so let's use the frying pan, she said. She added a little oil to the frying pan and slowly cooked the pumpkin cakes over low heat. Before long, the pumpkin cakes turned golden and crispy, releasing a tempting aroma. Lin Yin took a piece to taste. Wow, it's hot, but it tastes pretty good. She quickly plated the cooked pumpkin cakes and brought them to everyone. All right, you all try it and see if you like it. Since everyone was busy, Lin Yin picked up a piece, blew on it, and fed each person. Wow, this is really delicious. Chu Mingyu took a small bite, his eyes lit up, and he quickly washed his hands to get some for himself. Chu Minglan nodded in praise, Sister-in-law, these pumpkin cakes are sweet and chewy. They're really tasty. Lin Zihua had his mouth full and spoke a bit unclearly, Sis, where did you learn this? Mom definitely wouldn't make it. If she could, she'd have made it for the whole village. I learned it from a book, not from Mom. Don't eat too much. Glutinous rice is hard to digest. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Yin finished frying the remaining cakes. They couldn't eat much themselves, but she could have Chu Mingzhou take some to the army for his friends to try, showing that he cared as a captain. Also, she wanted Lin Zihua to take some to the art troupe to smooth things over after their argument. They still needed to get along. If Lin Zihua really got noticed by the art troupe, Lin Yin wouldn't stand in the way of his future. These pumpkin cakes taste best right after cooking. They lose some texture when cooled. But since it's cold here, they can last a few days. Just heat them up in the pan when you want to eat. After properly storing the fried pumpkin cakes, she looked at the others who were busy pickling. Don't work too late. These pickled vegetables can wait. We're almost done. If we finish these today, the preparations for the new year will be easier. Chu Mingzhou told her to go rest, signaling that he would finish soon. Lin Yin smiled helplessly and went to wash up and rest. The room was filled with the aroma of pumpkin cakes and the unique scent of pickled vegetables, creating a warm, lively atmosphere. By nearly 11 at night, the pickling work was finally wrapping up. Finally done. Now we just have to wait for the flavors to develop. Lin Zihua stood up, stretching his sore arms, looking at the jars of pickled vegetables in disbelief. He actually learned to make pickles? Chu Mingyu and Lin Yin had already gone to sleep, and the other three said little, tidying up before heading to bed as well. The next day, heavy snow fell in the northwest, covering the entire military compound in a blanket of white, creating a peaceful atmosphere. At breakfast, Lin Yin shared Lu Guang's situation with Lin Zihua. Lin Zihua, who took after their mother, was carefree but also very soft-hearted. By the time Lin Yin finished explaining, he was already in tears. Sis, you understand. I will do my best in the art troupe. Also, they have helped you, so they're good people. Chu Mingzhou glanced at him and, seeing how upset he was, pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to him. Due to the heavy snow, Wang Hu drove a military vehicle to pick up Chu Mingzhou early in the morning. Chu Mingzhou took Lin Yin and Lin Zihua along, dropping them off at the medical unit and the art troupe. After ensuring they were inside, he returned to the special operations camp. Dai Lihua was not at the medical unit. An older military doctor received Lin Yin. Dr. Dai has been called for an urgent task and left early. Comrade Lin, please give me the medicine, and you can sit in the other room. The nebulizer is ready. Okay, thank you. The nebulizer of that time was relatively outdated, a large metal machine that was quite heavy and inconvenient to use. Lin Yin took out the mask from her bag. It was reusable, so she had to be careful with it. The nebulization will take 20 minutes. The old doctor came in to help her attach the mask, added the medicine to the machine, plugged it in, and the nebulizer started running with a loud buzzing noise, producing coarse mist.
Thank you.
Lin Anan placed the mask over her mouth and nose and quietly began the treatment. The old doctor sat nearby reading a newspaper, occasionally glancing at her through the pages. Lin Zihua brought in the pumpkin cakes he had prepared for the art troupe. After yesterday's commotion, both sides were quite unhappy. Today marked their first formal introduction after reconciling. Hello, comrades, I am Lin Zihua, the substitute accordion player.
Zihua, right?
Hello, I am Bai Ling, the head of the rehearsal department. Su Yao, Pan Guohe, and others were indeed absent, but the group in front was very polite, with Bai Ling leading the way to greet Lin Zihua one by one. Lin Zihua, who had a poor memory, quickly warmed up to everyone, and before long, he was mingling with them easily. He was naturally friendly. Just hearing others praise him or his sister made him incredibly happy. Even compliments about the pumpkin cakes kept a big smile on his face. Zihua, your role in this cultural performance is very important, so you need to get familiar with it quickly. Bai Ling waved to Lin Zihua to come over and look at the program list in her hand. You will participate in 4 performances: the song Shining Red Star, the small song and dance Farmers Singing the East is Red, the revolutionary model play Taking Tiger Mountain by Strategy, and the dance Light Cavalry of the Prairie. With only 7 days left until the performance, Lin Zihua not only had to master the songs but also coordinate well with the others, which was quite challenging. Lin Zihua nodded and flipped through the sheet music. Okay, no problem. His quick response surprised Bai Ling. She smiled and shook her head, thinking he was just being a child and showing off. All right, everyone take your places. We are about to start. Zihua, you sit in the second position on the left. Okay. 50 minutes later, Lin Anan finished her nebulization treatment and arrived. The first group training on stage was just wrapping up. Zihua, you are truly a musical genius. Yes. Comrade Lin, you are amazing. I was watching you closely, and in just 20 minutes, you caught up. You won't need a whole week. I estimate in 2 days, you'll be completely familiar with it. A crowd gathered around Lin Zihua, showering him with compliments, which he appreciated. Seeing Lin Anan arrive, he waved at her. He quickly introduced her. This is my sister, Lin Anan. She is much more talented than I am. I'm just okay, but she is a true genius. He shyly scratched his head after saying that. Everyone greeted Lin Anan warmly, showing no signs of exclusion. Most of them had never heard Lin Anan play the violin, so they took Lin Zihua's words as polite flattery and weren't particularly interested in her. A round-faced girl stepped forward and brought the conversation back to Lin Zihua. By the way, what's the name of that guy from the Northern Theater Air Force art troupe? He's about the same age as Zihua, and everyone calls him a musical genius. It's quite a buzz.
Mu Youwei.
Yes. I heard that because of Mu Youwei's musical talent, he brought many benefits to their art troupe. Another boy with fox-like eyes clapped his hands. I've seen him. He is not only good at the accordion but also plays the piano. Hearing himself being compared, Lin Zihua blinked and, feeling a bit competitive, blurted out, I not only play the accordion, but I also play the flute, harmonica, and guqin. Bai Ling squeezed through the crowd, her face showing both surprise and joy. What did you say? Lin Zihua puffed out his chest, a proud smile on his face. I can do all of this. My skills are just as good as those of the accordion player. The crowd exchanged glances, some looking skeptical. Lin Zihua felt anxious. Without thinking, he directly asked someone to borrow an instrument. Besides the guqin, harmonicas and flutes are quite common, so the art troupe naturally had them. Soon, someone brought over a harmonica and a flute for Lin Zihua. He took the harmonica first, placed it to his lips, and began to play the piece he had just practiced, the Shining Red Star. Lu Qing and a few other leaders from the art troupe happened to arrive. Seeing so many people gathered around the stage, they stayed quiet and moved closer to watch. The melodious tune instantly filled the rehearsal room. The familiar melody played on the harmonica added a lively and playful touch, with the notes dancing like little fairies in the air. Everyone was surprised and began to listen attentively. His playing was even better than the harmonica player in the troupe. After finishing the piece, while everyone was still in awe, Lin Zihua picked up the flute, made a slight adjustment, and started playing the same song again. The flute sound was crisp and pleasant, like a clear spring flowing through the mountains, or birds singing in the forest. The beautiful melody gave the piece a completely different style, making everyone present secretly admire him. After the performance, applause erupted. Zihua, we don't have a guqin here, but if we did, I'd really want to see you play it and see if you could perform this revolutionary song. Ha 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 ha. Lin Zihua thought seriously about this comment. I think I could. Laughter followed. Bailing stepped forward and patted Lin Zihua's arm. Wow, you're really talented. Someone else asked, by the way, Comrade Lin, I heard that very few people learn the guqin. How did you learn such an uncommon instrument? Isn't your family from the countryside? How did you have the opportunity? Lin Zihua grinned. I'm from Sioux City, where the Wu dialect and Sioux City tunes are closely tied to the guqin. I've loved this since I was young. Whenever there was an elder in the village who knew how to play, I would learn from them. If no one in the village knew, my mom would send me to the town to study. Lu Qing clapped his hands and stepped forward, finally catching the attention of the others gathered around. Instructor. Lu Qing waved his hand with a smile. You all continue. We just came to watch. He promised Mingzhou to come for practice, and he really showed up, bringing along several small leaders. The break was 15 minutes long, and Lin Enin arrived just in time, as the second group needed her violin accompaniment. Lin Enin wore a smile the whole time, her expression gentle, clearly a very kind person. She sat wherever she was told. However, there was a big problem. The art troupe didn't have the violin sheet music for the current piece. This piece is something Song Quan already knows. The troupe chose it to match his performance. So, Lin Enin had to quickly piece together similar sheet music. Whether she could understand it and how much she could grasp depended on her skill and intuition. It's okay, let me take a look. Lin Enin calmly studied the music twice and memorized it all, not needing to refer to the sheet music afterward. We can start now.
Oh.
Okay, let's give it a try. You can follow along. As the music played, the violin joined perfectly, rising and falling with the melody, seamlessly blending with everyone else, without any delays. The girl sitting next to her was left in awe. After the rehearsal ended, the conversation quickly shifted from Lin Zihua to Lin Enin. Comrade Lin, did you already know this piece? No, this is my first time encountering it. Then, you memorized the sheet music just by looking at it a few times? Your understanding and memory are impressive. Lin Enin smiled and replied, It's nothing special. I just look at music a lot, so I'm more sensitive to these notes, which helps me remember quickly. The others were unsure how to respond to her comment. Finally, Lu Qing personally asked Comrade Lin, Can you share your technique for memorizing sheet music? Everyone initially thought Lin Zihua was impressive, but Lin Enin surpassed him. Lin Enin thought for a moment and then smiled, saying, It's not really a technique. When I look at the sheet music, I first outline the melody of the entire piece in my mind, just like when we listen to a familiar song and have a general tune in our heads. Worried they might not understand, Lin Enin even brought over a sheet of music and explained using the piece they just played. Everyone listened to her explanation, astonished.
Wait.
Is there anything unclear? No, it's too clear.
Lin Enin was amused by them.
Usually, the rehearsals of the art troupe are lively, but nothing compared to today. Everyone in the performance hall gathered around one person, listening to her lecture. She demonstrated her skills, and even the members with the worst memory could use them cleverly, which was quite remarkable. They had just rehearsed a small song and dance called Farmers Sing the East is Red, and Lin Enin also guided the dancers, saying, This little technique is called hitting the beat. Dance to the rhythm of the music to enhance the sense of timing. Then, match the emotions of the music with more expressive body language. In just a few sentences, it felt like she had opened up a new understanding for everyone. All right, let's continue rehearsing and try using Comrade Lin's method to see how it works. The results were surprisingly good. The happiest ones were Lu Qing and the small leaders around him. As the third rehearsal began, they gathered around Lu Qing to discuss it. The head of the art department said, "Instructor, this comrade Lin is definitely talented. Not only does she play the violin well, but she also has a high musical talent." The deputy head of the art department added, "Yes, she has strong ideas and great control over the stage. I think her musical skills surpass Song Kwan's. She is truly a rare talent." The office administrator said, "Instructor, what do you think about our art troupe's recruitment for next year?" Lin Anan never expected that in just one morning, both she and Lin Zihua would catch the attention of the art troupe. Lu Qing was already thinking about how to bring them into the troupe. "Sister-in-law, Zihua, I'll take you back and stop by your house for a meal." Lu Qing approached them with a bright smile, pointing to the car at the entrance. Lin Anan was slightly taken aback by him calling her sister-in-law, but after thinking about Chu Mingzhou and Lu Guang, she quickly felt at ease. "Sure. It's not an issue to add one more pair of chopsticks."
Great.
Lin Zihua chuckled. "Instructor, are you still thinking about the marinated snacks?" Lu Qing laughed out loud. "Yes, that marinated food really suits my taste. I like it a lot." By the time the three arrived home, Chu Mingzhou and Chu Minglan had already prepared the meal. Chu Mingzhou looked at Lu Qing suspiciously, unsure of his intentions. He had visited the art troupe at noon but was sent away by Lu Qing. Lu Qing said Lin Anan was busy with important matters and insisted he go home to prepare the meal, claiming Lin Anan was starving. He confidently promised to safely take her home, saying he would pick her up and drop her off in the afternoon. Chu Mingzhou agreed without thinking much. Seeing Lin Anan with her bright eyes happily eating her meal, he believed him. Lin Zihua excitedly talked about the rehearsal at the art troupe, sharing his experiences and showcasing his talents, making it sound very lively. The three siblings of the Chu family listened with great interest. Chu Mingyu said, "Sister-in-law, you are amazing, and Zihua is impressive too." Chu Minglan added, "Sister-in-law even teaches others. That's really impressive. I will definitely share this with my classmates." Chu Mingzhou nodded in agreement. Lin Anan felt a bit shy and said, "It's not that exaggerated. We're just sharing ideas, and I'm just sharing what I know. It might help a little." Lu Qing quickly swallowed his food and said, "Sister-in-law, you are too modest. Your methods have helped everyone a lot." The results from today's rehearsal were immediate. The leaders in the troupe praised you and think you are a rare talent. Chu Mingzhou frowned slightly, seeming to understand something, and warned, "Anan's health isn't great. She should not overdo the rehearsals." Lin Anan didn't seem to hear him and smiled back, indicating that she was fine. Lu Qing chuckled and took his time, saying, "Don't worry, I know how to handle it. Since sister-in-law isn't well, I won't let her work too hard." Hearing him call her sister-in-law made even Chu Mingzhou feel uncomfortable and suspicious of his intentions. After they finished eating, Chu Minglan pulled Lin Anan aside. "Sister-in-law, I bought the red paper that brother asked me to get. Zihua said you should try making paper cuttings this year. What do you think of this paper?" "Making paper cuttings?" Lin Anan pulled out a large stack of red paper and felt it. The color was bright, the paper was sturdy, and the deep red had a subtle golden shimmer, making it very beautiful. "Looks good, I'll give it a try." Saying she would try meant Lin Anan wasn't very confident. The original owner was skilled at paper cutting, but she wasn't. Although she had memories of paper cutting and was quite familiar with it, it felt like just talking about it without practice. Lin Anan took a small knife to cut some paper and began to work based on her memory. The scissors at home were a bit dull, so she picked up a pair of sewing scissors and surprisingly found it easy to use. Chu Minglan sat beside her, resting her chin on her hands, watching eagerly. Lin Anan cut out a character for good fortune and another with a peach for longevity. After making these two, her hands became more skilled. Chu Mingzhou came in after drying his hands, glanced at her, and without saying much, started cutting red paper for couplets. "Mingzhou, remember to write a few couplets for me too," Lu Qing requested. Chu Mingzhou replied with a soft without looking up. Lu Qing looked over at Lin Anan again. The third piece of paper she cut was still not fully opened, so it was unclear what it was. "Sister-in-law, what did you cut? Open it and see for yourself." Lu Qing, not hesitating, reached out to open it.
This.
A pig? Lin Zihua and Chu Minglan both laughed out loud. Indeed, Lin Nin's third piece was of Zhu Beiji holding a jade rabbit. Since 1975 was the year of the rabbit, a single rabbit seemed plain, so Lin Nin decided to add some creativity and made Beiji chasing the moon. The 3 pieces of paper were not large, but very delicate. If a professional saw them, they would notice the skill levels varied greatly. The first was rough, the second was skilled, and the third was expert. After the initial shock, Lu Qing exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, you are really talented. Your paper-cutting skills are impressive. By the way, are all the women from Sioux City this capable?" Before Lin Nin could respond, Lin Zihua spoke up, "Of course. The women from our area are all beautiful and capable. My sister is not well and can't do farm work, so she learned many skills. Take our Tong Tong, for example. She is truly amazing. Not only is she pretty, but she is also very independent. Although she doesn't play any instruments, she does very well in school. If she goes to college, her grades might even surpass my sister's. Not to mention, her current job at the bus company has so many people trying to get in." Lin Zihua started praising Jiang Tong. Lin Nin's expression darkened, feeling a wave of frustration inside. Hearing Lin Zihua, Lu Qing curiously asked, "Is this Tong Tong also in the Northwest?" "Yes. She works at the Northwest Bus Company as a ticket seller on our military district line. She came to the Northwest specifically to take care of me and my sister. She really values family." Lin Zihua spoke with great pride. Lu Qing was about to agree when she noticed that Chu Mingzhou and his wife looked uneasy. Realizing there might be an issue, Lu Qing quickly swallowed her words and turned to Lin Nin and Chu Mingzhou. "I want not only the couplets but also these paper-cut decorations." Lin Nin nodded and forced a smile. "No problem. Do you have a favorite pattern? I can cut it for you later." Lin Zihua wanted to take the opportunity to ask Lu Qing if he could bring Jiang Tong to the art troupe to watch the rehearsal. "Zihua, come over and help me cut some paper." Chu Mingzhou interrupted him again, put down the small knife, handed the task to Lin Zihua, and began preparing the ink for the brush. "Oh, okay." Lin Zihua didn't think much of it. His brother-in-law asked him to cut some paper, so he went right away. It wasn't a big deal. He walked over, picked up the small knife, and carefully cut the paper according to the size Chu Mingzhou had prepared earlier. While pouring ink, Chu Mingzhou casually said, "Zihua, the matters of the art troupe are confidential. Even though you are a substitute performer, you still need to keep it a secret." Lin Zihua paused for a moment, then realized what his brother-in-law meant. "Brother-in-law? Can't even family members know?"
No.
Lin Zihua nodded, giving up on the idea of bringing Jiang Tong into the art troupe. "Oh, I see. I understand now." Chu Mingzhou didn't say more and focused on handling the brush, dipping it in ink and starting to write couplets on the prepared red paper. Lin Nin stood beside him, watching intently. His brushwork was strong and powerful, each exuding a sense of calm and grandeur, with the large characters springing to life on the paper, full of spirit. No wonder people say that seeing beautiful writing is like meeting the person. Beautiful characters really add to the charm. However, the content he was writing was especially fresh for Lin Nin. The party brings spring winds to 1,000 fields. The flag rises as the sun shines on 10,000 homes. Spring winds deliver warmth to thousands of families. Policies bring joy to countless households. Abundant harvests sing of great prosperity. The party and people thrive in peace. Lu Qing praised him generously, hardly pausing. "Mingzhou, your writing is still so good. It radiates energy. No wonder my grandfather likes it so much." Chu Mingzhou continued writing, a slight smile on his lips, only responding with a soft Chu Minglan also came over, tilting her little head beside Lin Nin, smiling and saying, "Sister-in-law, many people in the courtyard praise the couplets my brother writes every year. They all look forward to him writing a few for them. He's very popular." Lin Nin smiled and patted Chu Minglan's head. "Of course. Who wouldn't like your brother's beautiful writing?" After finishing one couplet, Chu Mingzhou set it aside to dry and started writing another. During the entire lunch break, except for Chu Mingyu, no one else took a nap. When the time was right, they returned to the army. Lin and In came to the art troupe for rehearsal, but she only had 2 performances, 1 accompaniment and 1 solo. She quickly figured them out, especially the solo. She didn't even need a practice partner. Then come help me. Is the rhythm for the dance, Joyful Milkmaid, off? And then take a look at the skit Questions in the Deep Mountains. Is the lighting effect not quite right? And then can you come here? Actually, Lin didn't know why she was being called to direct instead of performing herself. Not only did the rehearsal department head, Bai Ling, ask for her advice, but even the arts department head, He Min, sought her input. When Lin Zihua finished his rehearsal that afternoon, Lin was sitting in the leadership seat, pointing and giving suggestions. She was sipping hot milk with her left hand and twirling a small pen with her right, occasionally doodling on paper. Heeman said, thank you so much. But we still don't fully understand the stage play you mentioned. This is for a post-spring festival event, and we need to accompany the Northwest 37th Troop to the Martyr Cemetery, which is significant. Lin nodded seriously. It's okay. I'll think about it tonight. Will you be here tomorrow, Hijia? Yes, absolutely. Heeman couldn't hide her smile. She really liked Lin. She thought Nin was very talented and smart, and the ideas she provided were both innovative and practical, which would greatly help with the upcoming special program. Bai Ling chimed in with a laugh, your ideas just keep coming.
How do you come up with them?
Ha ha ha. Lin, not shy at all, touched her chin and pretended to be serious, saying, Sister Bai is right. I might have a bit of a talent for directing. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Lin Zihua approached. Seeing his sister surrounded by everyone made him happier than anyone else. In Lin Zihua's eyes, his sister was truly impressive. She had always shone brightly and succeeded at everything, though her health wasn't great. So, while most siblings have the older sister looking out for the younger brother in their family, everyone looked out for the sister. Hey sis, we should head back. Sure. How did your rehearsal go this afternoon? I did well. I'm getting more familiar with the piece, and I'm coordinating well with everyone. The performance will definitely be fine. At that moment, Mingzhou also arrived at the art troupe, naturally there to pick up Lin. Seeing Lin and In surrounded by a group discussing the program, he waited not far from the door. Lin and In spotted him immediately, waved her hand, and turned to the group, saying, Let's stop here for today. I'll think about it, and we can continue our discussion tomorrow. Everyone agreed, and said goodbye to the Lin siblings. As soon as they left the art troupe, Lin and In saw a tricycle parked not far away. Mingzhou whispered a few words to Lin Zihua, telling him to go back first while he took Lin and In on the tricycle. Let Zihua go back first. I'm taking you to get a table. A table? Lin and In looked at Mingzhou uncertainly. Is it a desk? Yes. Lin and In exclaimed softly. This was perfect timing. Be careful. Mingzhou took off his military hat and placed it on Lin and In's head, then removed his military coat and wrapped it around her, saying, Sit in a bit. The tricycle was pedal-powered, with seats on both sides and a cargo area in the back, so carrying a table was no problem. Seeing him give her his coat, Lin and In hesitated. I'm wearing a cotton jacket. I'm not cold. You don't have to give it to me. Mingzhou tightened the coat around her, saying let's go. He didn't give her a chance to refuse and directly took the front seat, pushing off with his long legs to start moving. The snow had stopped, but the outdoor temperature was still very low. The tricycle moved slowly, but the cold wind rushed into their clothes, making it feel particularly chilly. Lin and In didn't feel cold at all. The coat still held Mingzhou's warmth, making her feel cozy. She found herself slightly distracted, looking at his straight back. After about 10 minutes of pedaling, the tricycle stopped in front of an old alley. Mingzhou got off, steadied the tricycle, and said to Lin and In, We're here. Do you want to go in together or wait? Lin and In quickly jumped down. I'll help too. It will be faster with 2 people. Then be careful. The ground is a bit slippery. As he spoke, he reached out his hand to her. Lin and In smiled and quickly ran a couple of steps to take his hand. They walked into the alley together and arrived at a small courtyard. Mingzhou knocked on the door, and after a moment, it opened to reveal an elderly gentleman with gray hair. Chu Mingzhou greeted him respectfully, his tone unusually gentle. Mr. Zhang, I'm here to pick up the desk.
Thank you.
Mr. Zhang smiled and waved his hand, saying, it's no trouble at all. The materials are ready, and making this desk is easy. We're just waiting for the mirror for the vanity, which is taking a bit longer. Lin Anan opened her mouth and looked up at Chu Mingzhou. He actually ordered a vanity for himself? As they entered, they saw a spacious courtyard filled with wooden materials, currently covered with a plastic shelter. Inside the house, there were two other people, an elderly woman warming herself by the fire and a young man working on woodworking. Oh, Mingzhou is here. Is this young lady your wife? She looks lovely, the elderly woman said, standing up and noticing the couple holding hands, smiling warmly as she invited them to sit. Yes, Auntie. This is my wife, Lin Anan. Hello, Auntie. Ah, very nice. The young man paused his work, smiled at them, and nodded in greeting. Lin Anan immediately spotted the desk in the corner, which looked very similar to what she and Chu Mingzhou had described. It had a simple and elegant design, about 1.5 meters long, made of high-quality wood with excellent craftsmanship. Next to it was a small, delicate vanity with drawers and a mirror, matching the desk perfectly. Mr. Zhang pointed to the desk and vanity, saying, the wood is carefully selected, and the design is very trendy. Young lady, are you satisfied with it? He then pulled out two stools, one with a backrest that matched the desk perfectly, and a round stool for the vanity. Lin Anan stepped forward, examining the desk and vanity closely, her eyes filled with delight. She gently touched the smooth surface of the desk and nodded with a smile. Mr. Zhang, I am very satisfied. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the wood is great. Thank you for your hard work. I really love it. Chu Mingzhou nodded at Mr. Zhang, smiling as he stood by. Mr. Zhang laughed heartily. It's no trouble at all. It's rare for you to trust me, and I'm happy to create something you like. The elderly woman chimed in. Don't worry, dear. Our Zhang family has passed down this skill for generations. We've been doing this for several generations. She pointed to Chu Mingzhou, saying, the dowry for his mother when she got married was made by our family. Lin Anan sat on the desk chair to try it out. The curve of the backrest fit her body perfectly, making it very comfortable. She also sat on the round stool, which was sturdy and complemented the vanity beautifully. This stool is also well made. It matches the desk and vanity perfectly. You really thought of everything. Old Zhang smiled and waved his hand. It's only natural to make sure everything matches well, otherwise, it looks out of place. Seeing that everything was fine, Chu Mingzhou started to move things. I'll take the desk and dressing table out first. It's pretty cold today, so I won't disturb you and Annie too much. Old Zhang quickly called his son to help. Alright, but you both need to be careful not to bump into anything. These things are heavy. It's safer with two people.
Got it.
The two of them worked together to lift the desk and walked it outside. Once everything was secured in the car, Lin Anan hurried to sit down. Old Zhang, Annie, we're leaving now. If you need help in the future, we'll be glad to assist you. Just small matters. If you need anything else in the future, feel free to come to me. Be careful on the road. Chu Mingzhou and Lin Anan said their goodbyes and rode their tricycle home. On the way, Lin Anan was in a great mood, tugging at Chu Mingzhou's shirt and humming a song. Chu Mingzhou smiled and pushed a little harder with his feet. When we get home, I'll make you tea to warm you up. Okay. The cold wind howled along the way, but Lin Anan felt wrapped in warmth. She gazed at the snow-covered scenery by the street, lost in thought. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. Chu Mingzhou really is thoughtful. Before long, the tricycle arrived in front of their yard. Chu Mingzhou parked the bike and moved his stiff hands and feet. Let's go inside. It's cold out here. Lin Anan quickly jumped off the bike, took off her military coat, and wanted to drape it over Chu Mingzhou, anxiously saying, Put this on. You'll get cold. Chu Mingzhou smiled and stopped her hand. I'm fine. I still need to move the table. You go inside first. Lin Zihua, come help. I'm coming. Lin Zihua brought Chu Minglan outside. Seeing the large items, Chu Minglan hurriedly opened the front door wide to let the bike in. The items were moved into the master bedroom. With everything set up, the room suddenly felt more lively and, "Brother, sister-in-law, I'm still cooking in the kitchen, so I'll head over now."
Okay, thank you, Xiaolan.
Seeing that he had nothing more to do, Lin Zihua took a quick look at the desk and hurried to the kitchen to help. Chu Mingzhou brought in some water, wrung out a cloth, and carefully wiped the table and chairs. He reminded her, "This chair is a bit hard. If you sit for a long time, remember to use a cushion." Lin Anan smiled as she sat by the Kong, quietly watching him. She felt a warm flow in her heart. All the little ways Chu Mingzhou took care of her came to mind. His thoughtful care in daily life and his support for her ideas made her feel that this person was truly special. After cleaning up, Chu Mingzhou went to pour out the water and wash his hands, preparing to change clothes. He noticed Lin Anan was still sitting in the same spot. "Mingzhou," Lin Anan beckoned him with her hand. Chu Mingzhou responded with a soft HM and stood in front of her. However, he was too tall to communicate easily, so he had to squat down to meet her gaze. "What's wrong?" Lin Anan bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then wrapped her arms around his neck and said softly, "Honey." Chu Mingzhou froze, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, Lin Anan leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Chu Mingzhou was stunned, as if frozen in place. After a moment, his ears turned red quickly, the color spreading to his cheeks and neck. He looked at Lin Anan, a bit flustered, his lips slightly parted as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how. His usual calm demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Seeing his reaction, Lin Anan couldn't help but laugh. "What's wrong? Are you shy? I just wanted to thank you." Chu Mingzhou cleared his throat, slightly frowning as he tried to regain his composure, but the blush on his face wouldn't fade. "No need to thank me." Lin Anan smiled even more, pulling him closer, but she couldn't move him.
So, she leaned in towards him instead.
Chu Mingzhou quickly reached out to support her. As his long fingers gently touched her soft waist, his face turned warm. Once he let go, Lin Anan leaned into his embrace. For a moment, Chu Mingzhou was lost in thought. Lin Anan rested against his chest, softly saying, "I'm speaking from the heart. I'm really touched and so happy that it's you." Chu Mingzhou's Adam's apple moved slightly as he took a deep breath. He didn't refuse. Instead, he pulled the person into his arms, saying, "Me too." He made no inappropriate moves, simply holding the person gently, treating them like a treasure with all his heart. Lin Anan felt his strong heartbeat, and the steady rhythm seemed to have a magical power that made her feel incredibly safe. "Why does my heart feel so sweet?" With her eyes slightly closed and a smile on her lips, Chu Mingzhou held her gently, resting his chin on the top of her head. After a while, he slowly spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. "The days ahead are long, and I will take good care of you." Lin Anan looked up into his eyes, where her reflection was visible in his beautiful dark gaze. She couldn't help but tease, "No problem, Captain Chu. I guarantee it will be good." Chu Mingzhou chuckled at her teasing and playfully tapped her head, saying, "Don't be mischievous." Lin Anan reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck, suddenly pulling him closer. Chu Mingzhou was caught off guard by her sudden tug, leaning forward, and their faces came so close that they could clearly feel each other's breath. Lin Anan looked up at Chu Mingzhou, whose coldness had vanished, revealing his surprising handsomeness. "Chu Mingzhou, you look really good." A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes as he tightened his embrace slightly. With that movement, Lin Anan was lifted a bit. Their noses touched, and they couldn't get any closer. Lin Anan rubbed her nose against his, like a gentle little cat, and softly asked, "Do you want a kiss?" Hearing her slightly playful words, Chu Mingzhou's heart raced, his steady heartbeat becoming erratic. The blush on his face deepened. He looked at Lin Anan, so close to him, and his lips moved slightly, his voice carrying a hint of nervousness. Receiving his response, Lin Anan's eyes curved with joy as she tilted her chin and slowly leaned in, gently placing a kiss on his lips. The kiss was light, like a feather brushing against him. Chu Mingzhou felt as if he had been struck by electricity, his body trembling slightly. He instinctively tightened his embrace around Lin Anan, holding her close. This man, usually brave and decisive on the battlefield, was now lost in this tender moment, his eyes filled with enchantment, as if everything around them had vanished, leaving only the two of them in the world. Mingzhou, I really like you. Chu Mingzhou gently touched Lin Anan's cheek, his thumb softly stroking her face. His voice was low but firm. I like you too very much. I will always like you. Brother, sister-in-law, it's time to eat. The sweet moment was interrupted by Chu Minglin's call. Chu Mingzhou quickly let go of her, biting his lip, clearly feeling shy. Let's go. You must be hungry too. Yes. I'm so hungry. Chu Mingzhou took her hand and led her out, unable to hide his smile. Before the meal officially started, Lin Anan hurried into the kitchen. She was still thinking about Chu Mingzhou. She couldn't let him get cold in this chilly weather. I'm going to make some tea. It will be ready in a few minutes. Just as Chu Mingzhou sat down at the table, he stood up again and followed her into the kitchen. You don't need to help. I can use a small pot to make it. Drinking tea before meals helps with digestion and boosts appetite, mainly to warm you up. Okay. Chu Mingzhou rarely smiled, but this time he did, and without saying much, he helped her wash and cut not letting her touch the cold water at all. People from Sioux City have always relied on. It's essential in cooking, for warming up, and even during confinement after childbirth. Even in the hottest summer, they still enjoy. In contrast, people from the Northwest don't have the concept of tea. They prefer lamb to warm up, and a rich lamb soup is the best remedy. Lin Anan took out a small clay pot and placed it on the coal stove by the window. She added water, put in the sliced, and boiled it for a while to ensure the tea was strong and spicy. She also added red dates, dried longan, and brown sugar. Seeing there were about 10 eggs at home, she cracked 5 to make sure everyone could have one, cooking them just right so they were all soft-boiled. She then served them in small bowls. Lin Anan frowned when she noticed there weren't many bowls and chopsticks at home. Not only were they few, but they were also quite old. Come and drink the tea. The three in the dining room were waiting, not yet starting to eat. Lin Zihua was used to it, but the two little ones were the opposite, their eyes full of anticipation. After all, sister-in-law's cooking is delicious. However, when they tried the tea, their faces scrunched up. They weren't used to the taste at all. But after a sip, they found it sweet, especially with the egg inside. They were torn between wanting to eat and not wanting to drink. Lin Anan laughed. You can't drink it all at once. Tea is hot, so sip it slowly and just have a little. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Mingzhou had already finished his bowl. The spicy yet slightly sweet flavor spread in his mouth, and the warmth flowed down his throat, making him feel much warmer, though it also made him frown from the heat. Their eyes met, and Lin Anan saw a hint of awkwardness in his gaze. Chu Mingzhou cleared his throat, picked up his bowl, and began to eat. Lin Zihua quickly finished a bowl and comfortably yawned. After a few sips, Chu Minglan got used to it, blowing on her drink as she sipped, feeling warm all over. Chu Mingyu only ate the egg and quietly pushed his bowl towards Chu Mingzhou, then obediently started eating. Perhaps because they were tired from rehearsal, Lin Zihua had a great appetite and finished 3 bowls before stopping, while Lin Anan also ate a bit more than usual. After realizing they had overeaten, the two siblings paced around the living room, making Chu Mingzhou chuckle softly. With a new desk, Lin Anan naturally wanted to use it. After letting her food settle, she returned to her room early, took out her manuscript, and planned to start organizing it. However, her eyelids were not cooperating and kept drooping. When Chu Mingzhou finished tidying up and entered the room, he found Lin Anan fast asleep at her desk. He paused for a moment. He tiptoed over and watched her sleeping face, a smile of affection unconsciously appearing on his lips. He thought to himself that she must be exhausted after a long day at the art troupe. Carefully, he lifted her and cradled her gently. Just as he was about to place her on the bed, she woke up. Lin Anan opened her eyes briefly before closing them again. She wrapped her slender arms around Chu Mingzhou's neck, snuggling closer to him. She hadn't felt it when she fell asleep at the desk, but now she was freezing, cold and sleepy. Still a bit dazed, Lin Enin felt the warmth beside her, like a big heater, and it was so comforting. Chu Mingzhou froze, her touch making every muscle in his body tense.
Enin.
Lin Enin didn't respond at all. Chu Mingzhou chuckled helplessly, gently patting her before trying to lay her back on the bed. This time, Lin Enin didn't resist, but she didn't let go either. She was on the bed, but tried to pull Chu Mingzhou down with her. However, he wasn't so easily moved, and as a result, Lin Enin's weight couldn't budge him at all, and she nearly fell off the bed. Fortunately, at the moment she lay down, Chu Mingzhou reacted quickly and immediately supported her back. Startled, Chu Mingzhou glanced nervously at Lin Enin and spoke softly, "Enin, be good, let go, and sleep well." However, Lin Enin still did not respond at all. She just held onto him tightly, afraid that this warm heating pad would disappear.
Chu Mingzhou sai helper.
He tried to gently pry her hands apart, but she wouldn't let go. If he applied any pressure, she would make a sound of protest. Chu Mingzhou couldn't help but laugh in frustration. At that moment, he was half bent over, one hand supporting Lin Enin's back, while the other tried to loosen her grip around his neck. From another angle, the scene looked quite intimate. Chu Mingzhou pressed his lips together, his gaze falling on Lin Enin's delicate, fair face. Due to the motion, her long hair fell behind her, with a few strands playfully sticking to her cheek, highlighting her snowy complexion. Her long eyelashes cast a fan-shaped shadow under her eyes, gently fluttering with her steady breathing.
So sweet.
Chu Mingzhou quietly watched her, his heart stirred by an invisible hand, creating ripples of emotion. His gaze deepened, and his heartbeat unconsciously quickened. With a slight smile, Chu Mingzhou decided to sit beside her, helping her take off her shoes, adjusting her position, and pulling the blanket over her to keep her cozy in his embrace. Their posture unintentionally resembled a mother holding a child. Seeing Lin Enin's peaceful expression, Chu Mingzhou felt a surge of tenderness. He reached out and gently tousled her hair, his touch incredibly gentle. Lin Enin seemed to sense his comfort, slightly shifting her body and loosening her grip. Now it was Chu Mingzhou's turn to be in a difficult position. He had just adjusted himself to hold her properly. His eyes flickered, and in the end, he didn't let go. He sat quietly for a long time, feeling her breath and warmth. Lin Enin was completely unaware of this, with no memory of it at all. When she woke up the next day, Chu Mingzhou was already gone from the room. Her coat was neatly folded and placed by the warm earthen bed, her shoes were arranged beside it, and even the manuscripts on the desk were organized perfectly.
How thoughtful of him.
"Sis, hurry up, don't be late." I'm getting up. These past few days, the adults at home have been busy, so it was up to Chu Minglan to take care of her younger brother. However, these two children were truly obedient, requiring no worry at all. Despite their young age, they were both diligent and sensible. Chu Minglan thought Chu Mingyu was being too picky, but this was clearly a special child, so well-behaved. Lin Enin made them new clothes, but since they wore them that one time, they hadn't put them on again. When asked, they said they didn't want to wear them yet and wanted to wait for the new year. "These clothes are too thin and won't keep you warm. Listen to your sister-in-law. Hurry and wear them. Once I'm done with my work, I'll make you more," Lin Enin insisted before they left. The two of them reluctantly changed into their new clothes and then followed Lin Enin out. They were going to the supply store to buy groceries. On their way to the art troupe, they would pass by the supply store. "Xiaolon, there will be a lot of people at the supply store, so keep an eye on your brother. Don't lose him, okay?" "I'm leaving now," Lin Enin said. Chu Minglan waved to Lin Enin. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Yugo won't get lost. He knows the way." In this good social environment, especially in the military district supply store, the two kids often bought groceries, so it should be fine. All right then. After saying goodbye to the two little ones, Lin Enin took Lin Zihua to the art troupe to get busy. Before they knew it, it was noon. Lin Enin never imagined that when she returned home, there would be no one there. Where are Xiaolon and Xiaoyu? She hurried to the kitchen and found it empty, which made her heart race. There was no one in the kitchen, no groceries, and even the stove was cold. This meant the two kids hadn't come back since they left in the morning. If Chu Minglan had returned home, she would have definitely cooked. In her panic, Lin Anin felt a tightness in her chest, followed by a sharp pain and difficulty breathing. Cough, 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 big sister. Lin Zihua searched through several rooms, but found no one. Hearing Lin Anin's harsh coughing scared him. Where were they? Lin Anin leaned against the stove with one hand and pressed her chest with the other, coughing so hard that tears streamed down her face. She felt a wave of guilt rising within her. The two kids were still so young. Why didn't she send them home? How could she let such small children go buy groceries and cook? Lin Zihua hurried to Lin Anin's side, flustered as he poured her a glass of water. Big sister, are you okay? Please don't cry. Don't scare me. Lin Anin pointed toward the door, Mingzhou. Do you want me to find brother-in-law? Lin Anin nodded, coughing even harder. Oh, okay, but what will you do while I'm gone? Just go quickly. Lin Zihua's eyes flashed, turning completely red. No, I can't go. Mom told me to prioritize you. I can't leave like this. Let me take you to the hospital. Lin Anin was both in pain and anxious. At that moment, Chu Mingzhou arrived home with Wang Hu. Seeing the door open, he felt suspicious. As soon as he entered, he heard Lin Anin coughing and quickly rushed into the kitchen. Lin Anin was coughing hard, her face flushed and tears streaming down. Chu Mingzhou immediately panicked, rushing to support Lin Anin and asking urgently, "What's wrong?" Seeing him, Lin Anin felt a sense of relief. She choked out, "Xiao Lan and Xiao Yu are missing. They went out to buy groceries this morning and haven't come back." Chu Mingzhou's lips trembled slightly as he took a deep breath and turned to Lin Zihua. What happened? With red eyes, Lin Zihua quickly explained the situation. Chu Mingzhou's expression turned serious. Wang Hu, who had been hesitating at the kitchen door, immediately entered and stood ready for instructions. Chu Mingzhou quickly said, "You need to take people to the military district near the market to find Lan Jie and Yuge. Focus on the supply and marketing cooperative and the surrounding areas. Also, notify the security office for assistance." Wang Hu responded immediately, "Yes, Captain. I'm on it." He turned and rushed out. Chu Mingzhou continued to pat Lin Anin's back, trying to ease her coughing. "Anin, don't worry. They will be fine. Please go." Lin Anin pushed him gently, her eyes filled with urgency and pleading. "Hurry, you have to bring them back." "Okay." Chu Mingzhou stood up. "I'll go find them now. You rest at home. Zihua, take good care of your sister." Lin Zihua nodded firmly. "Don't worry, brother-in-law. I will take care of her. If she doesn't get better, I'll take her to the hospital." Chu Mingzhou gave Lin Anin a deep look before quickly leaving. Aunt Wang saw her son rushing out from next door and immediately opened the door to see what was happening. Seeing Chu Mingzhou leave in a hurry made her even more curious. After a while, Lin Anin finally calmed down. As time passed, her heart tightened more and more. She wanted to go out to look for them, but Lin Zihua stopped her. "Sister, it's snowing outside. You can't go, it's too cold. Zihua, you go instead. Can you help me find them? They walked along which road in the morning, and you know best." "But I'm fine, really. Please let the art troupe know so they won't worry." Lin Zihua agreed. He put on his coat, poured a cup of hot water for Lin Anin, and said, "Sister, just stay at home and don't go anywhere. I will definitely find Xiao Lan and Xiao Yu." After saying this, he hurried out the door. Lin Anin sat in the room, filled with anxiety and worry. Looking at the snowflakes falling outside, her heart felt even more uneasy. Time seemed to pass slowly. Each minute felt like torture. An entire afternoon passed with no news. The snow fell heavier, as if trying to cover the whole world. Pale and desperate. At dinner time, everyone returned to the courtyard. Soon, someone knocked on the door of Lin Anin's house. Her eyes brightened, and she rushed to open the door. At the door stood Aunt Wang and several other women. "Comrade Lin, your sister Lan and brother Yu are missing?" Lin Anin was too anxious to deal with them. She nodded casually and was about to close the door. One thin woman quickly pushed the door. Wait, I saw them this morning. When the Wang family girl asked, I remembered. What? Lin and quickly opened the door wider. Aunt, please tell me carefully. Where did you see them? Was it one or two? Two. It was Sister Lan and Brother Yu. They were wearing beautiful new clothes, said their sister made them. Yes, yes. Weren't they picked up by your sister? They said they had an appointment to go somewhere. Lin and froze. My sister? I don't have a sister, only a younger brother.
Huh.
The women exchanged worried glances, realizing something was wrong. Had they encountered a kidnapper? That's not right. Sister Lan knows that girl. I thought that girl looked familiar too.
No, it couldn't be.
Saying it was his sister, and that Chu Minglan knew her. It was Jiang Tong. Only Jiang Tong. Lin and quickly connected the dots. But why would Jiang Tong take Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu away? Lin An's forehead twitched. The plot of the original story flashed in her mind, and her face darkened. I understand now, thank you, Aunt. Lin An said this and hurried back to put on a thick coat before rushing out the door. Aunt Wang pouted, noticing how rude Lin An was. She initially wanted to say a few words, but then felt sorry for her since she had lost a child, so she held back her words. Hey, where do you think she's rushing off to? Could it be that she really knows that kidnapper? Didn't she say she had no sister? One lady's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, as if she had uncovered some truth, it's very possible. Think about it, the Chu family's kids were all fine, so why did one go missing as soon as she arrived? Our military compound has always been peaceful. Who would dare to kidnap a child here?
And two at once?
That's true. It's one thing to kidnap you, but why take Lan? She's already 11, old enough to know better.
Don't say that.
She could still be married off for a bride price in a couple of years. If Lin An really did this, that marriage would likely end before it even started. She won't have a good year ahead. The ladies continued to share their guesses as they walked away. After Lin An hurried out, she ran through the snow, feeling anxious and frustrated, like a cat scratching inside her. To avoid getting too upset, she tried to think positively. At least if Jiang Tong had taken her, the child wasn't lost. Lin An was heading towards the military base, determined to find Xu Mingzhou and share this clue with him. The snow fell heavier, making her thin figure appear even smaller in the white landscape. Meanwhile, Chu Mingzhou and Lin Zihua were also anxiously searching for the children. They had searched every corner of the military compound but still found no sign of the kids. Chu Mingzhou's expression grew darker, and his worry intensified. Mingzhou. Lin An was clever. When she encountered a soldier, she asked him where Captain Chu was. After a couple of exchanges, she learned where Chu Mingzhou was. He was about to scold someone, slamming his hand on the table, but when he saw Lin An, he held back. What are you doing here? A lady in the compound saw them. She said they were taken by a girl from the supply and marketing cooperative this morning. That girl claimed to be my sister, and Xiao Lan knows her. Chu Mingzhou's expression changed. Is it Jiang Tong? The people around them exchanged glances. Who is Jiang Tong? Lin Zihua had just returned from the restroom and caught the last part. How could that be? Tong wouldn't take them without a reason. Even if she wanted to play, she would at least let us know. She wouldn't be so thoughtless. Lin Zihua's tone was very certain. He didn't believe it at all. Lin An ignored him and didn't have the energy to argue. She just looked at Chu Mingzhou and nodded at him. They were standing at the security office of the Northwest Military District. If they worked together to catch someone, capturing Jiang Tong would be a big deal. You can't just choose to believe or not. Kidnapping military families in the Northwest Military District is a serious crime. Chu Mingzhou waved his hand and ordered, "Let's go to the bus company." Lin An agreed, and Chu Mingzhou trusted her, quickly sending people out. Lin Zihua was taken aback. Seeing that things were getting serious, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Tong isn't that kind of person. She couldn't have taken Xiao Lan and Xiao Yu. If you go to her company with so many people, it will ruin her reputation. She's just a young girl starting her job."
Slap.
Lin An stepped forward and, without saying much, slapped him hard. She didn't have much strength, but in her anger, she put all her effort into it. Lin Zihua's head turned to the side from the impact, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Anan's voice trembled as she glared at him. "You foolish person who can't tell right from wrong. Get out of my way." Everyone else was stunned. Meeting Chu Mingzhou's warning gaze, they all lowered their heads, gathered their things, and followed him out. "You go back first," Chu Mingzhou instructed quickly before leaving.
Cease.
Lin Zihua raised his hand to cover his cheek, still in shock. He never expected Lin Anan would hit him, especially in front of so many people. His eyes turned red, and his voice was filled with hurt and confusion. "Sis, why did you hit me?"
Tong Tong really isn't like that, you know.
Lin Anan was so angry that her body trembled slightly. She pointed at Lin Zihua and said sternly, "2 kids are missing, and someone saw her take them. You're still defending her? How can you be so confused?" Lin Zihua wanted to argue, "Sis, how could Tong Tong do something like this? There might be a misunderstanding. We can't just go to her company and cause a scene. What if it's not her?
How will she live with that?"
Lin Anan took a deep breath, trying to calm down, but her voice was still filled with anger. "A misunderstanding? The kids have been missing for a day. I don't have time for what-ifs. If you still recognize me as your sister, then stop blocking me and come with us to find them." With that, Lin Anan ignored Lin Zihua and quickly walked out of the security office. The military vehicle has already left, so she naturally needs to find a way to get there. She doesn't want to stay at home right now. Lin Zihua stood still, tears welling up in his eyes, feeling very sad. On one hand, he couldn't believe Jiang Tong would do such a thing, but on the other hand, Lin Anan's attitude made him realize that it might be true. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth, lifted his foot, and followed her, borrowing a bike from the security office. He hurried to catch up with Lin Anan, saying, "Sister, get in the car." Lin Anan didn't hesitate and immediately got in, saying, "Hurry up." The 2 of them rushed through the heavy snow towards the bus company, and neither of them spoke along the way. Lin Anan clenched her fists. Since she came to this strange world, she had been trying hard to adapt and live, just wanting to get by well. She knew the storyline and understood what kind of person Jiang Tong was. She had tried to change the ending by keeping her distance. But now it seemed that just staying away wasn't enough. At the same time, people in the military compound were discussing the matter. Various speculations and rumors spread among the crowd, bringing a sense of unease and tension to the originally peaceful place. Aunt Wang also knew Jiang Tong and liked the girl very much, but at this moment, she changed her tone and didn't say anything good about her. Instead, she confirmed that Jiang Tong was Lin Anan's sister. Even though it's fine for this sister to take her siblings out for fun, doing it without a word is really lacking in manners. What if something happens to the kids while they're out? Who will take responsibility? If it weren't for Lin Anan's approval, how would the girl dare to go? Maybe it's Lin Anan, the sister-in-law, who is heartless and can't tolerate others. After Chu Mingzhou and his team arrived at the bus company, they learned that Jiang Tong was on leave to move and wouldn't be coming to work today. Where does she live?
Take us there.
The bus company's closing time was 7 p.m., later than usual, and at this moment, people were coming and going, making it the peak time after work. The sight of a group of soldiers in uniform caused quite a stir. When they learned that they were looking for the new ticket seller, everyone began to whisper. A small leader who was about to leave saw the situation was serious and quickly turned around to approach them. "Comrades, what brings you here?" Chu Mingzhou's expression was cold as he briefly stated their purpose. "Jiang Tong?" The small leader slapped his forehead. "Oh, I remember now. She's the one assigned by Manager Su to the staff housing." Chu Mingzhou frowned, recalling what Jiang Tong mentioned last time about the housing guarantee issue. "It seems like Xiao Jiang is moving today. Did she get into some trouble?" Wang Hu impatiently scolded. "She might have kidnapped a child." "Hurry, take us there." "Kidnapped a child?
How could that be?"
The young leader felt a cold sweat and didn't want to get involved, so he quickly waved someone over. "Xiao Zhang, you're heading back to the family compound, right? Perfect. Take these soldiers with you to find someone named Jiang Tong."
Ah, but.
Hurry up, I'll report this to the leaders. Wang Hu urged again. Faster.
Okay.
By the time Lin and An arrived, Mingzhou and the others had already set off for the bus company's family compound. She quickly asked for the address and rushed over. Lin Zihua was pedaling hard through the snow with Lin and An, the cold wind cutting across their faces, but they were too worried to notice. Lin and An sat in the back, gripping Lin Zihua's shirt tightly, her brow furrowed as she pondered Jiang Tong's move. How did she manage to apply for employee housing when Mingzhou didn't help her? She had only been here for a few days. The family compound wasn't far, and it didn't take long for Mingzhou and the group to arrive. They walked quickly, their expressions serious. Passers-by noticed their presence and instinctively stepped aside, whispering to each other. Xiao Zhang led the way, feeling anxious. He never expected that the seemingly well-behaved girl would be involved in something like this. He quickened his pace, wanting to get the soldiers to the right place and distance himself from the situation. The family compound had several rows of houses, with smoke rising from many chimneys, creating a scene of ordinary life. However, the arrival of Mingzhou and his group instantly made the atmosphere tense. Which building does she live in?
Mingzhou asked.
Xiao Zhang pointed to the easternmost row of houses and said, It should be that row, but I'm not sure which specific unit. Mingzhou nodded and quickly assigned tasks to those around him. Pair up and search quickly. After receiving their orders, everyone dispersed, carefully searching in front of that row of houses. Mingzhou also strode toward the east, his sharp gaze scanning every door and window. Before long, he knocked on Jiang Tong's door. The person who opened the door was Minglan. When she met her brother's cold gaze, she was taken aback. Brother, what are you doing here? What do you think? Mingzhou's voice was filled with suppressed anger, and his eyes showed lingering concern. He looked at Minglan, quickly checking her over. Seeing that she was fine, he felt a bit relieved. Where's you? He's asleep. Xiaolan, who was knocking at the door outside. Jiang Tong's voice came from behind her. Minglan's heart skipped a beat as she stepped aside. Jiang Tong faced Mingzhou directly. Her smile froze, then turned into surprise as she quickly wiped her hands on her apron. Mingzhou, you're here?
Come in and sit down.
But when she saw a large group of people behind Mingzhou, she was stunned. What is going on? Arrest them. When Lin and Lin Zihua arrived, they saw security personnel taking Jiang Tong to a car. On what grounds are you arresting me? We were preparing a birthday surprise for my sister. Xiaolan and Xiaoyu are here to help. It's not like you think. Her voice was loud, and her expression looked very innocent. At least everyone nearby could hear her shouting. When she saw Lin and Lin Zihua, her voice grew even louder, as if she had found her saviors. Lin Zihua, you came just in time. They've got the wrong person. Please help me explain. Lin's expression was very cold as she took a step back, clearly refusing. Lin Zihua stepped forward to intervene. Let's talk this through. There must be a misunderstanding. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't kidnap any children. They are our own.
Why would I kidnap them?
You can ask Zihua. I told him we were planning a birthday surprise for An, right, Zihua? Jiang Tong looked to Lin Zihua for help, nodding vigorously at him. Lin Zihua was taken aback. That's right, Tong told me she wanted to celebrate my sister's birthday. Oh, I just remembered. The day after tomorrow is my sister's birthday. Jiang Tong quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. You can ask Xiaolan and Xiaoyu. We are preparing a birthday surprise.
Ha!
Lin let out a cold laugh, disappointment evident in her eyes as she looked at Lin Zihua.
Come here.
Lin Zihua hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and continued to block Jiang Tong. Sister, please explain clearly. Don't let Tong get in trouble. Lin raised her hand to her chest, breathing heavily with anger. Lin Zihua wanted to say more, but a large hand grabbed his shoulder. Mingzhou's voice was deep as he said to him, You're a soldier, so follow the rules of the army. He didn't even let him feel like a brother. He was just a soldier, and his words were commands. Lin Zihua was no match for Chu Mingzhou and quickly stepped aside. Jiang Tong shook her head while crying, "Mingzhou, it's not what you think. Anan must have misunderstood me. I really meant well. Zihua, please help me. This is what we agreed on, right?" Lin Zihua, anxious and with red eyes, said, "Brother-in-law, I made a promise with Tong Tong. If you want to take someone, take me instead. Tong Tong is too scared. Be quiet." After Jiang Tong was taken away in the car, and it drove off, Chu Mingzhou pushed Lin Zihua away, saying, "We will talk about this at home." What a mess. Lin Anan saw Chu Minglan hiding in a distant house and ran over, Xiaolan. She put her arm around her shoulder and looked her over carefully, relieved to see she was okay. She gave Chu Minglan a firm pat. "You silly child. Do you know how long we searched for you? You scared us to death. Sister-in-law, I didn't know. Tong Tong said you told her to wait for you and Big Brother. Let's go home first." Chu Mingzhou entered the house and carried Chu Mingyu to the car. The little one was still half asleep and had no idea what was happening. Chu Minglan sat in the car feeling uneasy, realizing she had made a big mistake. When they arrived home, two people were waiting at the door, Lu Qing and Commander Su. In the freezing cold, even in their military coats, their lips were turning purple. "Oh, you finally made it back." Lin Nanan was the first to open the door. Chu Mingyu was still waking up, and Chu Mingzhou carried him to his own room. Everyone was sitting in the main hall, all looking at Chu Minglan. Commander Su asked, "What on earth happened? Lan, you are usually so calm. How could you do something so foolish? Do you know how many people went out looking for you?" Chu Minglan lowered her head, her shoulders shaking, clearly having cried. Lin Anan looked at Chu Minglan's pitiful and scared expression, feeling both heartbroken and helpless. She sighed softly, walked over, sat next to Chu Minglan, and gently put her arm around her shoulder, saying, "Xiaolan, don't cry. First, tell us what happened. I know you are a sensible child and didn't mean any harm. Please share the details so we can figure out how to solve this together." Chu Minglan sniffled, raised her tear-streaked face, and choked out, "Sister-in-law, this morning, Xiao Yu and I went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy vegetables, and we ran into Sister Tong Tong. She was very enthusiastic, helping us carry the vegetables and buying us candy. She said your birthday is coming soon and wanted to prepare a surprise for you, asking us to help." As she spoke, Chu Minglan was choked up by her own tears, swallowed hard, and wiped her eyes. At first, I didn't agree, but she kept insisting, saying that if we didn't go, it would mean we didn't care about you, and that it was your first birthday since getting married, which is very important. Lin Zihua, listening nearby, let out a big sigh of relief. "See, sister, it's just a misunderstanding. Tong Tong really just wanted to celebrate your birthday. She had no other intentions. We misunderstood her." Chu Minglan looked unsure and glanced at Lin Anan. "I didn't know you all were looking for me. Sister Tong Tong clearly said she had talked to you, and that's why I agreed. Later, she took me to the department store. We shopped for a long time, bought a lot of things, then went to our new house, and after that, Big Brother came." Captain Su's face darkened, his brows furrowing as he looked at Lin Anan, speaking sternly. "This is outrageous. How could you joke with a child? What kind of relatives do you have?" Lin Anan opened her mouth, feeling a bitter taste. But she never liked to swallow such unfairness. "Captain Su, Jiang Tong is indeed from my hometown, but she is not my relative, nor my sister. Her connection to the Chu family is very distant. She has no right to take a child without saying a word." Lin Anan spoke each word carefully, looking directly at Captain Su, very serious. Captain Su was taken aback. "I didn't accuse you of anything. You don't need to be so eager to distance yourself. After all, you are family." Lin Anan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Anan tried to calm her emotions. "Captain Su, I'm not trying to distance myself. I just want to clarify the facts. Jiang Tong's actions this time were inappropriate. No matter what excuse she has, taking 2 children without informing the family is unacceptable." Lin Zihua looked at Lin Anan as if she were a stranger. He stood up, shook his head, and took a step back. "Just a fellow villager? Sister, is it really necessary? This was just a misunderstanding. You could have explained it, and no one would blame you. For the sake of your pride, you even deny knowing Tong Tong? Lin Anan clenched her fists, her chest rising and falling with anger. Lin Zihua, why are you being so foolish? This isn't just about pride. It's about the safety of the two children. It's fortunate they returned safely today, but what if something had happened? Jiang Tan took them without permission, making us worry all day.
How can you not see that?
Lin Zihua pressed his lips together, still looking like he couldn't accept it. Tong Tong said she wanted to give you a surprise. She might have just forgotten to tell you. By acting this way, you're pushing her into a corner. Sister, you weren't like this before. Why have you become so heartless? Captain Su raised his hand impatiently.
All right, stop arguing.
The children are back, and I don't want to say much more. Chu Mingzhou frowned, his face dark with anger. He shouted, Lin Zihua, be quiet. You didn't believe it was Jiang Tong who took them at first, and you even tried to stop us from searching. Now you keep saying it was an unintentional mistake, but have you thought about what would have happened if the children had been in danger? Who would take responsibility? As a soldier, can't you tell right from wrong? Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Zihua, you should say less and not get too emotional. This situation can't be judged solely on your feelings. We need to look at the facts. No matter what Jiang Tong's intentions were, her actions were indeed inappropriate. The security department is already involved, so let's wait for the investigation results. Everything will become clear then. Tong Tong isn't that kind of person. Continuing this investigation will only ruin her reputation. It's not easy for a young girl here. If you don't want to support her, why make things harder for her? Lin Zihua was unyielding. Chu Minglan, seeing the tense atmosphere, started to quietly sob again. She tugged at Lin Anan's sleeve and said with a cry, Sister-in-law, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have gone with Tong Tong, and I shouldn't have made everyone angry. Can you all please stop arguing? Lin Anan looked at Chu Minglan's fearful expression and gently hugged her, patting her back. Xiaolan, don't cry. It's not your fault. You were tricked too. No one blames you. How could anyone scold an 11-year-old child who just went through all this? As she spoke, Lin Anan turned to Lin Zihua, her eyes filled with disappointment. Zihua, I hope you can calm down and think carefully. Don't just protect Jiang Tong blindly. This matter is not that simple. Mom asked you to trust me first, so why don't you believe me at all? Lin Zihua lowered his gaze, remaining silent, his teeth clenched, feeling very confused. He thought Jiang Tong wouldn't do something bad, but what if, like his sister said? What if? When Chu Mingzhou spoke again, it was directed at Captain Su. Su Bo, Jiang Tong has only interacted with our family a little. She has only been to my house twice. Once was when she just got off the train, and the second time was when she asked me to vouch for her, saying she wanted to apply for employee housing, but Anan refused. Captain Su, being sharp, understood that Chu Mingzhou was hinting at him. Was he blaming himself for his wife? Chu Mingzhou's meaning was clear. Lin Anan's actions were not about distancing herself, but rather that she was truly annoyed with Jiang Tong and did not welcome her or want to help her. Captain Su glanced at Lin Anan and then at Chu Mingzhou, realizing something. He wanted to say more but held back his words. Captain Su sat for a while longer, gathering more details and comforting Chu Minglan for some time before finally getting up to leave. You need to go to the security office to figure out how to resolve this. It's up to you all, he said, patting Chu Mingzhou on the shoulder with a sigh as he left. Yeah, I understand, Chu Mingzhou replied. After seeing off Captain Su, he went into the kitchen. Having only had breakfast all day, he knew Lin Anan's body couldn't handle it. Before long, he brought out 4 bowls of noodles. Chu Minglan, feeling better thanks to Lin Anan, obediently came over to help and quietly admitted her mistake. Brother, I know I was wrong. I won't go with anyone else again. Chu Mingzhou nodded, signaling her to sit down and eat. Lin Zihua silently walked to the table and sat down, feeling a bit down, lacking his usual lively spirit. Seeing Lin Zihua like this, Lin Anan felt frustrated with his foolishness, but mostly felt helpless. Let's eat first. Lin Zihua finally came to his senses, responded, and picked up his chopsticks to start eating noodles. However, as he ate, his movements slowed down. He moved his lips several times before finally speaking, but he changed his approach. Instead of being stubborn, he tried to persuade, "Sister, brother-in-law, Tong Tong did make a mistake today. I hope you can forgive her and just give her a little lesson." Lin Anan paused her chopsticks and looked at him with a disappointed expression. Lin Zihua quickly changed his words. "After all, she's a fellow villager and grew up as our neighbor. She's not a bad person. She might have just acted thoughtlessly this time." Lin Anan couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Look at him, for Tong Tong, he's learned to say pretty words that sound good but aren't quite right. Lin Anan put down her chopsticks, looked at Lin Zihua, and said, "Seriously, Zihua, you say she's not a bad person, but how can you be sure there's no other intention behind her actions this time?" Lin Zihua opened his mouth to argue but swallowed his words when he saw Lin Anan's serious expression. Chu Mingzhou frowned, looking displeased. "All right, let your sister finish her meal." Lin Zihua pursed his lips and lowered his head to continue eating, no longer speaking. After dinner, Chu Mingzhou went straight to wash up, showing no interest in checking with the security office. Lin Zihua was anxious, pacing around. "If you keep upsetting your sister, this matter won't end well. You should go to bed now. I'll handle this carefully." "Oh, okay. I was just about to sleep. You should rest early too, brother-in-law." Chu Mingzhou shot him a glance. Lin Zihua quickly returned to his room. Lin Anan stayed with Chu Minglan for a while. The little girl was frightened, lying on the bed and crying, repeatedly admitting her mistakes. At 11 years old, it was an important age for forming her values. Lin Anan gently taught her about the world's chaos and the dangers of human nature, explaining how to protect herself. After Chu Minglan fell asleep, Lin Anan returned to her room. A small lamp was the only light left on, and Chu Mingzhou was already resting with his eyes closed. Lin Anan quietly climbed onto the bed, and just as she lay down, she felt the person next to her move. Chu Mingzhou shifted closer to Lin Anan, gently reaching out to touch her hand. After a moment, he asked, "Isn't your birthday December 1st? Lin Anan was taken aback. "Oh, that was a mistake when registering. The staff misheard February as December. So your birthday is February 1st?
Yeah.
Chu Mingzhou gently rubbed her small hand, closing his eyes as he seemed to think about something. "What about you? When is your birthday?" "October 5th. "Oh, Libra. We are a good match." Feeling down all day, Lin Anan instinctively sought a light topic to discuss. In a moment of distraction, it was now 1975, an era that felt very old. How could Chu Mingzhou understand? "What match are you talking about?" "Lin Anan." She was momentarily speechless, and then chuckled softly. She was amused. Chu Mingzhou opened his eyes in the dark and turned to look in Lin Anan's direction. The moonlight tonight was faint, only allowing a blurry outline of her to be seen.
Libra is a zodiac sign. You are a person of this sign.
"What does that mean?" Lin Anan bit her lip, feeling that explaining this to him was a bit complicated and might lead to criticism if she said too much. "I'm not very clear either. I just remembered it from a book I read before." Chu Mingzhou responded with a light hum. "What sign doesn't matter. What matters is that we match." Lin Anan paused at his sudden cheesy line and then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Don't be so cheesy, help." Chu Mingzhou quickly propped himself up and leaned closer to her. "What's wrong? Why are you calling for help?" Lin Anan laughed even louder and waved her hand. "I'm fine, sorry. With everything that happened today, I shouldn't be laughing." She turned to look at him and suddenly saw a shadow leaning toward her. Chu Mingzhou wasn't pressing her down. He was just tucking the blanket around her tightly and then pulled her into his arms. Lin Anan froze. Her heart raced, and her face felt warm. She could clearly feel Chu Mingzhou's strong arms holding her tightly, his warm breath brushing against her ear, leaving her a bit flustered. "You've worked hard. Don't worry about what others say. As long as I understand, it's enough. If you don't like it, just tell me." His voice was soft, offering sincere trust and a protective heart. It was quite endearing. Lin Enan leaned closer into his embrace. Oh, what do you understand? Don't you think I'm heartless? Coming to the Northwest, I only care about myself and ignore my sister who grew up in the same house. I don't take care of her at all and stay on guard. Mingzhou tightened his hold on her, resting his chin gently on her head, and softly asked, "Then why were you so nice to her before?" His question was both an inquiry and a statement. He was sure that Lin Anan had treated Jiang Tong well in the past. Things were good before, but suddenly turned bad, so there must be some hidden reasons. Lin Anan smiled slightly, finding him interesting. Jiang Tong lost her father early, and her mother remarried, living like an orphan. My mom is soft-hearted. At first, she just gave her some food, but gradually, she ended up living with us, including her school fees, which my parents covered. Although her needs were not as much as mine, she was still well taken care of. My parents treated her well, not quite like their own child, but close enough. Lin Anan looked up at him, wanting to see how much he understood. That's the kind of relationship we have. Mingzhou felt her gaze and looked down at her. The room was pitch black, and they couldn't see anything, yet their eyes met. This person is hard to nurture, Mingzhou said, affirming his statement. Lin Anan reached out from under her blanket, feeling the firm muscle beneath her hand, and hugged him tightly. My man is really smart, handsome, and in great shape.